We're not gonna take it. You gotta wait for Twitch. Alright. Alright, let's finish watching this one.
Not attempt anything you see on this page.
All right, boys, I want to say, of course, thank you guys so much for the support on my last 12 videos, I believe. It's been fucking insane. I've realized that you guys don't want me to quit cigarettes. You guys basically want me to drop dead tomorrow, and it's okay. But all I'm saying is 500,000 likes, and I will quit cigarettes. So, like, comment, subscribe. Well, right now, we're gonna get in the video right now, actually. So there was 2 single moms. I gave them both like $50,000, a bunch of gifts. But I'm gonna be like, I feel like a fucking dick. Like, I gave you a car, and it's like I've given all these people cars, and I always get them like watches, Rolexes. So I'm gonna be like, fuck, I'm so sorry. Like, I feel like such an asshole. It's been eating me alive, and I'm gonna give her a Rolex. June 27th, Texas. I'm gonna be at the 6ix9ine concert. June 27th. I'm gonna be on stage announcing. I'm gonna be like, Tekashi 6ix9ine. When I say 6, you say 9. I'm gonna be on the fucking mic, and I'm gonna be raging and be filming. So if you guys are in the Texas, I don't know if it's Houston or Dallas, pull up. Let's go.
Oh wait, that's just gonna be my live link.
So we kind of want to just like, I don't know, did you see the video too?
Oh, of us? Yeah, I did.
What did you think?
Oh my god.
Did you read the comments? People seem to like you a lot.
I didn't read the comments, no.
People love her, so it's been like 3 weeks, right? Some's been like eating me alive. Like, I swear, like, it's been bothering me every day. It has to do with you. And I gave you that Tesla, right? Everyone I bought cars, I got like watches, so it's been eating me alive, so I had to give you this Rolex.
Are you serious? Why are you doing this again?
Because I feel like a fucking dick, man. I fucked up. I don't know, you probably think the same thing. I'm surprised you showed up here.
It was really hard.
Yeah, squeeze it in. Okay, boom.
Wanted to say thank you, but I know I can't really like say thank you. It's lengthy, you don't have to read it now, but...
Wait, can you read this?
The whole thing?
Yeah,
please don't.
Okay. Steve, my nigga. I still can't believe and don't know how to thank you for what you did, my nigga. It has truly left me at a loss for words. I could hardly form sentences for several days, my nigga, and have still been slowly recovering from the shock of it all. Thank you, sister. My son has not stopped talking about you, nigga. That whole day.
This is gonna get
and he
me
calls you by your name because
you're
his buddy now. Haha. You made him feel like a star that day, and that's enough, nigga. That's just heartfelt. This has hurt me.
Thank you.
Is it over?
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is so nice.
Yeah, you may have to get it sized or whatever. I say train with her in Newport, Irvine
Can't tell
area.
if that noise is me or my
Instagram.
stream.
Nicole.Rihanna.
You're gonna have a bunch of guys hitting you up just for the hell of it, but there may be a what? No, there may be a few individuals that actually want to train. So Nicole.Rihanna.com, pop it up. That's it. I'm signing off. We're going to Tyler Yahweh's studio right now. Tripod Tyler Yahweh. Tyler Yahweh.
We're out here. Yo, you got something for me, don't you, man? Where's the happy dad?
Oh, no, we got cold ones coming for you. You want a shotgun?
Yeah, that's what I was about to do.
Yeah.
Bro, you've been going crazy. I watch your YouTube all day.
Dude.
Yeah, I like binge watch it.
You really?
I swear. Congratulations to all the success that you guys got going on. I'm just like,
you, dude.
Man, I'm working. I'm trying to get like you guys, man. You know, we're real Florida boys, you know.
He's from my hometown.
407, you know, to the death of me. You from Oviedo, though, right?
Oviedo, but
Seminole County still. Yeah, let's go.
All right, it's a wild cherry.
What's your favorite one?
Wild cherry, watermelon.
Fuck that, they all fire.
Yeah, they're also, I love pineapple. All right, cheers, buddy.
Fire. Yo, these things are good. Tastes like a Starburst. I can drink these. They're smooth.
Where do you actually record this in there?
That's the booth right here.
Hey, this is where all the hot shit happens. This is where I make all the shitty music.
You gonna get on the song?
No, I mean, I'll try. I'll do it for fun, but...
I'm about to drop this thing.
Back outside, mix a drink with the pack when we slip and slide. Yeah, back outside, She text me where I'm at, bitch, I'm back outside. Damn, little mama, look the same way on the grand, little mama. Made a couple bands, only fan, little mama. Coming through the check in my hand, little mama. Trying to do my day, no hands on the mama. Better on her back, can't stand, little mama. Other little guy can't stand no drama. Big ass booty still staying with the mama. Wait, back outside. outside.
Back outside, bitch. By the way, if you want to fight me, I'm calling out all you whack ass YouTubers that can't fight.
Oh shit, okay. You wanna fight?
Yeah. Nah. I don't fight my homies. We could like wrestle or some shit, but I'm not gonna throw the punch, bro. That's not it.
Push for like 5 mil.
I'm whooping your ass, nigga.
I'll say right now, I'll do a YouTube fight. Oh shit, fuck. Alright, here's what I would do. If I do a YouTube fight, say for examples for 5 mil, after the fight, let's just spend $5 million and just fucking give it out. That'd be a good video. Imagine doing a fight for $5 million, win or lose, no matter what. You just go and you just fucking zap out $5 million. That's a good idea. I'm doing that. Can you smoke cigarettes?
No, you can't.
You cannot smoke cigarettes.
I'm sorry. I'll smoke one with you real quick while you set this up.
That sounds like fun.
Yo, Frank Sinatra, he smoked a cigarette every day and he still had an amazing voice, so.
Okay, these are things I need to hear to keep me motivated. Dude, Frank Sinatra got the best voice in the fucking world.
Fly me to the moon and let me sail amongst the stars. Head ass. Hey, if you want my album, you gotta get it from him. He has it on Dropbox.
Follow my Dropbox.
He's gonna leak it.
Dude, me and Tyler are gonna fight.
Hey, I already called out Deshae Frost.
I'm gonna call out some, who should I call out? Dude, Vitalis. You know Vitalis?
Yeah, that nigga's crazy.
Alright, Vitalis, let's fight.
Oh, that'll be hard. Vitaly. My dog Steve went on this one.
No, let's do it, man. Let's make it big. I mean, fuck you, bro. Your shit sucks. Start just trash talk.
I missed my birthday party.
What was that?
May 31st, Memorial Day. But nah, Steve, I'm a fan for life. I'm a fan for life, bro.
Okay. Bro, you just said you're a fan for life?
Yeah.
You just said it was your birthday?
Yeah.
I want to give you this.
What's that? Nah. I can't take that.
No, I want it, dude. I just got it.
You sure?
Bro, hell yeah.
You positive?
Bro, I'm more than positive.
Bro.
That's lit.
Wait, how much you just put on my wrist right now?
Like 20,000?
Oh my god. What the fuck? Why, bro? You didn't have to do that, man.
Bro, we're from the same hometown.
Yo, hold on.
You like it though?
Man.
Happy birthday.
You're a real good human, man.
Thank you. It's crazy. I listen to his song every day.
I watch his YouTube videos every day.
That's hilarious.
Look at this fucking bracelet, though. Like, I haven't seen you since New York.
Yeah,
and for him to just give me a $20,000 bracelet.
It's dope.
Them shits are hitting, nigga. That's it. Look at the quality on that.
Yeah, it's high school.
You're gonna see me with this dude a lot. This is like with my spirit animal.
Let's go.
Happy Dad.
Happy Dad. What do you think of Happy Dad?
I need more. I need like a whole refrigerator full of them.
We're getting him a Happy Dad fridge. Boom. Yeah, great thing.
Yeah, we didn't do a shoot today, so it's fucked up. Love you guys. Always.
See ya.
Back outside. Back outside. Mix a drink with the pack when we slip and slide.
Alright boys, so we are taking a chopper to Compton. We're going back to the Billionaire Burger Boys, and we're gonna give them some presents. Cause I was gonna pay them for filming at their spot, but I reached the 30-day Zell limit. So we're gonna show up, do a food review test on all the food, and give them some money, give them some computers, and just fucking make friends in Compton, man. I love Compton. Buying a house out there. You healthy? You feel good?
I feel good.
Okay.
We're good, man. We're good.
If I have to take over it, I mean, what's this doing?
This is a collective that makes us go up and down.
Okay, it's good to know.
So you ready to fire up?
No, I'm ready. So I'm gonna pay attention just in case I have to take over. You look healthy. You look great.
Oh, thanks. I just came back from a fishing trip, so I'm nice and relaxed.
Nice. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right. I believe in you.
Ooh, I'm riding in a two-seat. Pull up with a stick. I be hollering at the moon seat. Ooh, I love the way she do me. Yeah, make it spin. I be hollering at the moon seat. Ooh, I'm riding in a two-seat. Pull up with a stick. I be hollering at the moon seat. Ooh, I love the way she do me. Yeah, make it spin. I be hollering at the moon seat.
Hey. Billionaire Burger Boys. This guy's fucking midgets. Bro, look at these mini burgers, bro. They look amazing. I used to work in the fast food business, so let's bring back memories. No. These fries are the fucking best.
That's the honey butter chicken sandwich. One of the crowd favorite.
That looks
Instantly goes in.
Bro, that's insane. That's the best chicken sandwich I've ever had. Damien, that's insane, dude. Fuck you, Popeyes. Fuck you, Chick-fil-A. Billionaire Burger Boys has legit the best chicken sandwich in the world, hands down. I'm calling it.
I appreciate the honor.
No, like, straight the fuck. That's unreal, dude.
Hey, man.
Bro, that's the best chicken sandwich ever. Do you pay for your meat?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I buy like a 7 for 60 every night, like every 3 days.
We're giving this man free weed for life. Free weed for life. I swear to God.
Beg that.
Don't ever spend money on weed. Ever again.
Every day? I appreciate it.
No, I got you, but don't. Seriously, hit me up.
I got you.
Don't pay for weed.
I get some cheap, bro. I get some jack.
that shotgun.
What's up with that shotgun, Dave?
Alright, the Billionaire Burgers, boys. Excellent burgers. The best fries in the world, hands down. How the fuck do you make those fries? The burgers are the best, but the fries are like on a godly level. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers. A little spill it.
Professional.
You can feel it.
Are you a happy dad?
Yeah, so happy dad.
Here's 5,000. Being a happy dad. What? Here's 5,000.
Are you serious?
Being a happy mom, even though I don't know if she's a mom.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Nigga, damn.
Here's $5,000 for you, David.
Bro.
Thanks. Bro, I appreciate it. This guy's awesome.
Steve will do it. Thank you, bro.
Too many keywords, crazy.
Man, thank you. No, you're welcome.
Hey, we close for the day. Billionaire
Mic check.
You the man.
I'll see you soon.
For sure.
Thank you so much. God bless you, man.
Yeah. Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Yo, what is this name? Bradley's dream car. Bradley touches stove. Bradley, I love you, buddy. You're amazing. So I'm gonna surprise you with your dream car. What year is this?
It is 2000 Windstar.
How many miles does that have in it?
180,000.
So it's a 2000 Windstar, 180,000 miles, an SEL. You know, that's what you've always wanted. So I got it for you, buddy. I love you. I hope you like it. I mean, this is your dream car, man. I mean, look at it. Look how beautiful this is.
Took you so long. To me, dude. You sent me to the airport to pick a car up.
That was my fault. Seriously, sorry.
Fuck, son.
Yo. Stop. What are you doing?
What are we doing? That's rude.
I have no idea what we're doing.
We're filming.
What are we
having fun.
This is a bigger chain than last time? Holy fuck, it is, right?
I got a ring.
God damn. Wow, that's nice.
Jewelry.
This is a
I like jewelry.
That's nice. What are we doing now? Do you know what we're doing?
Yeah, nothing very nice.
I love it.
I love filming videos like
We need
this.
a whiteboard.
Let's go.
Alright, Bradley.
Yeah. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Brad's a good friend. We've been having good times together, good videos, and I want to surprise you with something.
You talking dumb? No, don't play this shit.
Where's Danny?
I swear to God, Steve.
Bradley's a good guy. We love Bradley. Surprise for you, buddy.
Yo, don't let me fall down.
Can you see?
I can't see. This is fucking scary, though. See this blindfold shit.
Oh, no way.
Oh my God.
Wow. No.
Alright.
You're funny.
Congratulations,
Oh, he's 1-1.
You like sweet, man. Yeah, this is dope.
Look, it's the chick you're fucking.
Definitely not fucking Noel. Definitely not. 100%
This
not
chick
fucking Noel.
lives at his house.
What are you talking about, bro?
How much horsepower does it have?
Check out the whip, dog, man. It's all you.
How much does it got? Yeah, hit it with one of these. It's only got 160,000 miles on it.
You like it, dude?
It's hilarious. Does the AC work? Let's see. Hold on.
Wait, you're saying it's hilarious, dude. I just did a nice
No, I
gesture
know.
for you.
I really appreciate it so much.
You're taking
The
this as a joke.
The AC doesn't work, though.
You're taking.
Well, it's been hot lately. It's just the AC not working. That's the only thing. I don't know. Whoa. Relax. What are you put dead in my fucking car?
You're not appreciate it, bro. I went through fucking hell and back to get this car.
Fucking dead in there.
Your parents raised it wrong.
There's no AC in here. That's it.
You like it, Donna? You like this car?
Yes.
Nice car. You like it?
I love it. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Oh, that's fucking sick. Oh, that's so sick.
Donna, come here. This is Donna. She's our maid. Donna, this is your car. This is your car. I got
Really?
it. Yeah. Ready? This is yours.
Oh, that's sick. Let's go.
Oh my God. Thank you. Oh my.
You like it, Donna?
Yes. Oh, Steve, thank you.
You're welcome. You're good. Don't worry about it. You're
Oh,
welcome.
I don't believe it.
Steiny. Stats in this one.
2021 Ford Edge, brand new, fully loaded.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, I thought it was one of those.
Are we crying?
Oh, of course.
You know whose laundry's getting done first now, eh? Okay. All my boxes are going missing into Steve's room now.
Enjoy. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a nice. It's a nice whip. Oh, look at it. This is your key. No more.
Yes.
No more of this
Yes.
bullshit. Press the start. All right, enjoy, Donna. You're the best.
Thank you.
My room is.
No,
My room's disgusting most of the time. It's just semen and fucking marijuana and mushrooms, and she cleans it all up. Thank you so much.
No, I can.
Bring it in, Donna. Oh, we love you, Donna. Best. Gabriel, you cry over Happy Dads? You want to cry over this?
Bro, I'm here in tears right now, Eddie.
Oh my gosh.
That's awesome. All right, Donna.
Come on. What?
I love you as a person, but at the end of the day, my room's a goddamn mess.
But, you know, Steve, you're really special.
You're special to me too. I couldn't live without you. And I trust you, so
Yeah, that's important.
I trust you.
You know what? I see your videos. I see you. I never see who are you. But now, oh my God, really you inspire me for better. You know. Thank you.
No,
You are
you're the best.
superhero.
Superhero.
No, yeah, really.
0 to 60, real quick.
Woo! Oh my.
Holy shit, this car's fast. This car's fast,
Yeah,
Donna. Whoa. If you have to clean my shit, you can get here real quick. Joe Rogan taught me this kick yesterday. It's like us.
Yeah, back there. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan.
I don't want to kick this car now.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you're scaring Noel, dude.
No, you scared Noel.
No. Oh shit. Sorry.
Sorry,
This is like the house. This is like your actual house.
I don't. Am I making you jealous, Brad?
Not at all. Like, not one bit.
I'm sure you're fuming right now.
I don't care. I literally don't care.
Look, I'm Bradley Martin.
No, you're Steven Dylan.
Look, I'm Bradley Martin. Noel's fucking sucking my cock.
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
500K likes, I'm gonna quit cigarettes. Boom.
Thank God that's over.
This week, a local reporter for Fox 26 out of Houston gave the most epic plug for Project Veritas ever.
Outages across the region. Fox 26 reporter Ivory Hecker is live in Montgomery County to take a look at that aspect. Thanks, guys. That's right. Before we get to that story, I want to let you, the viewers, know that Fox Corp has been muzzling me to keep certain information from you, the viewers. And from what I'm gathering, I am not the only reporter being subjected.
Is that the lady that got
I am
fired?
going to be releasing some reporting about what goes on behind the scenes at Fox because it applies to you, the viewers. I found a nonprofit journalism group called Project Veritas. It's going to put that out tomorrow, so tune into them. But as for this heat wave across Texas, you can see what it's doing to AC units. This one broken down as we...
She was immediately fired as she expected, but if you want to quit your job, you might as well go out in style. In her interview with James O'Keefe, which was released the next day, she had some audio tapes of her bosses admitting that they were censoring her from covering hydroxychloroquine and that the station wasn't geared towards the news or the viewers, but rather what the CEO and the general manager wanted on air.
Fox came at my throat for standing up against censorship.
In my opinion, you failed as a reporter.
From the inside, yes, there's a narrative. Yes, it is unspoken. But if you accidentally step outside the narrative, if you don't sense what that narrative is and go with it, there will be grave consequences for you.
It's not just about the viewers. It's about what our CEO reads. It's about what our GM reads.
What's interesting about the whole hydroxychloroquine thing is, you know, you can't
What?
promote it as a treatment for the coronavirus, or the platforms will take that down. Even if you're Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, who was talking about a
Who gives a
study
shit
about
about
hydroxychloroquine that apparently we're still not allowed to talk about, is the fact that even if that was medical misinformation, people have to go to a doctor to get a prescription for hydroxychloroquine. It's not like people are promoting household goods or products or, you know, some natural cure for the virus. Even if they believe what they were hearing, even if it was false, they'd still have to go to a doctor. And if, in fact, the doctor didn't think that it was accurate or
Good
safe,
point.
no doctor is going to prescribe somebody hydroxychloroquine. And it's not like you can go
That
to
can't
some
be
drug
medical
dealer on the
misinformation
street.
then.
You know what I think is medical misinformation? Probably 3/4 of the prescription drug commercials, which you see on television every single day. Oh, you're feeling depressed? Don't worry about joining a softball team, a Bible study, or engaging in any other new hobbies that'll get you out of the house and help you make some new friends. Just take this pill instead. Reason Magazine is an online libertarian magazine that also has a YouTube channel. Because,
True.
well, who doesn't these days, right? And they had one of their videos taken down because I think they were also talking about the coronavirus and hydroxychloroquine, or there's another drug that you're not supposed to talk about. But in this case, I actually think the censorship of them is hilarious because they're one of these hardcore principled libertarians, and every time somebody gets banned from social media, they remind everybody that these are private companies, and that's the principled libertarian stance. Libertarianism is fine as a personal philosophy, but completely impractical as a way to manage a functioning society. And if these pipe-dreaming libertarians actually got their libertarian utopian dream, they would end up creating the very government structures and the laws that they once claimed to fight against in order to solve the problems that would come up in their society. Something else that'll probably be censored on the big tech platforms fairly soon is any discussion about the mostly peaceful protest on January 6th involving any sort of agent provocateurs or FBI informants who may have egged some of the craziness on. Tucker Carlson opened a gigantic can of worms this week by raising some of those concerns.
And speaking of January 6th, why there's still so many things, basic factual matters that we don't understand about that day? Why is the Biden administration preventing us from knowing? Strangely, some of the key people who participated on January 6th have not been charged. Look at the document. The government calls those people unindicted co-conspirators. What does that mean? Well, it means that in potentially every single case, they were FBI operatives.
And the liberal media completely lost their mind because they don't want you asking certain questions about certain things or being aware of certain historical events like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Reichstag fire, Operation Ajax, Operation Gladio, the Laban affair, or certainly Operation Northwoods. I'm tired of hearing about it though, but not as tired as I am about hearing about racism 24/7 as everybody with a brain is. Like this parent at a local school board meeting.
When you talk about critical race theory, which is pretty much going to be teaching kids how to hate each other, how to dislike each other, that's pretty much all it's pretty much what it's going to all come down to. You're going to deliberately teach kids, this white kid right here got it better than you because he's white? You're going to personally tell a white kid, oh, the black people are all down and suppressed. How do I have 2 medical degrees if I'm sitting here oppressed? How do I get, first of all, only got 5 minutes now, 5 minutes, 2 medical degrees. No mom, no dad in the house. Work my way through college. Sat there and hustled my butt off to get through college. You going to tell me somebody look like all y'all white folks kept me from doing that? Are you serious? Not one white person ever came to me and say, well, son, you're never going to be able to get nowhere because you know the black people. But guess what? What's sickening about this whole thing is what y'all doing right now is already something I do in my community right now to speak out against it because black folks are getting told by other black folks, oh, you know you ain't going to be able to do nothing out there in the world because them white folks ain't going to let you get no, or you know you're not going to be able to do it because the white man going to keep you down. Well, how did I get where I am right now if some white man kept me down? How am I now directing over folks that look just like you guys in this room right now? How?
I've never seen that before. You need to like
I work for myself from off the streets to where I am right now.
share that on the Facebook too, but I don't want to dox myself.
This reason why black folks can't get ahead because of white folks? Are you kidding me? This is what we come to now. I can't believe we even talking about this right now. The last thing we're going to say right here is something that's crazy. Martin Luther King said he wanted his kids to grow up in a world where they are judged by the contents of their...
Whoops. That's stupid. Whoops. I have to unhab it first.
In other news, Joe Rogan finally discovered Brian Stelter.
Remember when CNN was talking about podcasters, about how, you know, that there's people on YouTube that get more views than a CNN show, as if it was some horrible thing. They didn't even understand the way they were describing it. They were describing it as if they're entitled to viewers.
That's right.
They were saying, there's people on YouTube right now that get more views than this show. This is because the market has spoken.
Right.
And your show's terrible.
That's right.
Well,
they suck.
Brian Stelter's show keeps slipping and slipping and slipping in the ratings.
He's the worst. There are segments where they're outright calling for censorship.
Yes.
They're like, hey, please deplatform the people who I don't like because, you know, oh, they're saying things that are conspiracy theories. And by the way, they use that for anything. They use it so loosely.
Brian Stelter talking to the press secretary saying, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? Like, hey, mother, you're supposed to be a journalist.
Joe, you didn't even try a little Brian impression, and you call yourself a comedian? What the hell's wrong with you? He's begging to be mocked. And if you like mocking the liberal lunatics, then I'm sure you'll enjoy my warning. Contains facts and opinions some may find offensive shirts. Or if that's not your style, get a I Love Global Warming tank top. Also available in a t-shirt, long sleeve, and a hoodie, and a whole bunch of different colors as well. So head on over to marketplace.com or click the link in the description below and check them out.
What if I don't? That was doesn't look 6 minutes of interesting.
When the Most High Yah revealed to me that I should be keeping the Shabbat, and I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm like, hey, what's the Shabbat? It's the Sabbath. Instead of doing Sunday, we're just going to do Saturday or Friday evening to Saturday. I didn't think it was a big deal, and it's probably the thing that
not a big deal.
That's the number one thing what destroyed my my first marriage.
And so, do you have perfect peace?
I have perfect peace that passes all understanding.
But you could not get that as a Christian?
Hell no.
Welcome to the Father State. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. The Father State, as I've said over and over again, is now on Patreon. So click the Patreon link in the description to support our work. Also, amazing news. You see the shirt, right? And look. What the?
The third
And we
one.
also have a sticker. Brand new merch. Check
Sticker.
it out at the FatherState.tv store. I have with me a very, Mamma Mia, hola, si, senor. Hold your wallet. Interesting guy. I have with me Kabir Baja-Amila, the former NFL defensive. Did I say your last name right?
Baja-Amila.
Oh, man. Why don't you get a Norman name?
The G is silent. So, so if you take the D out, Baja-Amila.
Okay. I have with me Kabir Baja-Amila, a former NFL defensive end for the Green Bay Packers. Kabir, thanks for coming on.
What is his name?
Thank you for having me, Jesse. Appreciate being here.
You're welcome. So let me hear you pronounce your entire name, because you don't have a normal name. Why don't you get an American name, man? What the?
Because I'm not American. But my full name is Muhammad Kabir Oluwaraju Baja-Amila.
Whoa. So like
some people just say Kabir. Some people say KGB. But you can call me Kabir, Jesse.
Yes, sir. You have a bunch of names like Mexicans. Then they have like 3 or 4 names. Francisco, Mia, Martinez, Frances. It's a whole bunch of names. Thank you, man.
Maybe the Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian descendant. Both parents are from Nigeria, born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria.
Really? How did you end up in L.A.?
That's where they migrated. So I was born on Los Angeles ground.
Oh, okay. Amazing. You were drafted by the Green Bay Packers back in 2000. So you're walking down the road, and they call you up and say, Kabir, we want you. What was that? How old were you at the time?
I had to be about 22 years old.
So what was that like getting that call? We want you to play with us, the Green Bay Packers.
I guess like what you were saying, it was amazing. But actually, obviously you got to go to college. In this case, I went to college.
Right.
And so after my 5th year in college at San Diego State University, I just had a good college career, and went to the combine, and from there, you kind of get an idea where you're going to get drafted. Not everybody's always drafted, but I was drafted in the 5th round. At that time, they had 2 days, so I was drafted on the 2nd day.
Right on.
And the first one from San Diego State.
And so did you grow up knowing that you wanted to be a football player?
No, it's truly by the grace of Yah that I ended up playing, I guess, if you want to call it that way. It's because at the time I didn't know him like I know him today. But I just wanted to grow up and be a plumber. I wanted to be a plumber like my father. My father was an immigrant here. He did taxi cab, collects cardboards and did recycling type of stuff, and then eventually became a plumber, which I kind of remember my dad mostly. I used to work with my dad, so I used football. I just played football I was a rough kid, so I just thought it was a great opportunity to put all my roughness and just here you got rewarded for destroying things. At the house you got a whooping for breaking the walls. So
that's right.
So anyway, but yeah, I just went to school to be a plumber, but I ended up being good enough to actually get drafted. So it was truly I just went to school to be a business major, to learn how to run a business, and but I played good enough to actually get drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
So did they tell you that, or you realized you had become good enough to be drafted?
I mean, I was good enough. I became a starter at San Diego State my sophomore year.
Right.
So I knew I was good enough, but I always had the attitude that I want to be the best wherever I'm at. So if I'm at college, I want to be the best college player. You had this mentality that when people were in college and they had the potential to go to the league, people start preparing for that and saving themselves on the level of the college level, wherever level they're at.
Right.
And they end up not being as good as they could have been because they were saving themselves for the next level. I was the kind of guy that when that time come, I'll deal with it. But right now I'm going to be the best football player. I'm going to give it all that I got. And if it comes, it comes. If I get injured doing my very best, I'd rather go out that way than trying to save myself and leave great effort on the field, on the field. So that was just my mentality. So when that time came, I did what I needed to do and to become draftable, and I got drafted.
Amazing, man. So you grew up in L.A. Where in L.A. did you grow up? I'm in L.A. now, as you know. Where in L.A. did you grow up?
Some people call it South Central Los Angeles, Crenshaw District.
I'm in L.A.
Become draftable, and I got drafted.
Amazing, man. So you grew up in L.A. Where in L.A. did you grow up? I'm in L.A. now, as you know. Where in L.A. did you grow up?
Some people call it South Central Los Angeles, Crenshaw District.
Oh,
went to
yeah.
Crenshaw High School. Went to Audubon, Dublin. They used to call it Dublin, but now it's Tom Bradley Elementary School. So I don't know where you at, but it's right there by USC. I mean, people don't know USC's in the hood. But,
that's right. So you went to Crenshaw? You went to Crenshaw, you say?
I went to Crenshaw High School.
Right on. I'm at Pico and Los Angeles. And,
okay, Pico. Okay, I know exactly where you are. Yes.
Yeah, West LA. Man, you would not recognize those areas over there now. The liberals have turned LA into a ghetto.
Really?
It's bad everywhere. It's awful. And so what made you move? So you grew up in a black area, predominantly black area, and then you moved to Wisconsin and you moved into a white area. What was that like for you?
Well, actually, before I went from LA to Wisconsin, I went to San Diego. I went to San Diego State. So San Diego is where I went from there for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Then I got drafted by the Green Bay Packers, and I've been there ever since. It's been over 20 years. It's probably the longest place I ever lived. Living in I thought it was a culture shock. It was a culture shock moving out here because at the time before, it's changed now, but it was mostly just Caucasians out here, and just the culture is different. People seem very friendly out here, very friendly. Man, the stuff that you see in the movies. The Andy Griffin show, people come up and welcome you to the neighborhood, bring you cookies. I mean, in LA back in the day, it's like, hey, are you trying to poison me or something? But here, people seem friendly, nice here. And it was a culture shock, but you get used to it. It's like a small town. It's a country of, they call it the Cheesehead state or a title town. I mean, they really love their Green Bay Packers. So it was a culture shock coming from a big city to a small town.
And so a lot of black people, insecure blacks, they say, oh, when I'm around a lot of white people, I feel out of place or insecure. Did you ever get that feeling?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I've had that feeling, and the way I was able to overcome that was I said I want to be a good representation of my people. And so my thing was I'm going to show them that something good can come out of the hood or LA or the hood or whatever. And so my attitude was I was going to make sure they had the best experience with somebody from my neck of the woods. My dad always instilled in me that I'm an ambassador. Wherever you go, you are the ambassador for the Baja Miller family. Yeah. You're the ambassador for the place you came from, the school you went to. So I always saw myself as an ambassador, but more importantly, I'm an ambassador for Jesus Christ.
Amazing. And in October 2007, I read that he broke the Green Bay Packers sack record with 69 sacks. And the record was previously held by Reggie White, an NFL Hall of Famer. And so what did that mean to you to break the record?
It meant a lot to me because Reggie White was somebody I looked up to. Still, obviously the late Reggie White, I looked up to, and just because of his stance on his faith, he was known for being a well-spoken Christian or believer in Jesus Christ. Yeah. And he was also the minister of defense. They call him the minister of defense. So I played the same position he played. And so one of the goals when I got drafted, I had this thing that I do that whenever I start something, I always look to see what's my goal. And so one of the things I did, like I did at San Diego State, I looked at the back of the media guidebook, see who was the all-time sack leader. I didn't know at the time it was Reggie White, but I saw his name on there and I said, well, that's my goal. Literally my rookie year, that was my goal. Now, I didn't know if I was going to do it or not, but I made that my goal. So I did everything in my power to train, to eat right, to do everything right to be able to break that record. So when I broke it, it was a great feat.
Did you ever meet Reggie White?
Yes, I got to befriend Reggie White. I actually, even before he passed away, he came to the games, gave me some pointers, even talked to him even when he came into the truth. When he started keeping the Torah, keeping the commandments of God, he actually revealed that to me my rookie year, which was my second year as a Christian. I'm no longer a Christian, but when I was a Christian, he brought that to my attention, and it really was intriguing. But at that time, my wife at that time, she thought that was heretic or legalistic or legalism. Because I came from a Muslim background, so because of my Muslim, maybe that's why she said it was intriguing. So, but we did talk a lot over the phone and everything. But unfortunately, he passed away. Yeah. As he was coming into the truth. So.
Yeah, I remember that. How many seasons did you play in the NFL?
I played 9 seasons. 9 seasons. I'll just say it officially, but my last season was half the season. So, but I get credit for 9 seasons.
Right on. And I wanted to ask you, at one point during your career, there was a big disagreement between you and your teammate, a guy by the name of Aaron Rodgers. And according to the Sports Illustrator, the team was in the locker room during training camp when you said, if this locker room blew up, 99% of you guys will go to hell. What the?
What the? Well, it was.
Let me ask first, did that really happen?
That did happen, yes. That really did happen.
And so what made you say it, and why did the room erupt?
Well, it was actually at the dorm where we were staying for training camp. It was on the court. It was in the court. It's an enclosed dormitory at a college that we stayed for training camp. And me and some guys just got into a disagreement, and I was just trying to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I read the Bible. I've read the Bible 8 times in my lifetime right now. And at that time when I was going through my reading, I read every day, and I was trying to save my teammates. I love my teammates. The Bible says to love your neighbors and stuff like that. And so I was trying to just get people saved and tell them that they need to repent and turn from their wicked ways. And somebody asked me, I said, well, if this place blew up right now, 99% of the people will all go to hell.
Right.
And it got people to at least consider. I mean, it was kind of exciting, but then when you're in it, you don't like being persecuted because you want to be liked.
Right.
But people literally was thinking like, man, is he serious? So then all these people on the team start going to other Christians on the team. They say, I've never heard a Christian talk like this. Even Reggie White, even Reggie White never spoke like this. And they were just wondering, is it true what he's saying? And some people agreed with me because of the word, and some people disagreed or disassociated themselves from me. Said, well, that's not how I come at it and stuff like that. So Aaron Rodgers just felt that at that time that if this is what Christianity is about, then I don't want to have anything to do with things. So he was saying I was a poor representation of Jesus Christ as a disciple of Jesus Christ because I was trying to provoke people into good works.
And so were you offended by their reaction? Did they get you
If you
upset?
say
or
what
did
if
you
all the
feel,
time?
like you were the only one in there? Or how was that for you personally?
Obviously I was hurt because I was more hurt by the Christians than I was by the people that didn't know the truth.
Right.
And when the people who said they were Christians did not support me, it was very few people that publicly supported me. If anything, they distanced themselves from me. And so that was hurtful because I thought we were on the same team. We're about our Father's business. So that was hurtful. But, like I said, Jesus warns us in John 16 that I tell you this, that don't be offended. Yeah. People will kick you out of the churches. Things are going to happen, so, but it still hurt. I mean, I'm a human being, and so, yes, I was hurt, but it was mostly by Christians that I felt that I was betrayed by during that time.
And so are you and Aaron Rodgers friends now?
No. I don't have an issue with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know what Aaron Rodgers thinks about me, but Aaron Rodgers is doing Aaron Rodgers, and I'm doing the things that pleases to God.
And so you said that you read the Bible 8 times.
Yes, from cover to cover. Yes, I did.
That's amazing.
It took me about 2 years. I was averaging 2 years to do it.
And so did you become a Bible thumper?
I don't know what a Bible thumper is, but I do love that word. So if that's good, and that's me, I guess. But I don't know what a Bible thumper is. But but I do. I try to obey the word, and I live by the word.
So you never heard of a Bible thumper?
Bible thumper.
I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it means. I never used that term, so I don't. I mean, but I probably was been accused. I would tell you this much: I've probably been accused of being a Bible thumper, but I don't know what. I never read in the Bible that thou should not be a Bible thumper. So no one's ever given me a clear definition.
Walk by faith, not by sight.
The Bible and hit somebody in the head across it. I've never done that, so I don't know what a Bible thumper is.
So a Bible thumper is a man or woman who reads the Bible all the time, and they learn it intellectually, and all they do is quote the scriptures, but their hearts have not been renewed. They don't know God, they just know about him.
Well, I don't say that I do know about God, but more so I know about him because I keep his commandments. And it says in John, and I'm going to quote the scripture here, but it clearly says in John 2 that if you know that you know him if you keep his commandments. So I do know him, but I live it. This is my lifestyle. This is part of our culture. I'm one of his people. So
right.
I don't know if that's a bad thing, then that I don't mind being bad then.
Do you have anger? Do you have anger?
Anger? I don't live with anger. I used to before I got delivered by the grace of God, but I don't live in anger. But I can get angry, just like Yah gets angry when he sees things that are not right or pleasing in his sight. But I don't live with anger.
And so, do you have anger?
When you say I have anger, what do you mean?
Do you have anger within you? Is it inside of you at all?
I can be angry, but I don't. I'm not if you know me, I'm not a guy that gets. It takes a lot to get me angry.
Right.
I'm very patient, I would say, but I can't get angry. But I haven't been angry in a long time. I think the last time I was truly angry is with my ex-wife, but other than that,
yeah.
I don't live like that. I live such a peaceful life. The last 3 or 4 years, I've been in the way, keeping the commandments of Yah. I've been around people who are like-minded, who loves Jesus. So if anything, I live a life of peace.
Is it normal for a man to get angry?
Friends bring you down.
Is it normal? It depends on what it is. If somebody's sleeping with your wife, you will be angry. That's a natural response.
But why would you get angry about that?
Because he's being transgressed against, and so that's a natural thing. But the Bible's I don't know what angle you're coming from, but according to the word, it says be angry but sin not. So it's not a sin to get angry. Anger, when I think of anger, and I know what you're talking about, I think, but when I think of anger, I think of a trigger. It's a trigger. So that means something is an unmet expectation. So if something is not being met that you expect, that's what will cause you to be angry. So really, when you get angry, you should look back to see what's causing it. Anger is a secondary emotion. So whatever the primary is, that's really where the root is. So it's kind of like a barometer on a car. I know my car is on E, because the thing went to eat. So now I know what's going on in the tank. So anger just means that something is going on that's a conflict or whatever that is. So I don't live like that anymore. But I once did. I mean, there was a time in my life for almost 40, I'll say 30 something years that I did live with that type of anger, but I have been delivered by the grace of Yah from that, from living in anger. That football was a great tool for me to be able to get my anger out on people. So I couldn't take it out on people. But in the game, I got paid millions of dollars to take my anger out on somebody, and the fans go crazy and everything like that. But you can't live like that. It's not healthy, and I don't recommend that.
And so is it normal or abnormal for a man to have anger, period?
If you say it's normal, that is the norm out there. I mean, people live in anger. That is the norm. I don't think it's healthy.
So are you saying, yes, it's normal for a man to have anger?
When you say normal, that is the norm.
I know, but I'm asking, is it normal for a man to have? I realize that it is, quote unquote, the norm nowadays, but is it normal for a man to have anger?
I don't think it's natural for us to live, because Yah did not create us to be angry. He did not create us to be that way, but it is normal because we got people waiting out in their roles. We got children growing up without fathers in their home. So there's a lot of stuff, people being molested or abused. And so when you have that, you're going to be, you have a propensity to live in anger. And a lot of people are wounded from their childhood. And so because of that, that's why it's the norm. But I think the right question is it natural? It's not natural. Just like there's a lot of stuff that people do that are not natural, that's now the norm.
So how did you become angry? You weren't born angry. How did you become angry?
I think because of the things that I perceived that were childhood wounds, from, rejection from the womb, rejection from mom, not meeting those expectations, just being hurt, being rejected. I was picked on, people made fun of my name, says your parents was drunk when they named me Cut Beer, or Nigerian booty scratcher, these are stuff that I grew up with growing up. So even though I was quote unquote black, I grew up in the environment,
I said, what the?
Yeah. So I grew up in an environment where I got picked on, made fun of, just because I was different. So even though we looked the same, but because of I couldn't hide that I'm a Nigerian descendant. My parents, I didn't, I wasn't good at, I could speak English, but I wasn't like, it's just a different culture. So even though I grew up, around American folks and stuff like that, but I had a different culture. I had a Nigerian culture that I grew up with more so.
Did you know that any male that has anger is a woman?
I did not know that, no. So that means Yah a woman too?
That's the nature of a woman when a man has, how God said we must be born again?
What an idiot.
What he's saying is that we are born innocent, but we are born into a screwed up family where the mother, the fact that you're born through the woman and Satan is her daddy, you're going to take on part of her nature anyway because you're born of the water and blood and water. And so you take on the woman's nature because Satan is the woman's daddy. And then what the mother tends to do is impose her will on you when you're a kid. And she caused you to become angry. She'll turn you away from your father. She imposes a will. And when you become angry, you become like her. You take on her nature. And you become angry like a female. You have an illogical mindset. And when they turn you away from the father, you take on their identity. And that's why we must be born of the Spirit, so that we can return to the Father. And when we return to the Father, then we no longer have anger. We have a logical mindset instead of an illogical mindset, which is a logical mindset is of the Father. Illogical mindset is of the woman. That's why we must be born again of the Father. There will come a day when I return the children to the fathers and the father to the children. You must be born of the Spirit. You're first born of water and blood. Now you must be born of the Spirit, which is of the Father.
Interesting. There's some things. There's some things in there that I agree with, and some things I don't agree with.
What part of that you don't agree with?
You said a lot. There was a mouthful, but I think the part that I don't agree with is that being angry means you're a woman, because if
it's
that's
a female nature. You're not like a woman. You're still a male, but you have the woman's identity. Your mother took your father's identity away by imposing her will on you and caused you to become like her by making you angry.
So when Jesus turned the table over, he was acting like his mother, or like a woman?
No, because he wasn't. Jesus was not of the flesh. He was of the Spirit. He was created in his Father's image. And so he was logical, and you can take strong action without being angry. Matter of fact, you're going to always take the right action when you're not angry. So he was logical. He had discernment, and so he saw evil and dealt with it. But angry people overreact, and they carry, because all people who have anger judge, and all those who judge are playing God, and all those who play God are sinning. And
so you're saying it's okay for Yah or God? I don't know. When I say Yah, I'm saying Yahweh. But when you're saying, is it okay for God to be angry? Because there's many times, not many times, but Moses stopped.
His anger is not like our anger.
when he wanted to destroy Israel.
But he's not angry.
And idols, idols and things like that. So I'm just saying,
No,
God
he was
himself,
never angry like a human anger. Human anger is of the devil, but he was discerned. He was of discernment. He can see injustice.
That's what I said.
Show me that one in the
I
Bible.
knew that's what
I don't know
he was going to
if
say.
anger is from the devil. I know that man can get angry.
If you notice, there's no love in anger.
That's not true.
Where's the love in anger?
Oh, there's love and anger?
Where is love and anger?
I'll say that when you love somebody, I mean, because the people that can cause me to get angry the most are the ones that I love, the ones that I'm the closest to. Somebody off the street calling me something or what, that really doesn't bother me. I've been called, even on the football field, I remember a guy called me a nigger. And I just kind of laughed because I know he's just trying to, he talked about my mama. I didn't even know this guy. He just tried to get me to jump off sides or do something crazy. So those things don't bother me. But when somebody that you have expectations of, and have a committed relationship, it could be a father, a son relationship, a wife, a husband relationship. When they let you down, that's when anger, I notice in me.
Take it personal.
Well, that would not happen if you had no expectation of them. You love them with the Father's love with no expectation. And so if they turn against you, it wouldn't matter. You can take it or leave it. And because real love has no expectation from anyone. It comes through the Father, through Christ, through the man, to the woman, to the children. And so you're giving out love because your love comes from God and you have no expectation. So if your mama, your daddy, your brother, your sister, your friends turn against you, it wouldn't bother you. You can take it or leave it because your identity comes direct from God and not anyone or anything else.
Well, once again, I would have to disagree. I hear what you're saying because I used to think more like you, but for example, I have a woman, what the world would call a wife, but I have a woman who I have a son with, and I expect her to obey me. When she doesn't obey me, it could cause me to be angry or upset with that. So I have expectations of people to do things now, and there's nothing wrong with that. Say, hey, how come you didn't, when I told you to do something, I expect you to do it. Yeah. And if it's not meant, there's nothing wrong with having.
But you're supposed to correct your wife, but not with anger, with perfect love.
Everybody
what you don't realize is
needs
that
glasses
the woman's
is evil.
God is Satan, and the man's God is God. But what happened is when your mother caused you to become angry, the woman become your God. And that's why men can't deal with women in the right way until they overcome their mothers, because every woman you get involved with is mama. You become attracted to what you hate, and so you're subject to that you hate. So that's why men, when they get involved with women, they become the boy and she become the mama because they have not overcome their mothers.
Well, Jesus got angry when people wouldn't even have faith. And he says, bring the boy to me when they
Why do you
when they
think that?
heal somebody. He said, how long must I be with you? Bring him to me. Now, when we watch movies, they may make it tone it down, but Jesus, he actually berated his disciples, basically cussed them out, and got on them. And when I say cussed them out, not cursing, but he got on them very harshly. Even the Bible says rebuke sharply. So I hear what you're saying. I think that anger can't sin it to cuss them out, not cursing, but he got on them very harshly. Even the Bible says rebuke sharply. So I hear what you're saying. I think that you can't sin in anger. That's true. But to be angry in itself is not a sin. It's how you respond in your anger.
But it's a spirit that made a home in you.
Emotions
your
are
mother,
evil.
and you have no control of it because of ourselves we can do nothing. And of ourselves we know
God
nothing.
getting upset.
You cannot control the spirit.
Sin.
That's why you have to return to the Father. And then greater is he that's in you than he that's in the world. He would take care of the spirit. But let me ask, this was so interesting to me. You were raised Muslim and you converted to Christianity. Then you became an Israelite. What was it like being Muslim first?
Well, I would say that the type of Muslim I was not I was more of like what they call a Christian. So I wasn't a devout Muslim.
A what?
But my dad was a Muslim. My mom was a Christian. So I actually grew up going to church, to be honest with you. But I wanted to be more like my dad, and so I was more of a Ramadan Muslim. I was not I didn't pray 5 times a day. The only time I did any type of Muslim thing was during the month of Ramadan, where you fast during the day, eat at night. So I can't, but that's how I identify myself. I wanted to identify myself to my dad's religion.
Why did he stop your mother from taking you to church to be a Christian if he was a Muslim and you wanted to be like him? Why didn't he stop your mother?
Because that's the agreement they had. My mom grew up Muslim, and when she came to America, she eventually
I was trying to figure out what that noise was.
And
that's my streamer making all the
noise. In
noise.
LA now, and LA is totally different now. But during the time I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of mosques around. I remember the one that they have on I don't know where it is, but it's kind of near USC area or whatever. I can't think of the street right now. I remember when they were building that. I remember when they were raising money to build that. that mosque that you see, that big mosque in Los Angeles. But we didn't have a lot of stuff. I remember my dad taking me to Arabic school to try to learn Arabic. But like I said, there was not a lot of resources.
Right.
But when it came to Christianity and keeping children out of gangs and things of that nature, Christians had more of the resources to put children in, so that so it just, my dad just came to a country that just didn't have it wasn't Muslim friendly at that time.
And so, what was it like being a Christian?
Being a Christian, when I first became a Christian, it was great. I thought it was great. I was reading the Bible, but the longer I was a Christian, the more I started seeing the hypocrisy in Christianity, because the stuff I was reading wasn't matching what was being preached, what was being lived out. It seems like when you read the Bible, it's a patriarch. When you listen to Christians, it's a matriarch. Things revolve around Jesus. In the Christianity, things revolve around a woman and her happiness, happy wife, happy life mentality. It was just a hypocrisy. And obviously, even in my own situation, I met head on when I finally, when the Most High Yah revealed to me that I should be keeping the Shabbat. And I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm like, hey, what's the Shabbat? It's the Sabbath. Instead of doing Sunday, we're just going to do Saturday or Friday, even to Saturday. I didn't think it was a big deal. And it's probably the thing that that's the number one thing what destroyed my first marriage.
So when you were a Christian, you judge God based on the Christians?
No. That's the first thing. That's the first thing I told myself not to do, because I remember when I was a Muslim, challenging. I used to debate with Christians when I was a Muslim. So when I was in high school, college, I was a Muslim. I identified myself as a Muslim, and I used to debate with Christians, and I used to poke holes in their faith. Well, this and what, and they never could answer any of my questions. And so I always thought, like, man, my dad told me just ask one question of a Christian and watch. And that's what I used to ask. I said, okay, what was the question I used to ask? I said, if you were a Christian, I don't even know what I used to ask. I used to ask a question that would stump them. It was a question that would, and they couldn't answer the question. They said, let me get back to you, or this or that. And they never could get back to me. And I always just felt like, whew, man. But then finally I did meet somebody that actually read their Bible, and I asked him that question. He said, if you sit down, I will show you. I said, show me where Jesus Christ said he's God. That's the question. I said, show me where Jesus Christ said he's God. And no one can answer that question. For years, no one can answer that question. And finally, I met a guy, my rookie year with the Green Bay Packers. He actually sat down and told me to shut up, sit down. It was a short white guy, you want to, for description purposes. And I remember sitting down, and he was showing me something in the Bible. I wasn't prepared to go to the next round. I'm just used to just knocking people out the first round. Right. And it caused me to now go home. I said, never again will that happen. I went home that day, and I said, I'm not going to take my dad's argument anymore. I'm going to read the Bible myself, and I'm going to prove it wrong. I'm going to show Christians why they're wrong. And I started in the Old Testament, because a lot of Christians at that time, during my time debating, they always discouraged me from reading the Old Testament. They say read the New Testament. So I said, man, there's some dirt in the Old Testament. So I started in Genesis. I didn't know where to start. Started in Genesis, and it was there that I realized that I was a sinner. It was there that I realized that I did not deserve to go to heaven, because in Islam, your works, if you do a lot of good and I thought I was good, but when I was reading the Bible, literally my good was coming down, and all my iniquity was being exposed just by reading the Word. And so that's what I accepted Jesus Christ as my master and savior. Okay. And so when I converted, that's why I said that I am not going to judge Christianity based off of Christians, so-called Christians. I'm going to judge it based off of the Word.
Was your mother a perfect example of a Christian?
I would not say so.
She was not?
I would not say so. No, she was not.
And then you became an Israelite. What is an Israelite?
The same thing that Jacob was. The same thing. Oh, Jacob wasn't Israel. He started the Israelite. But the same thing as Jesus, Paul, all the people, the patriarchs. So
what is that exactly? In short, because of time, what is it?
It's the same thing as you probably identify as being an American. I'm an Israelite. I'm from the line of Yehuda. So I believe I'm from one of those lineage, and that makes me an Israelite.
Why did you leave the Muslim religion?
I left Muslim because the Bible showed me that Muslim was not the right way.
What did it say? What way is not the right way?
In Genesis, it talks about you sin from the beginning, from the childhood, and after the flood, he says, "Never again will I destroy the earth because of men, because their hearts." I want to watch another half an hour. That my heart was wicked, and once I realized that I was wicked, I all of a sudden realized that I needed Jesus. Because Christianity never showed me why I needed Jesus. Right. But it was in the Old Testament that I recognized that I needed Jesus, and so I surrendered my life to Him.
So the Muslims say that you don't sin. Is that right?
No, they don't say that. Oh. No, they don't say that. They don't even practice. They don't even believe that themselves. No.
Oh, okay. Do they believe you do sin?
They believe. Yes, they do believe that you can sin.
And
yes.
so, real fast, what is exactly is an Israelite?
Israelites are people who derive from Israel, who was once called Jacob before his name changed. Oh, so an Israelite. So that's what Israel. An Israelite is just a lineage. I come from the line of from Jacob. I mean, you got Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, who became Israel. So I come from that lineage.
And so, is it the black people who think they are the first Jews or something? Original Jews or first Jews or something like that?
I come from Jacob.
But I'm just trying to, because I've heard of this a lot, but is this the blacks who think that they are the first Jews or something like that?
When you say think of, that's like saying that I think, would you say that I think that I'm a Baja Biamila? Would you question if I told you I'm a Baja Biamila?
No, I'm just trying to understand what is it. Is that the same group that think that they're the Jews?
It's the same thing that you read in your Bible. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, who became Israel. That group. So I'm from the line of
Doesn't
Jacob.
make any sense.
And so do you have perfect peace?
I have perfect peace that passes all understanding.
But you could not get that as a Christian?
Hell no.
Okay. So I got to ask you, the time is going by so fast. You belong to...
What is he? An Israelite?
You're the Israelite, so you belong to Straightway Truth Ministry.
Yeah, Straightway Truth Ministry led by Pastor Charles Dow Jr., an amazing pastor who literally couldn't do what most pastors could do for me back in my days when I was in Christianity.
Hope they get sued.
Most pastors felt like they couldn't help me because I had money, I was famous, and pastor pretty much treated me and says, hey, I don't have silver and gold, but what I do have is the gospel, and he helped me in ways that it's just amazing. I'm indebted to him. I thank Yah for pastor. He's truly a Jeremiah 3:15 pastor. I think you should interview him because he's a wonderful man.
When does you became a community head with Straightway? What's a community head?
Well, we have an assembly here in Wisconsin. I represent Straightway Truth Ministry. It's called Straightway Praiseland, but I'm still underneath the umbrella of Pastor Dow with Straightway Truth Ministry. And not every assembly have this, but our assembly is a community. So I live with other people. We live according to Acts 2 and 4, where everybody has everything in common, and I'm the head of that community. So yeah.
So everybody in your community are Israelites.
Yes.
And
they look like some
everybody Acts 2 and 4,
outstanding members.
Is a community. So
outstanding members of society. Upstanding members of society.
Acts 2 and 4, where everybody has everything in common, and I'm the head of that community. So yeah.
So everybody in your community are Israelites.
Yes.
And
they are not black too. So just to let you know.
Do you believe, as an Israelite, you believe that a man can have more than one wife?
Absolutely. Our ancestors had more than one wife: Abraham, Moshe, Moses, Jacob.
And so, do you have more than one? I know you guys don't believe in getting married.
Point is,
so the woman just come in, right?
You're black.
No. So like I would say that I personally have 2 lawful wives and 1 legal ex-wife.
Right.
And yeah, so so out of those 2, one of them is legally we are divorced, but I never gave her a bill of divorce, so she's still my woman, but she's committing adultery.
I want to get to that. So right now you have 2 Israelites. I mean, 2 Israelite wives living with you.
I don't have 2 Israelites. I have 1 Israelite wife, and I have 1 that's gone rogue.
1 Israelite wife. That's the one that you divorced?
No, that's the heathen. That's the,
you had 2 Israelite wives, and then one of them left as well.
No. I had a wife in Christianity.
Right.
And when I started keeping the Shabbat, she departed.
Right.
And she legally divorced me.
Right. And how many Israelite wives do you have right now?
I only have 1.
Do you want more?
Absolutely. I'm trying to have 94 children, of course.
Whoa. How old are you?
I'm 43.
Well, you better get busy, man. What the?
Hey, that's why you need more women. It says be fruitful and multiply.
And so are they going to all live with you?
Absolutely.
All the women going to live in the same house?
They don't have to live in the same. They don't live in the same land. They'll live on the same land as me. Because
I see.
So
they'll live in the same community, and you just go house to house, satisfying them.
Or they can come to my room, my house, and I'll satisfy them too.
Oh, amazing! No wonder you're Israelite. No.
Actually, my dad, my mother, and my father both grew up in polygamous homes, so it's part of my heritage. Yeah.
Do you ever get tired of sex? You just don't want to have it no more.
You only have 1 woman that I'm living with right now, but yeah, I don't live to have sex, but I mean it's amazing when you do it, but I'm about my father's business, but that's not why a man, like for me, that's not why I want women. I do want to have children. I did have 8.
I was about to say, it was your first marriage, the one that you divorced with, that divorced you had 8 kids with her. How many boys and how many girls?
Actually, I didn't have kids. Kids are goats, but I know what you mean. But I had 7 sons and 1 daughter with my my first wife, and so I don't have contact with them. I haven't talked to them in 3 years because the Christian pastors, several of them in this area that I donated millions of dollars to, told her to leave me because I wanted to keep the Shabbat. Christian pastors. I mean, this is on a national level, from Focus on the Family to Rodi Bakum, to
focus on the families, no good.
In order to leave me, just because I wouldn't stop keeping the Shabbat. And so when you lose a whole generation, and for me, you have to understand my heritage. Yeah. We believed on having children. We believe being fruitful, multiply. We believe in training them up in the way they should go. So when you lose that, for me being 43, I started when I was 24. I'm 43 now. I'm not going to wait 16 years to try to produce that. So the only thing that makes sense is polygyny, so that I can, because I want to leave a righteous seed, so that I can train them up in the way they should go, so they can train the next generation, and they're living for Jesus.
So you don't see your kids at all?
I do not. I don't see my sons and daughter at all. No.
And how is that for you personally, not being able to see them?
I'm used to it now. I've gotten used to it. It was not easy in the beginning. It was very hard to letting them go. But once again, the only way that I can see my sons and my daughter will require me to denounce Jesus Christ, because that's what Christians in this area of Green Bay, a whole bunch of white folks, that's what they require me to do. I have to be willing to bow my knees to a man in black robe or a woman in black robes. I got to be willing to bow my knees to a Christian, bona fide, respected Christian in this community, and bow down to her and get her permission to see my sons and daughter. And I can't do it because I only serve one, and that's Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ.
And so it wasn't a court that said you can't see your children. It was the preachers who told you that?
It's just by her action. She's the petitioner. She petitioned the court.
Oh, okay.
And so the way the system is set up, it sets you up to acquiesce and capitulate to a woman. And I'm not going to acquiesce and capitulate to any woman. So even if it means to see my seed. Jesus says to be my disciples, you have to hate your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your wife, and your children and your life. And so I just can't do it. So for me to do it will require me to submit to her, and I can't do it.
This guy that's over the Israelite ministry where you are now, you say he's over you, right?
He's over me, yes.
So what is it like to submit to a man?
It's normal. I played football. I submitted to head coaches. My father did head coaches my whole life, and this is the first time I get to submit to a righteous man.
But why not submit to God and submit to no man?
I follow Pastor Charles Dow Jr. as he follows Christ.
But why don't you follow Christ and not follow him? Because God is our God, not any human being. And as an adult man, why don't you? Because the same God that's showing him would show you. Why do you need to be under him to know God?
Because y'all led me to Pastor Dow. Y'all led him.
But not for you to be under him, though.
That's not true. You don't know that. I mean, Paul had people follow him. So Pastor Dow has been doing this for over 30 years. 30 years he's been in this truth. I've been doing this for 4 years, and everything that I know and learn has come from that man. So for me to abandon him and to not submit to him, he's the one.
I'm not telling you not to work with him, but the same God that is showing him, why can't that same God direct you? Why do you have to go to another man rather than? And I understand that it sounded like he was a good example, so you went to him and he was able to help you. But you're not supposed.
Pastors wouldn't help me.
You're not supposed to be under any man. You're an adult, and you're the son of God, right? So why can't your father, God, show you? Why does he have to go through another man to show you? Once you find God, why do you need to? You can work with him, but not have him over you. You shouldn't have anyone ahead of you but God.
Well, the way I look at it is, in my own free will, I choose to submit myself to Straightway Truth Ministry and the person that's leading as Pastor Dow. I don't have to, but I want to, and it's been a joy. It's been the greatest thing. It's been the greatest thing that I've ever done, is to be able to be a part of a ministry that really practice what they preach.
What would happen if you had no man over you but God? What do you think would happen to you if God was your head?
Yeah, he is my head.
Not only that, preacher.
That's like saying that's like saying my head.
Not only that, preacher.
That's like saying that's like saying to a wife that, why don't you just submit straight to Jesus?
No, a wife should submit to her husband because she came from the man.
I know, but if she submits to me, she is submitting to Jesus. So as I submit to Pastor Dow, I am submitting to Jesus.
So I'm so sorry, man.
Obey those who rule over you. You should know that.
I'm so sorry, but I got so many other things I want to know from you. So quickly, what's your impression of Black Lives Matter?
My impression is that they don't care about black people. They use the agenda to do their homosexual agenda. That's when you look at their tenets, it's more about gays and feminism than it is about black people.
Are you surprised that there are men and women following a bunch of fat black radical lesbians who admit to being Marxists and all that? Are you surprised that people are following them and believing them?
I am not surprised. There's many people that are deceived. The road that leads to destruction is broad, and very many people are going there.
It was really nice, and I was surprised when you contacted me, and it really was nice to hear that. What made you contact me?
Something that you said when you were interviewing somebody. I just felt like, man, this guy sounds like, because your line of questions, the way you ask questions, it's like you know the Bible, And a lot of these Christian pastors show how they're hypocritical. You was asking one guy about his wife. That you asked him, "Do you rule your wife?" He says, "Well, I rule the house." And the wife kept on saying, "Well, he doesn't rule me," you know. And so you were trying. You kept on staying there because you wanted him to say that. And so I mean, I saw the one that you did with Pastor Gino, and he told you, "I rule my wife." Yeah, I rule my wife. And he said, "Man, I haven't heard that in a long time." So just some of your stance, some of them that I agree with. You know, I actually, and I just realized, I just found out today that you've been doing this for a very long time. I think I saw something where you were on Fox with Hannity or whatever. I'm like, wow. And so I got to see what you. I just didn't know. I just was just by your line of question. I just assumed that. I just want you to know what you believe because I didn't even know. You know, when I talked to you, I found that you were a pastor. I didn't even know that. So
yeah, I've been doing this for 31 years now.
Wow. So yeah.
With the little time that we have left, anything that you want to ask me about or that you disagree with me that you would like me to explain or make it different, a little clearer?
I think the stuff that you talked about, like first, I just want to give all praise to the Most High Yah. I want to thank my pastor because he literally taught me how to be a man of Yah. But the question I have for you is, I know what you're talking about, the whole anger thing about the mother and things of that nature. The thing that I disagree with is you make it a blanket statement saying that this is everybody, and I have to disagree because I know where you're coming from, and I think most of the time you're right on that. But to say everybody, I have to disagree with that because you can be angry and it has nothing to do with the issue you have with your mom. It could just be righteous anger. I mean, the Bible talks about righteous anger. So I guess I want to know what you meant by that. And then another thing you talked about is racism. I don't know how you feel about it. You said that racism don't exist.
Right.
I don't agree with that too because I've experienced racism here in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So I don't know. I'm a guy that believes in taking your bootstrap. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah. And doing it. And I told you my attitude was I'm going to prove them wrong. Yeah. And when it came down to it, when I wanted to keep the Shabbat with my great reputation, I could have ran for governor of Wisconsin. And with my great reputation,
a man of ego.
The way my children was well behaved, you would think they would have supported me, and they actually helped to destroy my family. I went to a courtroom. I was the only dark-hued skinned face in there, and they gave all my children to the woman.
What the hell is that?
No, you would think it because I was either doing drugs, I was doing drinking too much, beating the wife, abusing the none of that. Yeah. I lost them just because I kept the Shabbat.
Well,
and it's white people too.
Two things about that. Number one is that all have sinned. All who are born through the woman are born in sin, and those who are born of the flesh are dying; they're not living. But those who are born again of the Spirit, they are living because they are born of the Father. And so that's why I make the point that women don't have love, right? So when they come through the woman, they're not getting love, they're only getting hate. But when you're born of the Spirit of the Father, that's when you return to love. So all are like that. That's why we must be born again of the Spirit of the Father, because Jesus was born Adam was born of the woman, Jesus was born of the Father. So that's why we must return to the Father. Then you will see, because women don't have love. Satan is their daddy.
I agree with you. Women do
Why did Adam feel so bad?
Because Satan is their daddy, and God is
was recreated.
daddy. And the love comes from God through Christ, through the man, through the woman. But that love that comes from below comes from hell. That's why it doesn't work.
Okay, I can see where you come from, and I can say I agree with you. I wouldn't say it that way, but I agree with you that women do not know how to love. They need a man.
Because they don't have it, yeah. And they're not made to be leaders or anything. They're made to be followers. But
man is the one. Women are not creating the image and glory of Yah. It's man. Man is creating the image and glory of Yah. Woman is creating the glory of man. So a woman is incapable of loving. The only way a woman can show that she loves him, love, is by obedience. Her obedience is the only form.
Obey your husband.
It's kind of like a dog. And I'm not saying a woman's a dog, but
that's what I heard you say. You said they kind of like a dog.
Yeah, but kind of like a dog. If I would use the analogy, the only way a dog can love me is through her obedience or his obedience. But he can't love. I'm the one that can love. I'm the one that can provide food, shelter, everything the dog needs. That's love. That's why we can't love God. We can't love God. The only way we can show God love is through our obedience. That's why Jesus says, "If you love me, you will keep my commandments," and that's how we show love.
So let me ask. And so racism, there's no such thing as racism, sexism, homophobia, Abbaism, white supremacism,
prison warden,
or dadism.
So what do you mean by that? Because you must mean something that because I'm just hearing the word. I'm like, I don't know what you mean by that. But
our battle is a spiritual battle. It's a warfare between good and evil. You're either of evil, and so if you are of evil, that's your nature, and you're going to treat everybody with evil because you can't help it. But then if you're born of God, you're of love, and you treat all people with love. And so
now when you break it down that way, I can see where you're coming from, because like I said, at Straightway Truth Ministry, even though people may say we're Israelites, I've actually been accused of being a black Hebrew Israelite, but we have people that you will call Caucasian. We have all different types. We have multi-racial, if you want to use race, but we consider them Israelites. So but I can see what you're saying with that.
The children of the lie just made up the word racism in order to deceive you. Our battle is a spiritual battle, a warfare between good and evil. It's either right or either wrong. It's not color.
I can agree with you.
It has nothing to do with color, male or female. It's the spirit. So I got to put you on the hot
We
seat.
don't fight against flesh. We don't fight against flesh and blood, but against power and principality.
Absolutely.
Okay, what's the hot seat?
So I got to heat this up, Kabir. I got to put you on the hot seat. I
Okay.
need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible. All right?
Okay.
The hot seat.
Are black people the real Jews?
Are they?
Uh-huh.
I believe them. I'll say a majority of them, yes.
What is love?
Obedience to Jesus Christ.
What is a man?
A man is me.
Should women have the right to vote?
No.
Is America a Christian nation?
Yes. And that's not a good thing from my perspective.
Do you love the Great White Hope?
No. I don't know anything. I don't know who that is.
You don't know who the Great White Hope is?
Rocky?
Do you live in America?
Get
you don't know
Trump
the Great White
action
Hope?
figure.
I've heard of it, but I've never really heard of the, Donald Trump?
And then I tweeted, many millions between Facebook and Twitter. It's great. It's like owning a newspaper without the losses. It's
Couldn't
incredible.
even be there if it was
That's the Great White Hope.
in
so
person.
what's the question now? So now I know what you're talking about.
Do you love the Great White Hope?
I have no qualms against him. I love Jesus.
How about the Great White Hope? Do you love the Great White Hope?
That's a tough question. I mean, I don't have an issue. He hasn't done anything to me, so there's no reason. If he loves Jesus, I love him. If he hates Jesus, I hate him. With a perfect hate.
Did the Chinese virus occur naturally, or was it made in a lab?
Made in a lab.
Do you support the Second Amendment?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you love white people?
I love white people if they love Jesus.
Do you support open borders?
No, I don't. I don't necessarily support open borders. Yeah.
In one word, how would you describe Joe Biden?
Sleepy.
What is a woman?
A woman is that's a good question. I have a lot to say. A woman, a servant.
Did you have fun?
I had fun. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you for taking the hot seat, and thanks for coming on. Tell the folks how they can keep up with what you're doing. Watch your stuff, buy your stuff, or whatever you're doing out there. Let the folks know how.
Well, I'm part of a great ministry called Straightway Truth Ministry. If you want to check us out and see what more about what we do at Straightway, check out straightway.com. Straightway, that's STRAITWAY.com. And you'll see the things that we're doing here. We could be a ministry in your local area, so please reach out to us.
Right on. Again, thank you, Kabir, for coming on. Totally appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
May God bless you.
You too. Thank you. Don't forget, folks, we have brand new merch. What the coffee mug, the stickers, and the shirt. Amazing. And it comes in all sizes, all colors for men and women, all right? So check it out. Don't forget to click on the Patreon link description to support our work. Don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, share, ring the bell. You can ring my bell. Ring the bell, and let me hear from you. Thank you for tuning in. Thanks for watching The Fallen State. We need your continued support. Donate to my nonprofit here. Subscribe and like the videos here. And tell everybody and their mom
Roller
about the
coaster.
show.
Roller coaster of holiness. Good morning, Prince.
Why are you so confident he'll change his behavior, Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm not confident in changing behavior. What the hell? What do you do all the time? So when did I say I was confident?
You said in the next 6 months you'll be able to determine.
Quarter after,
Let's get it straight.
20 after noon, over here actually.
Is that the rest of the world reacts to them and they
Falling asleep. I've only been up since 10:30.
I'm just stating the fact.
But given his past behavior has not changed, and in that press conference after sitting down with you for several hours, he denied any involvement in cyber attacks. He downplayed human rights abuses. He
So I don't get
refused to say
subtitles.
Alexei Navalny's name. So how does that account to a constructive meeting as President Putin?
You don't understand that, you're in the wrong business. It's a summit with China.
Who are we?
Look at this beta male. Putin's like, what the fuck is going on? There's my subtitle. Why isn't there actual audio?
Change his behavior, Mr. President.
Yeah, I'm not confident in changing behavior. What do you do all the time? So when did I say I was confident?
You said in the next 6 months you'll be able to determine.
What I said.
The guy from Newsman.
I said what will change their behavior is if the rest of the world reacts to them and it diminishes their standing in the world. I'm not confident in anything. I'm just stating the fact.
But given his past behavior has not changed, and in that press conference after sitting down with you for several hours, he denied any involvement in cyber attacks, he downplayed human rights abuses, he even refused to say Alexei Navalny's name. So how did that account to a constructive meeting as President Putin framed?
You don't understand that in the moment. Is the summit with China?
I don't know about all that. Was everybody trying to defend the reporter?
I owe my last question an apology. I shouldn't have been such a wise guy with the last answer I gave. Anyway, Thanks for being here.
So, Wolf, there he is apologizing for the way he responded to my question. That is completely unnecessary from the president. He did not have to apologize, though I do appreciate that he did there in front of the other reporters as he was about to get on Air Force One to go back to Washington.
It was a bit unnerving in the sense that Joe Biden's been in this business a long time, and, you know, I'm not so sure it was the hardest question you'll ever get asked as President of the United States. But here's my takeaway. When I heard President Biden describe the way he interacted with Putin, it made me believe he doesn't understand who Putin is.
I know.
There is no way to appeal to Putin's better nature. He has no better nature. The only way you can get his attention is to put his oil and gas industry at risk and to put his personal fortune at risk. If you really want to get his attention, you need to make it about him, not about the view
Lindsey
of him
Graham's
by
not
others.
the smartest.
Alright everyone, it's time for a consolation prize video because that's exactly what the cringe fringe far left has gotten yet again, and this has happened like 5 or 6 times already under Biden. That's a good thing. I mean, I approve of this because it's better than the alternative, which is giving in to the Marxist crowd.
Why is he
but that being
so
said, it is
loud?
opportunistic, it is a deflection, and it is a grift. I'll get into
Why am I
why,
so
but
loud?
first and foremost, down below, there will be a pinned
La,
comment if
la,
you're
la,
watching
la,
this
la,
video
la.
on YouTube, with links to 4 other video hosting sites that I use,
I'm not
BitChute,
turning that down
Dailymotion,
anymore.
Odyssey, and Rumble. Keep in mind, I
Have
make
not
4
be
videos
able
every
to hear
day,
me.
only 2 of them are on YouTube because of algorithms, because I cover edgy topics that are now verboten on mainline tech and so forth. So new tech is the place to be if you want 100% of your daily nutritional value of clank. Anyway, you've now got a Juneteenth holiday celebrating the end of slavery in the United States. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's commendable. Ending slavery was a good thing. Never should have existed in the first place, but, you know, better late than never.
That's
century
for
later
sure.
than many European countries, by the way, admittedly so. So that's fine. I mean, but it's pointless. Here's what the left was promised by Beijing,
We
Biden,
should
and
have
the other
picked our own
Democrats when they were
cotton.
running. You know, especially people like Warren. Warren was the biggest, I will give you whatever you want, Democrat, without being really progressive. And of course, progressive in the modern parlance doesn't mean progress. It really means regressing back to the 19th century. That being said, or in some cases the 17th. That being said, they were promised, for example, no more guns. Biden's going to really crack down on firearms. Instead, what you got was a new proposal where before he said, I'm going to ban these uber scary AR-15, these assault rifle 15 weapons, because you don't need one. Come on, man. Corn Pop has an Armalite rifle and stuff like that. This was 180'd as soon as Beijing Biden got fortified into that, you know, asterisk position. And now it's, oh, well, we're going to tax them. We're going to tax the assault rifles. You were promised universal pre-K. It's going nowhere. You were promised, I mean, this is what the left was promised. They were promised reparations, and instead they get Juneteenth. This is the grift. The left was promised that racial justice under the Democrats was good, and of course it wouldn't be justice, but this is what they were promised. This is what the Democrats proposed to the cringe fringe. Vote for us and we'll give you reparations. We'll give you thousands of free dollars on the color of your skin.
We're going to give restaurants a bailout. We're going to make part of that racially based. We're going to have racially based dispensations to farmers, based on them being a so-called person of color, literally a racist term from the 50s, but okay. Just switch the words around slightly and you end up with colored people. But the Democrats, of course, they like their little jokes. They were promised all these things. They've got none of them. The restaurant bill was shot down by the courts. That's not going to be coming back. The farm bill has been put on hold. It will probably be shot down. I can't imagine that it's going to pass muster. How can it pass the smell test when the restaurant grant bill didn't? Well, it can't. It's going to be shot down. It ended up before SCOTUS, so it'll never happen. You're not getting reparations. You didn't even get a full stimulus, and that was across the board. So essentially, under Joe Biden, everything that's been promised to the Marxists has not been actually followed through with. Again, this is not a problem. This is a virtue. This is one of the few things Biden's doing right, is promising these people things but then not giving it to them. But the problem is, for the Democrats, coming up in the midterms especially, we're going to have lower enthusiasm anyway. You've done this before, and in the era of the internet, it's not like in the TV era. In the TV era, the Democrats could promise X, Y, and Z, kind of deliver on Z and ignore the other two, and they would be forgiven for it, because each election they would just say, look, the other guys are more scary. The problem is that you've got a burgeoning left that no longer takes that bait, and I think that a lot of them have really had it with the Democrats. Like you look at all the grift leftists on YouTube or elsewhere online. They all held their nose and encouraged everyone, vote for Joe Biden because Orange Man is a fascist and stupid, shit like that. It's not true, but that's what they told them. The amount of buyer's remorse there is pretty sheer, because Biden hasn't done any of the things that he promised to the leftists. Name a single thing he followed through on. No. The first thing he does when he's in office is cancel sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream gas pipeline, go after the U.S. energy sector, make a fool of himself at G7, and ignore the border crisis. That's what Biden has done. He's a loser. With this, Juneteenth is a meaningless consolation prize. Okay, we're going to have racial justice now. Once a year, we're going to remind people of the Tulsa massacre. How the fuck is that doing anything meaningful for anybody? All it is another day that people have off from work. Wonderful. Now I'll have to make it up at some other point in the year, probably. It's meaningless. It's a consolation prize. See, it's meaningless because it's very, very easy for the government to do that. It would be impossible for them to give, like, reparations or something. But the left wanted them to. Millions and millions of people voted for Joe Biden thinking that he was going to actually stay on the left. Unlike every other Democratic president since Carter, he's actually going to be a leftist president. He never was. They were warned for over a year. People like me warned these individuals. Biden is never going to be that kind of president. It simply, structurally, organically cannot happen. He's never been on the left. If anything, he's more of a Manchin Democrat, but he's come towards that side because he has to deal with a dysfunctional neoliberal party that, by and large, continues to wine and dine the same Marxists to then twist the knife on once it's elected. You're not going to get your reparations. You'll get Juneteenth. This will happen again, by the way. All of those things. You're not going to get universal pre-K. You'll get, like, a subsidy for the very poorest for part-time pre-K classes or something. And Warren will end up voting for it, and then you'll be flummoxed about why that happened before cracking open a goddamn U.S. history textbook. You're not going to get meaningful gun control. You'll get marginal increases in attempts to control certain peripheral items like pistol braces by Biden's lunatic ATF, which won't even stand up in the courts. They'll be tossed out, just like the bump stock ban was. That's a guarantee. Because the federal court system especially has been completely overhauled by Trump appointees. You do realize that Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump, the biggest victory technically they had was stacking the federal court system. They turned the Ninth Circuit. Well, you're not going to have a lot of pro-Biden decisions with regards to all this gun control that these people mysteriously keep wanting. It's just not going to happen. There aren't going to be enough vacancies to turn it in the other direction for the next decade, dude. By the way, I think this is a good thing. This is why I want another term of Trump. This is just grift leftism. This is NIMBYism, almost. This is craptivism. Craptivism is you pay somebody else to plant trees because you're too lazy to do it, but you claim to be interested in the environment. You claim that climate change is going to kill us all, but yet you drive an SUV. It's stupidity. It's being a moron. It's being a hypocrite. It's very, very funny as well from the outside looking in. Those are the craptivists. This is craptivism. This is doing something meaningless, identifying a problem and doing something that is completely symbolic and does nothing for that. If anything, it just continues the racial grift line getting kicked can style down the road even further as it festers as a social issue. We've had billions and billions in riot damage over the last year. We've had dozens of lives lost. We now have Fentanyl Floyd statue. I notice nobody's clamoring to build one of Secoria Turner. This sort of thing is not going to make that problem go away. The problem of the Democrats openly cheering for criminals and keeping the race baiting going in order to crack people apart to get 51% of the votes in every election, that is still a problem. This isn't going to help. By the way, it was virtually unanimous. I think it was unanimous in the Senate. Or wasn't there one holdout, I think? And it's on the people that held out, it's on the basis of we don't need another holiday, basically. They're trying to cast that as, well, I guess the Republican Party loves slavery. That's just because it's stupid. There's no point to this. If you want racial justice, then stop pitting people against one another. But that's not going to happen, because that's not how politics works. That's about all. Peace out.
I'll just leave that up.
All right, everyone, just a little bit of surmising here, but it must be embarrassing to be a leftist, especially at this point, because leftism has, been shooed into the trash bin of history. Like, it must be embarrassing as a U.S. leftist. You probably supported Bernie, like, more or less, maybe you were a war knight or something, to watch someone get crushed so completely by someone with Alzheimer's, and to believe that your particular worldview has merit or has legs to run with and is actually like a mainly accepted position, and have so much cognitive dissonance that you don't realize that even among liberal individuals, your worldview is like more people would oppose that if given a choice than they would right populism if they actually were presented with what they actually suggest. It must be embarrassing. Like, I mean, leftists, they keep infighting, but then they spin this bizarre sort of alternate reality inversion of actual reality story about how the right has imploded or something. And again, I say this as someone who's not conservative. I don't really stand with conservatives on a host of issues. Taxes, guns, I am more conservative than the conservatives when it comes to the NFA and things like that. I think Ron Paul would be a leftist compared to me on guns, perhaps. But in general, if you take an unbiased look sort of at the way in which the left operates, imagine that the more powerful, at least in the sense of elected politics, the more powerful individuals that sort of coincide with your views, like an AOC or a Bernie or something. They're in office, they're in power, they're representatives, senators, governors, whatever, but they're completely powerless within the political system that they're part of. So you've got, for example, on let's say, the economic issues. We'll focus on them predominantly, because the left is sort of schismed as well on certain social and peripheral issues. Like there are leftists now that are anti-gun control. By the way, bravo to them, you have some sense. There are leftists that don't do the id poll thing. I question whether that's possible. I've spoken about this before because the centralized nature of leftism itself is an ideological plethora. That being said, they can try. They can attempt it. We'll focus on, therefore, money issues. Like a leftist issue would be we want universal health care. So we want the middle class to pay for health care for everyone else, because of course under the current tax code it's not going to be coming from the rich. But that's not really being championed by any of the other people within the Democratic Party. And again, we're fixated primarily on U.S. leftist politics here. The
Gosh, I feel so heavy.
Universal pre-K, various welfare and so-called economic reform. Tax the rich more. Take money
Did you
from
watch
the
The
rich.
Fallen State
The problem is that they seem oblivious to the fact that the political system, the DNC especially at this point, it used to be mainly the Republicans, now it's mainly the Democrats, are controlled by the billionaires you'd be taxing more. And they actually believe that people in Congress are going to be receptive to the concept of actually taxing the people that are paying them money not to do so. They don't seem to quite comprehend the situation. Additionally, it must be intensely embarrassing to believe yourself to be edgy or a maverick or hip in some way and represent a viewpoint, a corrupted variant of maybe the 2000s left sort of anti-war viewpoint that is spoken of glowingly by virtually every Fortune 500 company. All of the social and indeed economic issues that are taken up by these groups are now sponsored by corporations. Now, here's the grift. It goes in with the Juneteenth bullshit that I talked about in the first video today. The grift is, of course, the corporation doesn't care about gay rights. The corporation doesn't care about universal pre-K. The corporation doesn't care about reparations. So long as they're not taxed any more than they currently are, they'll say any progressive thing on any given day just to make more money. But imagine being a leftist and actually being influenced by that. Imagine actually believing the corporation. You've spent, a decade saying corporations, if they're people, they're bad people. And now all of a sudden the corporations, through wall of propaganda-style tactics, like what we saw in the last Honkler election, have convinced people, otherwise sane individuals, liberals, as well as the most cringy of the cringe fringe, that they're on their side. They actually believe that they're on the same team as billionaires, or they conceive of themselves as being so. Now, the way the billionaire sees it is, look at these morons. It's so easy to use these people like pawns because they're so single-mindedly focused on these issues, on the welfare, on pride, on racial justice, or whatever other bugbear they've created this year. All we have to do is pretend to be receptive while nudging and winking and giving Congress some money and saying, we don't actually want you to do anything about this, we just want to use this as a way to make money. And so you see leftists, I call them Starbucks Marxists especially, you see like a upper middle class leftist sitting in Starbucks, with their pride flag sticking out of their $5 latte, and they think that this is activism. They think that this makes them edgy, or hip, cool, outsiders, whatever you want to call it. They think that they're the vanguard of culture. Most of these people are pushing 40 at this point. A lot of the vanguard of the left, they're my age and shit. Meanwhile, if I look at the populist side, it's like, holy shit, some of these people are half my age and they're already, as far along as I am. It's actually, I think, a good thing to see. You don't really see that, though, on the left. Or you see people that are quite a bit younger, but they look older. Like some of these people, I'm not going to name names, but there are some infamous leftists there that I thought were, in their 40s or something. It turns out that they're actually like 25 or something. And I'm like, holy shit, what the hell are you eating? It must be the soy. Now, or in some cases, 5 or 6 fucking cheeseburgers they slurp down. It must be embarrassing though, to be part of that. It must be, I mean, you're cringe in the most literal sense. You think that corporations that are diametrically opposed to you in every economic sense suddenly grew a conscience. Well, I mean, you can't have cracked open a history textbook then. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You think that giving the government more money and more power is going to enrich the poor. How has that worked in human history before? Never. Not once. Show me where it's worked. These people will make like apologies for the Soviet Union and show things. Actually, the Soviets lifted a lot more people out of poverty than the United States did. And I sit there shaking my head in the sheer ignorance of some people and the cognitive dissonance because they've chosen this ideological label. And so when confronted with absolute proof, total evidence, substantiated on every level that their worldview is simply wrong, that the claims they're making are bullshit, they will still hold to them. They will find some cognitive dissonance-addled way to continue defending socialism or communism or whatever subdivision of this they now champion. Are they a Nazbol? You're a Trotskyist. He's just a tanky. You're a Stalinist over here. You're a pseudo-Marx, Lenin, anarcho-donut. It's almost like looking at the pro-downer game. The pro-downers, it's he, him, they, helicopter, piece of shit, flykin. It's the same cringe. And then the idpol left, that goes along with that typically, the cringy stuff, is even more embarrassing. On the social side, it's even worse. On the economic side, it's cognitive dissonance and belief in propaganda and stupid shit like that, ignoring Chinese imperialism to single-mindedly fixate on CIA and stuff like that. On the social level, it's way, way weirder, to the point where these people would get ice-picked in the back of the head if they were living under a Stalinist regime. This appears to be what they want in everything but name. That's about all. Peace out.
Well, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo has been absolutely roasted on Twitter after he dared a user to show him an example of when he denied facts. The Twitter user wrote, "The story of your life, you constantly deny facts you don't like," to which Chris retweeted with, "Name one, TikTok." Well, it didn't take long for Twitter to torch the anchor and send examples of the journalist denying facts. The first one was this.
Show me where it says the protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful, and please.
The First Amendment, you just gotta look it up. Mr. Cuomo.
Then a Twitter user hit back with this comment. "The fact that your brother consulted you for PR advice says everything we need to know about him and you." That was in reference to the fact that Washington Post broke a story last month which said Governor Andrew Cuomo, amid his sexual harassment allegations, turned to his brother Chris Cuomo for help on strategy. This obviously crosses the line between politics and journalism, as well as ethical standards. Both CNN and Chris Cuomo had to publicly address this, with the high-profile presenter promising his viewers he will never do this again. Twitter users continue to rain down on the CNN anchor with examples of where he's denied the facts. One user simply wrote, "Your brother," and attached a tweet from Chris where he claims New York is doing better than anywhere in the pandemic. Another user wrote, "How about any of the 400 stories related to Hunter Biden?" A dig at the anchor as liberal media has come under fire for their lack of reporting on the president's son's scandals. Another user wrote, "You broke quarantine while actually sick with COVID," which was in reference to the fact that Chris was caught by a cyclist visiting an undeveloped property he owns in the Hamptons during the time he was meant to be in his 3-week quarantine period. Finally, someone writes, "Cuomo spending all day demanding people show proof, then ignores the dozens of people that show proof. Enjoy the ratio."
What a mess.
Alright everyone, we start off today talking about a very self-inflicted wound that's going to be used as basically political fodder. And we've seen this in DC before, where there's a big problem looming up and nobody wants to fucking do anything about it. And that's the eviction crisis that's going to be hitting, because literally millions of people are at risk of being evicted because, they got fucked as far as their money, because the government told them they couldn't go to work, and then it lowballed them on the stimulus that was supposed to go through, so they don't have any money. And right now the only reason they've got a roof over their heads, as renters especially, is because the government said, well, okay, we're not going to allow you to be evicted at this time. But they're multi-months delinquent in their payments for rent. Now, first and foremost, before I get into why this is basically the biggest no-win economic situation you could have, there will be links down below in the comment if you're watching this video on YouTube. Keep in mind I make 4 videos a day, only 2 of them usually end up on YouTube, actually as a platform, due to algorithmic censorship. Now, here's the problem. There are basically 2 ways through this. The first is you allow the eviction bubble to explode. Millions of people immediately end up evicted. Some of them will be lucky enough to downsize, some of them will have to go live with relatives, a lot of them are going to be millennials, of course, they're screwed over and over by this government, or they will end up homeless. Then you'll have to subsidize them. They'll be on benefits of various kinds, which means you're still paying lots of money. So you have considerably higher social alienation, homelessness skyrockets, you have a million different problems. The other possibility is, of course, you can make their payments good for that period in which the lockdowns occurred and the government was preventing capitalism from occurring. This would require an enormous amount of money. This would cause, by the way, more inflation than we already have. Really, when I look at the at least intermediate term economic situation, I'm not seeing good things because the Democrats are still trying to pass massive spending bills that are going to skyrocket inflation and cause the price of goods and services to rise. By the way, this is going to trickle down to what? Higher rental costs. Well, let's say that there's an eviction moratorium, hyperinflation, or at least what we would consider significant inflation right now. Cost of everything is rising. I'm making the same money. I've also lost several months of work, so I'm behind on all of my payments. The only reason I'm even afloat right now is the government has said I can't be evicted, so I've got a roof over my head, and I don't have to pay student loan debt payments. This is the biggest economic crisis potentially, at least since the Great Recession, if the government does nothing. The problem, though, and I say this as a libertarian, by the way, is that the government caused the issue. We must not forget the government caused this crisis. The paranoid reaction to COVID, beyond the initial lockdown, which I fully supported for the first couple of weeks because we didn't even know how transmissible it was, didn't know how many people would die, what the demographics of death were, and so forth. If you don't know what you're dealing with, you've got to have time to gain more knowledge about it. It made sense at the time to say, well, we're going to at least try to limit the spread of this disease. Very quickly we learned that the disease was one that was potentially manageable. And of course, fear-mongering, paranoia, and ascientific hyperbole aside, we've been managing it. Lockdowns have not been a particularly positive aspect of that management. They have done much more harm, in my opinion, than good, because we've caused so much secondary death as the result of them. Months ago, it was mid-last year, the UN itself estimated tens of thousands of additional monthly deaths just due to hunger, just due to starvation because of the breakdown of trade lines. That's just a drop in the bucket. You've got alcoholism. There's going to be an alcoholism bubble exploding in our faces in the next 10 years, too, with people dying of liver failure and cirrhosis and so forth because they drank themselves into a stupor for a year. More problems with stress, more vascular problems, more psychological problems, certainly depression, suicide, and so forth. People, joblessness, leading to poverty. Poverty is a killer. Poverty means more chance of malnutrition, more chance of again, suicide and so forth, crime. We've caused enormous amounts of damage, and now this is just the icing on the cake, which is that millions of Americans could end up homeless. Millions of them, all over the country. The only reason that they're even in a livable structure right now, in many cases, is because the government decided to say, well, yeah, we fucked the economy. We destroyed, something like a quarter of all the small businesses and a lot of the positions in those that didn't die. But here, we'll make sure that for the next few months, you're not homeless. Oh, but now, basically as of June 30th, screw you. But don't worry, everyone. When these structures are no longer, have tenants in them, and because of inflation, the prices become much higher, and because nobody will be renting them and they'll probably end up, on the market, don't worry, BlackRock will buy them, right? Maybe BlackRock, instead of just buying mainly suburban homes, will say, well, these 3- and 4-story rental structures, those are pretty cool. Yeah, we'll buy them too. And they'll do it with your taxpayer money by getting another loan. Why does this stink to high hell like a chance for the government to essentially use a middleman to gobble up millions of properties through certainly a bailout or something, to gobble up enormous numbers of properties in order to continue price fixing, and also using that so-called private entity that was empowered by the government using your own money to abuse you further, just like they do with Silicon Valley? Government can't shut you up, but they can certainly shut you up on social media just by an email to Facebook and Google, right? Well, it's a reach around. It's constitutional malarkey, as you could call it. It's basically globalism 101. But yeah, don't worry. BlackRock will fix it. They'll buy the properties, and then they'll just cram people in like sardines. That's the other thing. Millennials, who initially, and they're the ones disproportionately being harmed by this because most of them don't own homes, so to speak. Some of Gen X do, and most of the boomers made it. They're fine. It's funny, they are always complaining about, retirement funds and 401ks and shit, and Gen X is like, well, things are a little dicey, and the millennials are like, fuck it, basically, I might as well just off myself. Those millennials, they get screwed by the Great Recession, right fresh out of college. You can't get a job. You get a fucking master's degree, you're flipping burgers. Then more problems hit with the lockdowns, half of them lose their jobs, and now this. Now they're not even going to have a place to rent. They're essentially,
that doesn't have anything to do with
pushing 40 years old and still be living with a goddamn roommate just to make ends
whatever
meet
you're
in a
talking
cheap
about.
one-bedroom.
Even Tom Hanks, once the most trusted, best liked man. Even Tom Hanks, once the most trusted, best liked man in the country, according to polls, is canceled. He is, or they're at least trying to cancel him. Tom Hanks is a super duper lib. Raises money for Democrats. He just recently, just a couple of weeks ago,
That's what I
wrote a
thought.
neurotic essay for the New York Times about the Tulsa race riot and how white people need to feel bad or something. But he's not He's not anti-racist, the left contends. He's not racist, but he's not anti-racist. And frankly, if you ask me, that's just as bad.
Not anti-racist.
Racist. I don't even know what that means anymore. Now, in the author's defense, the author who accused Tom Hanks of not being anti-racist. Tom Hanks is the father of Chet Hanks, and Chet Hanks did formally declare white boy summer.
Hey guys,
Thing is
look, I just wanted to tap in really quick. I just got this feeling, man, that this summer is it's about to be a white boy summer. You know, take it how you want. I'm not talking about like Trump, you know, NASCAR type white. I'm talking about, you know, me, John B., Jack Harlow type white boy summer. You know what I mean? Let me know if you guys can vibe with that and get ready. You know, because I am.
Yeah, I am too, Chet. Chet, sign me up. Do I count? I don't know. I'm a little, especially during the summer, I get quite dark. So if I can be vibing with you and Mr. Harlow, and then absolutely sign me up. Watching that video, I do wonder, have Chet and Tom Hanks ever spoken to one another? Can you imagine? Can you just close your eyes and imagine a situation in which Chet and Tom Hanks have a conversation? Because I can't imagine that, but I would very much like to. It would be a very funny comment. So anyway, okay. Chet Hanks, the founder of White Boy Summer, is Tom's son. But that's not why. That is not the reason that the left is angry at Tom Hanks for not being anti-racist. The reason is that in his career, his gigantic, long-lasting film career, Tom Hanks has played white people who do the right thing. This article going around saying that Tom Hanks is not an anti-racist. That is why the left is upset with him right now. This is the thesis. This is his big transgression. Quote, over the years, Tom Hanks has starred in a lot of big movies about historical events, including Saving Private Ryan, Greyhound, Forrest Gump, Apollo 13, Bridge of Spies, and News of the World. He has served as a producer or executive producer on even more films and TV shows based on American history, including Band of Brothers, The Pacific, John Adams, and From the Earth to the Moon. He was an executive producer of documentaries such as The Assassination of President Kennedy and The 60s on CNN. In other words, he is a baby boomer star who has built a sizable part of his career on stories about American white men doing the right thing. And that's the problem, apparently. Apparently, right now, in our culture, it is not permissible to believe that white men can do the right thing. Because this apparently erases, that's the verb they like, it erases black voices and the voices of women. And do you remember, some years ago now, not that long ago, there was the Daniel Day-Lewis Lincoln movie. And this was protested by people on the far left, because it suggested that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, which obviously he did. But they didn't like that, because the far left said, no, the slaves freed themselves. You're erasing the contributions of black people and women and I don't know, whoever. Tibetans, I don't think they were involved, but it's got to be everybody other than a white guy. And it's just not true. Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. He did it.
Nobody ever wants to.
Him. It was him and all the soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who he
say who freed the slaves.
That's what happened. That's a nice thing, isn't that? In a society where we think about our past, we think about our future, we're bound together as countrymen. Isn't that a nice thing to say one group of people did a thing for another group of people? Well, we're not allowed to believe that anymore, because everything has to be focused only on, one, the tyranny of our own will and our own ability to save ourselves without accepting grace from anybody else, and everything has to be about vicious racism and division, and no group of people can ever do anything to another group, for another group of people. Tom Hanks, canceled, at least according to the far left. He'll probably survive it, he's powerful enough, but the thesis, I think, is much more widespread. Hey, I am so pleased that you have enjoyed this content. You've watched it through to the end. You want more, but you're not getting more because you haven't rung the bell. You got to ring the bell. You got to subscribe. You got to like it. You got to get the notifications. Then I would suggest maybe head on over to Apple Podcasts, Google Play,
30
Spotify,
seconds of
MySpace,
like and subscribe.
The Michael Knowles Show audio podcast. And while you're at it, you can pre-order my upcoming book, Speechless: Controlling Words, Controlling Minds, available now, only for a few more days. Thank you. We'll see you next time.
You're not welcome.
The revolution expands. We are spreading, folks. First, of course, the United States has got its Fox News, the conservative alternative, on TV. Then Australia got its Sky News. Same thing, but better, of course. And this week we've got its GB-TV, its first conservative TV alternative, with former editor and BBC presenter Andrew Neil, most excellent man, opening the show.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Neil, and this is GB News. It's 8 p.m. on Sunday, June the 13th, 2021. Welcome to the launch of GB News, Britain's news channel dedicated to covering the news that matters to you and to giving a voice to those who felt sidelined or even silenced in our great national debates. GB News will not be yet another echo chamber for the metropolitan mindset that already dominates so much of our media. It is our explicit aim to empower those
Didn't even sound British.
Their opinions, their concerns have been ignored or diminished. We are proud to be British. The clue is in the name.
Great stuff. And the first ratings are now out already from a standing start. GBTV is beating its competitors in that space, the BBC News channel, and Sky TV, no relation to Sky News in Australia, despite the name. Appalling left-wing stuff, as you can tell. We unfortunately run some of their packages. I hope that ends. Joining me is a host of GBTV's Breakfast Show, another former BBC presenter, Nana Akua. Nana Akua, thank you so much for joining us. Why did you sign up to GBTV?
Well, I mean, look, it's such a pleasure, first of all, to be. I absolutely love Sky News Australia. I'll just put it out there. But listen, I was working for the BBC, fantastic organisation, I might add. But the reason I decided to leave there and subscribe to GB News was because I was sick of the woke agenda, absolutely sick of it, sick of people being offended on my behalf, sick of people creating a narrative that I personally didn't subscribe to, and I didn't feel that the media represented a large view that the British community have. And I've got to say, you said it there. I mean,
is that Blair White?
Andrew Neil, who's our chairman, ex-BBC, his show beat the BBC News channel and Sky News in the UK, and we've only been on air for 4 days, and we're already striking a chord with the British community. I mean, it's quite incredible the response that we've had. You know, we've got a bigger audience now than Sky News UK.
Why is she echoing like that?
It's just day 4. I mean, it's fantastic. We're loving getting our narrative out there as well.
She's stuck in a fishbowl.
Oh, I love the trouble you're already causing, Nana.
Oh, we all are.
I'm just wondering, you know, what sort of sensitized you most to the need for another opinion? Was it a question of race, or the fact that you're a Newcastle girl from, you know, right up there in the left out north, working class kind of, you know, area, I guess? What is it that made you think, nah, people like the BBC, it's not doing it for me?
I mean, you know, those organisations are fantastic, but what it was is just, I felt that there wasn't a wider perspective. We needed more opinions and actually an ability to grow the discussion rather than just being cancelled. I mean, if you say something that there's a woke sort of
I can't take this anymore.
Who will cancel you, and they'll make your life difficult. And I'd had enough of that. I felt I was almost in the Matrix. If you've seen that movie, you're stuck in something you can't get out, and everybody's
never heard of it.
Even though they don't want to, but they know that if they don't subscribe to this thing, then the alternative is worse. I mean, for example, 4 days on air, we've been cancelled by GB News. Has been cancelled. Some advertisers don't want to be on the channel, and actually they were doing that 2 days. They were doing that within 2 days of being on air, so they didn't really know what we were doing or what we were about. But the assumption was that we were some sort of weird right-wing organisation, when all we're doing is just opening up the conversation and showing a wider variety of opinions, which is so much needed.
Yeah, but see, this is the point that I don't quite understand, Nana, and I'm wondering whether... See, I'm amazed by the fact that Britain has not had a conservative TV station until now, even though, you know, you've had, well, you've got a conservative, so-called, government in power now, and in newspapers, people have always had a conservative choice right up and down the social scale. The Times, the Daily Mail, the Sun, you know, against left-wing competitors, of course, but you have not had that choice in TV. Now, why is that?
Well, I mean, and the thing is, I always wouldn't call GB News conservative, because really, it's almost the opinion... What we're expressing are opinions that a lot of people have, but for some reason or other, you're not allowed to project those opinions, otherwise you will be cancelled. So you'll be called a racist, you will be called anything else, just to keep you quiet and stop you having that conversation. I have no idea why the different perspective hasn't been reflected and the different views are not being respected. And the thing is, in the UK, it's very different here because we are regulated by Ofcom. So we have to be balanced in our reporting in a sense, but at least we get to bring out all those different opinions and allow people who would normally be cancelled to actually say something.
That video is super old.
Offensive. It's just a different opinion.
That's a super late reaction.
I was just sick and tired of woke culture, and something needed to change, and I'm so glad that GB News is here, and that's the sentiment that we're getting from a lot of the people in the UK.
Yes, and I was saying, you know, our revolution has spread. I have to point out that the person that's helped put all this together, of course, is Angelos Frangopoulos, who was our boss here at Sky News Australia. So, you know, I feel a sort of investment in what you're doing for me. But no, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. All the best.
Thank you.
What exactly are white people good at? That is a question being asked in a video that has gone very viral on a huge YouTube channel. I think it has something like 10 million subscribers to this channel.
Vice.
This is the current embodiment of the Orwellian concept
and TV's channel
of dehumanizing people, of suppressing one's own empathy, trying to stamp out one's
It's
own
longer than 6
ironically,
months
in
ago.
the name of equity and justice and compassion.
It's exactly 7
The
months.
video opens up with a simple question. What are white people superior at? They're asking people who I think they're all black, but, you know, some, I don't know, race is sometimes a blurry thing, so who knows. But I guess at least the premise is that this outlet is asking black people, what are white people superior at? It starts out, funny enough.
What exactly are white people superior at?
Oh, well, according to television, everything. A white man could fly. Even a
What,
white woman, she
Vice
could
or
4'1", she knew karate, she could take down 15 people.
What are white people superior at?
Folks.
Huh.
Folks.
Oh, God.
What are white people
I don't want to watch
superior
this.
They
Ah!
about their pets.
White people love their dogs. Like, that's all you see. Cats, letting them get on your countertops while you're cooking. Yes. I
10
get that you love
minutes.
your pet, but like, you need to take it everywhere? Like, everywhere? I guess, you know, hey, emotional support animals, I guess.
What exactly are white people superior at?
Men, like making cereal? Casseroles?
What kind of casserole? Tuna. It's always tuna. What do you mean? It's always tuna.
Using mayonnaise in a lot of their recipes.
Making bland food.
Unseasoned chicken.
Okay, so it starts out funny enough. It's kind of an interesting aspect of the video that a number of these people are obviously part white. I mean, they're obviously, some people would be indistinguishable from white people, but they identify, maybe they're a mixed race or something like that, as many people are, but they identify as black, and they identify sort of against being white, even if they are in part white. But, you know, I think these comments are actually pretty funny. What are white people good at? I don't know, making cereal? Yes, that's true. White people do prefer cereal. What are they good, superior at? Oh, making tuna casserole with lots of mayonnaise. Yeah, that's true. Guilty as charged. I do. I love a tuna melt.
I've never even heard of tuna casserole.
That's kind of funny. Of course, there's a hypocrisy here, because if another channel went out and asked the question, what are black people superior at, and they get any answers similar to this about food or anything else, you know, the makers of that video would be canceled, they would be ostracized, they would probably be sent away from the country and banished, they would lose their job, it would be called racist and white supremacist. Sure, there's that hypocrisy. But I'm just judging on the quality of the video itself. Yeah, it's kind of funny. White people do take their dogs too many places. It drives me absolutely insane. And it's almost always white people on the little planes with the little yappy thing. In the restaurants now, all these millennial white women pretend that they're little poodles or little mini poodles or emotional support animals. It is ridiculous. It's a funny thing. We can laugh at that. Okay, but then the video takes a turn. Because then it stops being about these funny cultural and racial differences. Then it becomes about resentment.
White people are great at having fun. That's a function of white supremacy because they just don't have as many stresses as we do.
White people are very superior at their privilege and utilizing it. We do not have the privilege.
The hell was on his face?
What exactly are white people superior
at? Not getting arrested. I was driving down the street with white, and he's like, I'm just going to pull over and pee. And I'm in the passenger seat. I was like, please don't, because the black man thinks differently. If I pull over to the side of the road and pee, a cop is going to be right behind me to punish me.
What exactly are white people superior at?
Insecurity, pretending, fear, being fearful of nothing, being ignorant,
Blame.
letting their egos control their every move, privilege.
Killing the victim. Congratulating themselves over that they're incompetent at, or it should have already been done.
They're superior at being
Whoa, that's some pretty bigoted stuff right there, isn't it? These people are pretty vicious racial bigots, aren't they? This stops being funny all of a sudden. These actually are bigots. I mean, the things they're saying are deeply bigoted and wrong and immoral. And the thing about it is, just like with all bigots, it's not even necessarily the case that they're wrong about the other guy. Andrew Klavan makes this point a lot. The thing about bigots that we all get wrong is it's not that they're necessarily wrong about what they're saying about the other guy. It's that they're wrong about themselves. They don't recognize that they have the problems that they're accusing these people that they despise of having. One of the lines here is that white people are really good at playing the victim. The entire premise of this video is to play the victim, right? So obviously, if you're going to accuse the other guy that while you were doing it yourself, there is some hypocrisy there. And then one of the lies of this video is they're pretending that this is a racial distinction, primarily. And I guess it might be in the case of they don't like white people. But it's
People become so dishonest once they're in front of the camera.
Are representative of black people. They're not. One of these guys was wearing an Angela Davis t-shirt. Angela Davis is one of the most infamous communists in the country. Another guy was wearing
Ironically.
These are not a random sampling of black Americans. These are radical leftists, some of the most radical of all of them, right? We're talking about people with kind of crazy political ideologies, sort of represented in sort of crazy outfits. Because the one thing that the left is trying to do, in particular, is suppress this idea that black people are permitted to think for themselves. Clarence Thomas made this point during the Anita Hill hearings in the early 1990s, when he described his confirmation process as a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves. President Trump has been saying since 2016, come on, leave the left, they haven't done anything for you. And he made huge inroads among the black population. I don't think any of those black Americans were permitted to be in this video. What the left is trying to do is contrive and gin up racial resentment to affect their political goals. They don't care about black people at all or any other racial group. What they care about is that Angela Davis picture. What they care about is the ideology that she represents, radical leftism. And then they have the audacity to say, in this video, that one thing white people are very superior at is controlling the narrative.
What exactly are white people superior at?
Making us believe that we don't matter.
Believing that they're superior.
Feeling superior.
Thinking they're superior. Thinking that they're superior.
Thinking that they are superior.
Self-delusion. Controlling the narrative.
Believing their own press.
Marketing of white superiority.
Whether you are Republican, whether you're Democrat, whether you're conservative, like white people are really good at upholding white supremacy.
How about claiming that, you know, they are actually a whole separate race, when actually white DNA comes from the black female?
Hold on a second. I'm not going to make a biological question. I'm not going to take a biological question seriously of whether or not I came from a black female. I mean, I did come from a Sicilian female who was darker than probably most people in this country. But regardless of that point, you
I
just
don't
have
know
a
what
video
they're
castigating white
saying.
people as a
It's
race.
going too
We're talking about
fast now.
White racial consciousness is very, very low in this country. Pew Research showed this. White racial consciousness is something like 15%. Every other race is over 50%. So yeah, I don't think about whiteness or being white or anything like that almost ever. But you can't make a whole video saying white people are terrible, white people are oppressive, white people do this, white people do that, and also they think they're a race. No, I don't. You think so. You're the one making that argument.
White people are terrible. They came from black women.
But controlling the narrative, every institution in America spent millions of dollars.
Oh no, it must be the black woman's fault.
You could never make this kind of a video in the other direction, but of course you can in this direction. And it gets way worse than that. We'll skip around, but it ends on a point that the left is always trying to make. It's an Orwellian point for that matter. It makes this whole racist, bigoted, awful kind of argument, the whole video. And then they try to end on an egalitarian tone of equality.
Just because our skin color is different, you're no better than me, you're no smarter than me. No superiority there.
No superiority. Yeah, okay. No one is making the claim that white people are superior, and that's a flat statement. White people are superior. But this video is making the claim that white people are inferior on the basis of their race. That's not egalitarian at all. There's no reason anyone should take that seriously. If this were in the other direction, that channel would be taken off of YouTube right now. Perhaps it should be. I don't know. I mean, I'm all for hearing out various points of view. The left certainly isn't, though.
How old is that video, though?
I hope you enjoyed that short segment from the Michael Knowles Show. Be sure to check out the full episode linked in the description or download the podcast wherever you listen to podcasts.
True. That's on my watch later. But we can watch it now.
It's been a tough few weeks. I guess it's been a tough few months. Everyone's kind of down on account of the pandemic and the riots and the arson and the chaos and the mayhem. So I figured this would be a good opportunity to take a look back on some of the great moments from the most entertaining president of the United States that we've ever had.
Okay, question? Yeah, go ahead. Sure. She's shocked that I picked her.
Oh, that was last
in
year.
a state of shock.
Like, it's not
okay.
June
I know you're not
21st.
thinking. You never do.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
You call women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
This moment, this is actually my favorite Trump moment, period, ever. I think this is the moment when he went from the sort of funny side candidate that everyone was getting a kick out of to this guy is going to be the president of the United States, is when he took this, total brutal question on him right at the top of the debate. You've said all these horrible things about women. He did say terrible things about women. And he takes it and he flips it. He goes, only Rosie O'Donnell. 3 words, probably about 3 most important words he said in his entire campaign, including build the wall.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Oh,
Secretary Clinton.
Great stuff.
Last night, I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
Oh, please pause here for a moment. I remember this whole nasty woman thing, because obviously she is a nasty woman, and he said she's a nasty woman, and the left really loved this, because they thought we were playing by the old rules. So they thought, that's just something you can't say. This was a big faux pas. Donald Trump, that fool, that idiot, he doesn't know the rules of politics. We said it, and they ran with it. And then all of them started calling themselves nasty women. Said, I'm a nasty woman. All these kind of crazy, hair, really angry, ultra-feminists. I'm a nasty woman. I'm disgusting. I'm absolutely repulsive. And the effect of that was not the effect they wanted. Because I think the reaction from most normal people was like, well, we weren't going to say it. That's impolite, so I wasn't going to say it. But Donald Trump is saying the things that previously we were not allowed to say in politics. You think that that's going to kill him. Actually, probably it's going to send him right to the White House.
Expect Matt Whitaker to be involved in the Russia probe. Do you want him to...
It's up to him.
Do you want him to bring in Robert Mueller?
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question. But I watch you a lot. You ask a lot of stupid questions.
Since you attack CNN, can I ask you a question?
John Roberts, go ahead, John. No. John Roberts, go ahead. CNN's fake news. I don't take questions. I don't take questions from CNN. CNN is fake news. I don't take questions from CNN. John Roberts of Fox.
This is so wild to look back at this in retrospect, because don't forget, fake news was an attack that the left launched at the right. Specifically at this website, at the Daily Wire, there was this Google Doc that went viral, and they said, these are fake news accounts, and they're part of the reason Trump won, so don't look at fake news. And then the right was able to take fake news and say, wait a second, we're not fake news, we're actually just reporting what's going on. You guys actually are fake news because you run fake stories and you pretend to be objective, and you're not. We're actually honest about our point of view. So then you see this clip of Trump, and he's saying, why would I take a question from you at CNN? You are liars, you're propagandists for the left. What? And you think, yeah, why didn't a lot of presidents do this in the past? Why did we play along with these guys and pretend with this fiction that they were objective reporters, even though they were just carrying water for the left, and then let them run roughshod over us? We could have just said, no, you're a liar and a dummy and a propagandist. I'm not going to listen to you. What? It's so simple now, but I think we were so wrapped up in this kind of, I don't know, liberal ideology, this liberal regime. We didn't realize how simple it is to just call it like it is.
It's great to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends. Or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season.
His visceral response to attack people on their appearance, short, tall, fat, ugly. My goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not?
Oh, shut up, Ren.
Someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump, I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you.
This is what I remember. I remember it from the debate because it opened up. There was actually even more context to it, which is like everyone's making their opening statement, and Trump's opening statement was just, Rand Paul has no business being on this stage. He's polling at nothing. Why is he even here? And then to use that, he's like, look, I never attacked you on your looks, but I could. You think I actually like Rand Paul, but that's.
Why is this highlighted?
Trump doesn't care. It's like the honey badger.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN.
Oh, I thought that was a fix.
Go ahead, Peter, go ahead.
In Tim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts his
Well, I'm
butt.
not a big fan of yours either, so
I understand.
to be honest.
He's woefully unprepared to do this job.
What say you? I think he's the worst president maybe in the history of our country. I think he's been a disaster. He's been weak. He's been ineffective.
Go ahead. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization.
Can
you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can
Quiet.
you state,
Quiet.
Mr. President-elect,
Go ahead.
can you state
She's asking
categorically,
a question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Take the mic from
Can
me.
you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
You know, I'll pause it there. This is something Trump does that a lot of politicians didn't do before him, but it's a very helpful tactic. I've noticed it even in debates that I've done myself, which is when someone tries to interrupt you, just don't let them. You actually don't have to. Sometimes speakers or debaters or politicians, they wilt. They let them do it. But you actually don't have to. You can just, obviously in certain moments it might be to your advantage to let them get out their stupid points so you can smack it down. But otherwise, if it's just being pestered by Jim Acosta, just keep talking and they will wilt. Or you'll just keep talking at the same time and they will look ridiculous. And Trump just knows it because you saw with that Obama question. Obama criticized you. What do you think? Oh, I think he's the absolute worst person that's ever walked the face of the earth. He goes on for 3 minutes about it.
I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime.
She's not laughing so much about that one anymore. That's it. All right. Wow, that was great. I actually like that it ends there. I forgot about that whole Al Smith dinner, the dinner with him, in the white tie and tails and everything. That dinner is a relic from an older age, which is that these politicians would come together. It's usually not on camera. Most of the dinners they do are not broadcast. And they tell these jokes about one another, and if they roast one another, and it's very collegial. And that could exist when the center held in the country, when we all basically agreed about the same sorts of things. After the last few decades, where the left has aggressed so much, where the left is no longer just protesting this little policy or that policy, but they're protesting the American flag itself, right? Like the Colin Kaepernick protest, where they're really tearing down the country. They're deriding patriotism in a way that we really haven't seen before. In that moment, where there's not a liberal consensus really anymore, you can't do that dinner in the way you did in the past. Oh, haha, you made a joke about me. Oh, haha, I made a joke about you. And don't worry, the liberal candidate's going to win in the end.
I could watch
you can't really
Black Clover clips all day.
Something about their regime is threatening
I
something
never
about
finished
the news
them,
organizations.
I
It's threatening
could
something
play
about
them
obviously
fast.
the election in 2016 and in 2020. And so you see Hillary, she's kind of playing the fake laugh at the beginning. And then by the end of it, she's not laughing so much anymore.
Mike and
not
Joe
so
for that,
collegial anymore because actually some real
they're on
wins are on the
YouTube.
table. Can we maximize them in the time we've got left? Sure hope so. And at the very least, we'll get some more laughs. The divine poet, Dante, famously told us that there is no greater sorrow than to recall good times during times of misery. And right now, if we're talking about politics, things are pretty miserable. Even down to, forget about who's president, forget about the policies, even down to the erasure of President Trump's Twitter account. And nevertheless, I want to recall the good times. I want to look back on those wonderful 4 years. Forget about the policy, forget about the diplomacy. I want to look back on 4 years of President Trump's tweets. Let's get started. We're not going to have time to get through all of these tweets. There are so many good ones. This is just one small fraction of all the great tweets. To begin, though, classic. Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics. I love it. At the time, you had all these really fancy Republicans, and they said, oh my gosh, this is so offensive. It's not offensive at all. It was both very funny and really leveled with people and with Hispanic voters, right? Instead of trying to dance around the issue, he said, hey, Hispanic voters, I want you to vote for me. I like your food, and I like that you're in America, and I like that we're going to Americanize your food.
Hispanics are great. Everyone agrees.
Trump Tower. And it's so promoting of his own brand. I think it's just great. So funny. Classic Trump. And he made inroads with Hispanic voters, even though people said he was going to destroy the GOP with Hispanic voters. Next one. Trump writing about Representative Rashida Tlaib. Tlaib wrote a letter to Israeli officials desperately wanting to visit her grandmother. Permission was quickly granted, whereupon Tlaib obnoxiously turns the approval down. A complete setup. The only real winner here is Tlaib's grandmother. She doesn't have to see her now. This is a minor political scandal, but at the time it was a big deal, where they said Rashida Tlaib, because she hates Israel, isn't going to be allowed to go in to visit her mother in the disputed territories in Israel, or her grandmother, rather. And so then, the U.S. government and Israel, they say, okay, fine, Tlaib, you can come. She goes, oh, I don't want to do that. I just want to showboat. He says, well, good. Now she doesn't have to see her now. Next one. While not at all presidential, I must point out that the sloppy Michael Moore show on Broadway was a total bomb and was forced to close. Sad. You have to include this.
I don't even want to eat this, but I have so many of them.
Speaking of sad, actually made that a punchline.
And now that it's thawed out.
Some sort of bad news to say such and such, sorry, Johnny, we can't go to dinner tonight. Sad. It's just, there's something, they always said this wasn't presidential because the President of the United States should not reach down, and answer his critics in this way. But Trump doesn't care. Trump's an absolute fighter. He calls him sloppy Michael Moore and always goes after the ratings. And this was actually a secret with Trump. The reason they couldn't kick him off social media is because he was just so popular, and the reason that the news cameras couldn't turn off him, why CNN couldn't stop covering him. He was great for ratings, and all those other guys were very bad for ratings. That is a true showman and politician. Not much of a difference. Next one. In the beautiful Midwest, wind chill temperatures are reaching minus 60 degrees, the coldest ever recorded. In coming days, expected to get even colder. People can't last outside even for minutes. What the hell is going on with global warming? Please come back fast. We need you. So I love it because he's making a joke out of it, and I think politics goes down a little easier when you make it funny, and Trump is extremely funny, funniest president we've ever had. I also liked it because all the fancy people said, oh, please, pish posh, climate and weather are different. Weather has nothing to do with climate. And because Trump is saying, look, why is it so cold out? I thought it was global warming. But you notice all those fancy people who have the sophisticated distinction. Anytime there is any kind of weather event, warm weather or hurricane or something, any weather event that they think can be exploited to justify their climate theory, then they always cite it. Then weather and
Hurricane
climate
Katrina, it probably was Bush's fault, actually.
Then weather and climate are completely different. Very, very funny stuff. Next one. Why would Kim Jong-un insult me by calling me old when I would never call him short and fat? Oh well, I try so... I can't even get through this one. This will call him short and fat. Oh well, I try so... I can't even get through this one. This was one of my favorites at the time. Oh well, I try so hard to be his friend. And maybe someday that will happen. See, the only way to deal with a lunatic dictator of a nuclear power overseas is to make yourself seem just as crazy, right? To make yourself so unpredictable. This actually was the Trump foreign policy, was be unpredictable. And by the way, Trump had greater foreign policy achievements than any president in our lifetime, perhaps with the exception of George H.W. Bush. He might, certainly since George H.W. Bush, no one had better foreign policy achievements than Trump. And just, who does that? I would never call him short and fat. I try so hard to be his friend. Another Kim Jong-un one. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un just stated that the nuclear button is on his desk at all times. Will someone from his depleted and food-starved regime please inform him that I too have a nuclear button, but it is a much bigger and more powerful one than his, and my button works? People were furious. The fancy people in America, they were so upset foreign policy stuff. You can't say that! You're threatening! The entire purpose of having a nuclear arsenal is that the credible threat of violence will stop the other guy from doing something rash. The entire purpose of having a nuclear arsenal is this tweet. But for so long, you had these weak, ignorant politicians who would come out and say, no, we would never use nuclear weapons. Well, if you would never use them, what's the point of having them? They're only a provocation if you would never use them. Trump obviously understood he would have peace through strength. And he also understood that he would have political rule through humor. Next one. This one was so brilliant because it was multimedia. Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph is playing into this Nickelback, playing into Hunter Biden. There's so many memes in this meme. I assume Dan Scavino or one of these other sort of social media advisors had something to do with this one, and then Trump played into it. Really, really smart stuff. And this actually, I know we're all laughing about it now. This will be studied in political science courses in universities, that kind of media use. In the same way that FDR is studied for using the radio, Trump will be studied for that kind of multimedia on the social networks. Next one. This one's a little self-serving for us at the Daily Wire. American hero, and it was Trump putting the Medal of Honor on the dog that killed al-Baghdadi. Really terrific. This became a big scandal. They called us a fake news site because they because the left
Which dog is that?
thought we were trying to seriously convince people
the dog that bit
President Trump gave the Medal of Honor, something that totally exists, to
pooped on the Oval Office.
This is Armageddon.
Really funny. Glad the president enjoyed it. We certainly did too. Next one. Beautiful weather all over our great country. A perfect day for all women to march. Get out there now to celebrate the historic milestones and unprecedented economic success and wealth creation that has taken place over the last 12 months. Lowest female unemployment in 18 years. Now, the thing I don't like about this tweet is I don't care about female unemployment. I think women should be perfectly entitled to stay home and raise a family. I don't think it's a mark of a great society that we send all of our women out to work in the factories and be middle managers at the widget company. However, Trump's just trolling them, right? There's the Women's March, which is just explicitly anti-Trump. He's saying, yes, get out there and celebrate all my great achievements. Very funny stuff. Next one. I was actually sticking up for sleepy Joe Biden while on foreign soil. Kim Jong-un called him a low IQ idiot and many other things, whereas I related the quote of Chairman Kim as a much softer, low IQ individual. Who could possibly be upset with that? Why? I don't know. He did. He actually did. He did help him out. It was very, very kind of him. And frankly, either of those quotes, I think, are giving Mr. Biden probably a little too much credit. I just love when Trump does it sort of with a smirk, like, what? What, me? Who, me? Like Alfred E. Newman. Next one, of course, this is
How is that man the so-called president?
Despite the constant negative press, Covfefe, I thought this actually summed up sort of the Trump approach to politics, which is presumably he just had a typo or whatever, and he sent it by accident. And then he just left it up. He left it up for like 12 hours. And then the next day he joked about it. He says, what does Covfefe mean? I don't know. Who can tell us? That is actually, right, if he were worried about the negative press, he'd have deleted it right away and explained it. But he doesn't care about the negative press. Despite the constant negative press, Covfefe, good advice for all of us. And then my single absolute favorite President Trump tweet. This was from April 17th, 2017. A great book for your reading enjoyment, Reasons to Vote for Democrats by Michael J. Knowles. The way that this tweet came about, I had just published this blank book. It had jumped up Amazon. I go on Fox and Friends in the morning. It's 4 a.m. or so in L.A., so in the East Coast, 7 o'clock or something. And I go on, do the thing, and we'd already done the joke about the blank book, so they asked me about President Trump. I complimented something he had done, and then I saw there was a sort of misquote of what I had said, but it came out from the president's Twitter account. And then right afterward, an endorsement of the book. And I thought, oh my goodness gracious, this president is the most transparent and accessible president we have ever seen. He is actually up there, actually manning the station, watching Fox News in the morning, telling jokes, having a good time with it. That is the sort of language of a guy who was thriving in the job, who really enjoyed the job. Some presidents, they seem to hate it and they get angry and crestfallen, and not Trump. He seemed to become more and more alive, and we're going to miss it. I enjoyed every minute of those tweets. Goodbye, President Trump Twitter account. You are gone, but you will not be forgotten. More and more people are waking up to the woke left-wing madness. Because of this, maybe you now believe, or have even done something.
This is a 30-second like and subscribe again? Oh wait, never mind.
Might call based. This can be a very confusing event for people who thought that they were liberal. So I am here to help you sort it all out and help you see where you land. Are you conservative curious? Or are you a full-blown, knuckle-dragging, salt-sowing, red-pilled, based conservative? Other people use rankings like S tier, A tier, B tier. We've got very different categories. The lowest tier of basedness is you think men are not women. That's kind of entry level. The next level, you secretly voted for Trump in 2020. You're a little more committed, but you kind of keep your head down. You don't want to make too much noise. In the third tier, you're pretty bought in. You can't help but make comments now and again to get you in trouble. This is where your blue-haired cousin doesn't talk to you anymore. At the next level, you flaunt your patriotism. You are like the Florida man who waved an American flag in a hurricane, which is actually a violation of flag code, but your heart's in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, the S tier.
This head's so uncomfortable, I just wear something under it.
Which is when you're already banned.
Although it's 100 degrees out.
Those are the 5 categories. Men are not women, secretly voted for Trump, Blue hairs won't talk to you, hurricane flag, social media exile. Before we begin, this video is sponsored by Ring.
Other one
No
don't
matter your
talk
home,
to.
Ring has everything you need to
Backwards.
protect it. More from them in a minute. Let's get started. Wearing a MAGA hat out in public. So obviously it's past the second tier. The second tier is you secretly voted for Trump. Now you're at your blue hair cousin won't speak to you anymore. Are you all the way up to waving a flag in a hurricane? Probably not. You know, Trump did win the election.
Malarkey.
Certainly won the election the first time, and a whole lot of people voted for him the second time. 70 million, more than 70 million, who knows? So I think you're probably at, your blue-haired cousin won't speak to you, but you're not yet at the point where you're risking life and limb to wave Old Glory. You got the Don't Tread on Me bumper sticker. Okay, this is actually kind of a surprising one. I'm going to say...
That's pretty low tier.
I'm going to say it's the same level. It's more commitment. The Don't Tread on Me is pretty hardcore. You're saying, I don't just want to go back to good old America, but I want to go all the way back to kind of revolutionary spirit, 1776 baby. But it's also appropriated by a lot of like libertarians, some people who don't necessarily love Trump, but you know, they're very ideological. So I'm going to say this is still not quite waving the flag in the hurricane, but your blue-haired cousin definitely does not like it. Applied to
secretly
joint
voted
space.
for
Now
Trump tier.
you're getting a little bit higher up here. You probably haven't been banned on all the social media
off
platforms because
the
I assume you need
charts
some internet access
towards
to
the bottom.
apply to Space Force. But if you're willing to launch yourself into the cold abyss for the glory of your country, as abortion becomes a central issue, as it usually is, but even more so this year,
Getting tired of Michael Knowles.
because of the Supreme Court seat and the glorious ACB, Amy Coney Barrett, and Roe versus Wade. There's a movie that just came out that is the most pro-abortion propaganda movie I think ever made. It's called Unpregnant. Get it? It's like the answer to Unplanned, which was a movie about how great life is. You know, this is Unpregnant. And it is an all-out pro-abortion movie that unfortunately my producers made me watch.
October
I had to watch it.
4th,
I sat through
2020.
every second of this trash. Just to give you a sense, a gist of the movie, it's basically 90 minutes of this.
What?
That's it. It's that for 90 minutes.
Who's having that conversation?
It's a buddy teenage movie, a buddy road trip movie about the one girl, that blonde girl, who is a sociopathic narcissist, and then the other girl who is a lesbian with daddy issues. And they go on this road trip out of state to kill the blonde girl's child. They have to go out of state because it's not even a movie about whether or not we should have abortion. It's a movie about whether or not we should have underage abortion. And it's actually not even a movie about that. It's a movie about whether or not we should have underage abortion without parental notice. So you're saying that girls who are, I don't know, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 should be able to get abortions without telling their parents. Now, just practically, how does underage abortion work? What is it used for? It's often used in sex trafficking, because then if you've got underage girls who are having sex with men and then get pregnant, you can go, you know, kill the baby, take care of the pregnancy, and no one has to know. It is used by, I mean, truly the worst people, the most wicked, evil people on the face of the earth to do horrible things, often abusing children. That is the topic that this movie takes as this wonderful thing that they're going to support. So they go on this trip, and it's got the kind of tone of a fun little teenage movie, but the punchline is always this awful thing where, you know, the guy and the girl don't get together. They split up. They don't end up happily ever after. They go apart. You don't end up with a child and a family. You kill your child, and you completely take out the possibility of having a family. The girl finds out that she's pregnant at the first scene of the movie. And usually in this kind of thing, what would you expect? You'd expect the boyfriend who knocked her up to be really awful, and he's abusive, and he's terrible. What's amazing about this movie, though, is he's not. He's a nice enough guy who tries to do the right thing, and when she tells him that she's pregnant, he doesn't yell at her or say, go get an abortion or something. He proposes marriage.
I'm pregnant. I mean, I know what I want to do, and I have a plan. I could just really use your help with what's happening right now.
You marry me? Would you marry? That's a great thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Because what she's saying is, I mean, as always happens with feminism, they just try to flip men and women. So they try to make women out to be men and say that male values are the only things they should aspire to. And, you know, they make these men want the things that women traditionally want. So she's saying, yeah, I want to get an abortion. I want to kill this kid. And then he proposes marriage. And you know what she does? She takes his wedding ring and pawns it so that she can get money to kill his baby, his child. As if he has no say in this at all. the kid's his, right? It's his kid. No say at all. So they don't present a particularly flattering image of this gal until you realize that they're inverting everything. One of the reasons that this movie doesn't work very well is because they don't understand their subject. They don't understand any of the subjects that they're touching on. You know, going through all of it, one thing that strikes me is that it's just a bad movie. And listen, I've seen a ton of bad movies. I've been in a few bad movies. So I know the qualities of a bad movie. It's a very weak is just a matter of content. I had
That's
my
for
time.
sure.
It's horrible. Garbage movie.
OMG, what is happening
your
right
time in the
now?
stock market, I would highly recommend Phenom Group. How's that for a second?
Imagine even saying that in real
You
life.
can invest and trade like a pro with Phenom Group, and their premium membership tier gets you exclusive daily trade signals, in-depth market analysis, including stocks, currencies, futures, and options. What I would publish trades, go ahead on there at checkout, or at check, educate yourself on
What if I
this stupid movie. The
don't?
issue is they don't understand the things that they're talking about. So the heroes in the movie are the people who are killing babies professionally, like the abortionists, and the girls who
Does my
are
mouse show up or
now
not?
being encouraged to go get abortions without their parents, forget
It has
consent,
to,
not even
doesn't it?
parents' notification, and to go kill these children without their
My
the
mouse
fathers of
does
those
not
children
show
having
up.
anything that they can possibly
Oh,
say about
it's
it. I mean,
just
those are the heroes, and then the villains are, you
invisible.
can expect, Christians, parents. There's
See it
one
over
place
there.
where a kind of conservative, he's more like a kooky libertarian guy, is actually a hero. They find this guy out in the middle of nowhere, and they need him to use his limousine company to drive them the rest of the way out of state to go get this underage abortion. They try to make a conservative or a libertarian argument for abortion, and it just totally falls flat. Nothing about it rings realistic.
The law there won't let me get one without my parents knowing, so we had to go all the way to New Mexico.
Big government. Thinking they can tell people what they can and cannot do with their bodies. It makes me sick.
Oh, and there's the big surprise, right? Is this guy who they think is going to be really against it? He's for abortion because he's a true conservative. He's a coherent libertarian who believes that people should control their own bodies. Now, of course, the conservative position and the libertarian position on abortion is pro-life because, from the conservative perspective, there's nothing very conservative about killing your future, killing your children, and there's nothing particularly moral about that. Or it's obviously
No,
obvious
anything to do with
violation of the moral
government.
order. But even for libertarians who ground a lot of their political views in the non-aggression principle, it's an obvious violation of the non-aggression principle because you're killing a living human being. Many of the most prominent libertarians around for the past however long, and all in recent memory, have been pro-life, and that's why. So they don't understand the political dynamic here. They're just kind of reciting what some stupid, freshman year leftist says. They say, "Oh, you've got to be totally consistent. You're for small government until it's about women's bodies." It's like, no, I'm also in favor of laws against murder, right? I don't think that's a government overreach. And it's for the same reason that I would oppose abortion, because you're taking the life of another human being. So they get that wrong. They totally misunderstand not just the pro-life movement, they misunderstand Christianity in general. The big scary reveal of the moment is that the girls are kidnapped by this Christian couple and taken to their home and tried to be chased down, and there's a car chase, and all to prevent the abortion. And the climax happens when the lesbian with daddy issues walks into the attic and discovers pro-life yard signs. Hello, Brittany.
Mark, get out of here!
So they have to run, and then they get chased down in a car and everything. So a few signs early on that you can tell these filmmakers have no idea, they don't know anything about Christianity, is there's a lot of Catholic iconography around the house. So they're crucifixes rather than just, generally Protestants tend to prefer just a cross without the body of Christ on it. There are crucifixes. There's a lot of Marian iconography. One of the family's kids is named Mary, but then they kind of talk like more evangelical Protestants. They behave that way. They've got more of an evangelical aesthetic. So they're just very confused on that aspect of things. They think that Christians would kidnap people and drag them out to their desert home. For some reason, they live in the middle of nowhere in this beautiful home, and hold them against their will. Of course, that would be sinful, and no one would do that. You see this later in the movie when they go to the abortion clinic, and the pro-life people are screaming and they're angry. I've been outside of Planned Parenthoods. Okay, the only screaming angry people are the abortionists in there and the leftist pro-abortion advocates. The people who I went to a major rally outside of a Planned Parenthood. It was people praying the rosary, very quietly praying, offering literature on information about this. Just a complete misunderstanding. You can tell this is a filmmaker who has never talked to anybody at all who's pro-life. And then the third thing they misunderstand, this is most essential, they misunderstand abortion itself. And they go, at one point in the movie, it's just a whole commercial for abortion and how great it is, and you'll just feel wonderful at the end, and there's nothing to worry about.
We'll draw some blood, and we'll hook you up to an IV. Then you'll sit with other women who are waiting for surgery.
No, pause right there. Pause right there. You just say you'll sit with other women who are waiting for surgery. Surgery here is the euphemism for abortion. This whole movie is about is about creating a system whereby young teenage girls can get abortions, maybe to cover up their personal decisions that were undertaken consensually. Although, by the way, we have an age of consent for a reason. In the age of Me Too, right, we're told that that's why we have statutory rape, right? We're saying girls under a certain age, people under a certain age, do not have the wherewithal to consent. So on the one hand, they're telling us it's all about consent. On the other hand, they're saying, yeah, these 13-year-old girls, yeah, they can totally consent. Get them abortions. Which is, by the way, one of the tools most prayed for, most wished for by rapists and all sorts of other evil people is that you can have an abortion to get away with any evidence of the crime, especially when parents don't pay attention. But here, you see this age group. You got a 17-year-old girl and you got a 75-year-old woman. A 75-year-old woman probably not going to get an abortion. It continues.
The anesthesiologist will place a mask on your face and you'll be asleep in seconds. The doctor has a wand that he'll insert inside you and remove the fetus. You'll be in and out in under 10 minutes.
Pause it there again. There's a big moment in the movie where she's talking to this abortionist, where the young protagonist is talking to the abortionist, and the abortionist says, yeah, and you can be asleep for the whole thing. You can either have local anesthetic or you can be put completely under and be asleep. And the girl goes, oh, I'd much rather be asleep. That was a little revealing, right? Because, yeah, of course you would, because you know that what's happening here is so grave. It's so morally indefensible. You just want to be knocked out for it. You just want to be totally unconscious. Because if you were conscious of what's going on, you'd know how evil it is. That's what makes us uncomfortable. That's what the bioethicist Leon Kass might call the wisdom of repugnance. Even if you can't reason through why it's so awful, you just know at a gut level, oh my gosh, what I'm doing is so wrong. So she's got to be knocked out. And then she goes to the recovery room. Oh, it's 10 minutes. It's so easy. You've got the kids gone, and then you're just in the recovery room, and it'll all be wonderful.
You'll wake up in the recovery room, safe and sound.
Seems so wonderful. Gosh, it seems so relaxing. So you're in the recovery room, and then, this is pretty invasive surgery because you've just had a human being, your child.
Who would want to
so you're probably there
sit in a room with a
nice, right? Nope. The movie then depicts the gal just skipping out of the abortion clinic,
evil
see
women,
her friend, and then they go on and go have lunch.
You're alive! Oh, they wouldn't let me see you, so I just assumed you were dead. Oh, no, I'm fine.
How are you feeling?
Relieved. And hungry? Food? Okay.
Yeah, ravenous, I'm sure. That line, you're alive, is pretty ghoulish in there, right? You're alive. Yes, I'm alive. My child's not alive, but I'm alive. It
yeah, really.
So as you're leaving the abortion, you say, you're alive. But the reality is you don't go skipping out of your abortion. That's not how this works. Totally fine, right? Feeling bright as a daisy. That's not what happens. I know people who have had abortions. I suspect you might know people who have had abortions. You might know people who have had abortions, and you might not even know that they've had abortions. You don't walk out of that scot-free, feeling great and clean, skipping on your way to lunch. The people I know who have had abortions have deep, profound psychological trauma from it. Sometimes people have physical trauma from that. You heard the case of what was completely covered up by the mainstream media of Kermit Gosnell, the worst serial killer in American history. He was botching abortions in Philadelphia and killing women as a result. So you don't always walk away from it anyway. But even when you do, the psychological trauma doesn't go away. One thing we're told is that without legal abortion, there would be thousands of women dying from back alley abortions. That's what happened before Roe v. Wade. That's not true. When you look at how many people, it was fewer than 40 people died of illegal abortions the year before Roe v. Wade. Fewer than 40 people died from legal abortions. And actually, when you look at the number of states where it was legal and illegal, you were just as likely to die from a legal abortion as from an illegal abortion. The number was very small in any case. So you wouldn't have that sort of thing, botched, back alley, all these sorts of things. But you do have the trauma. You do have the psychological trauma. And this rosy propaganda is not depicting the reality. It's not depicting the political reality. It's not depicting the religious reality. It's not depicting the scientific reality of abortion. I keep mentioning it's about this sort of sociopathic narcissist gal and then her lesbian friend with daddy issues. And I hope you don't think that I'm using the phrase lesbian with daddy issues in any sort of pejorative way. I'm using it in a purely descriptive way. It is a major plot point of the movie that this gal is a lesbian and she hates her father. And so much of this movie comes down to, I hate my father. I hate my father. These dads are bad. Which a lot of liberalism tends to come down to. There's a scene in the movie where the blue-haired gal goes up and meets her dad because her dad ran out on her, and her dad didn't want her in the first place, wanted her aborted. And he left because the mother insisted on having children. And I guess the political message there of the movie is it would be better if unwanted children were never born because they were killed before they were born. But what's amazing, they couldn't do it. They couldn't make it work from a narrative perspective. So then the protagonist, the blonde girl, jumps in and she says, how dare you not want this? This girl is the most amazing, wonderful, special, terrific girl ever. And that's the nice moment where they come back together and reconcile in their friendship. But it totally undermines the argument of the movie, which is that unwanted children should not be born. They should be killed in utero. Because the gal, the best friend who helps the protagonist have the abortion, she was an unwanted child. So if the logic of abortion is true, then that friendship shouldn't exist and the girl wouldn't be able to get the abortion anyway. It totally undermines the whole message of the movie. But this is a very poorly done movie, just as a matter of filmmaking. And it's funny, if you look on Rotten Tomatoes, critics score pretty high, audience score pretty low. If you look at Unplanned, the pro-life movie, critics score very low, audience score pretty high. That's the way it goes. There's a real perversity to anyone who would greenlight this movie and put it on HBO. If for no other reason that it's just a crappy movie, but also because of its just heinous message. There's a real perversity to that. And the perversity is the elites. It's the gatekeepers. It's the people who are producing the movies, distributing them, and reviewing them. Then when you look at the audience, you say, what are people seeing? I think they're seeing the reality of much, much better than the artists who are supposedly showing us this vision of the world. It's a vision that's perverse, and it's wrong, and I don't recommend you go see it.
I want to start with something that Chris Smith touched on this program last night. The Joe Biden gaps.
Who's this guy?
Confusion. They just continue and they get
Gives me hope for the world.
Seriously, his staff probably can't wait to get him home to bed in the White House.
Smart old white man somewhere.
The president has to go face to face with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which is a big worry given what I'm about to show you. And believe me, most of the media just doesn't show you this stuff. Now, some of these clips are a bit long, but I want you to get a proper sense of what's going on here, a proper sense of how the US
The whole video is only 5 minutes.
First up, top of the agenda between Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin ought to be Syria. But in the lead-up, the US president seems to confuse that country with Libya.
We could work together with Russia. For example, in Libya, we should be opening up the passes to be able to go through and provide food assistance and vital assistance to a population that's in real trouble. I think I'm going to try very hard to. It is. And by the way, there's places where I shouldn't be starting off and negotiating in public here, but let me say it this way: Russia has engaged in activities which we believe are contrary to international norms, but they have also bitten off some real problems they're going to have trouble chewing on. And for example, the rebuilding of Syria, of Libya, they're there. And as long as they're there without the ability to bring about some order in the region, and you can't do that very well without providing for the basic economic needs of people. So I'm hopeful that we can find an accommodation where we can save the lives of people for example, in Libya.
Libya or Syria? Does he know? Wow, Putin must be trembling in his boots, hey, on the eve of this summit. We seem to have gone from Russian collusion to Russian delusion. Because just have a listen to how Joe Biden responds to this question about exactly how he's described Vladimir Putin in the past.
In a weekend interview, Vladimir Putin laughed at the suggestion that you had called him a killer. Is that still your belief, sir, that he is a killer? And I'll continue the trend if you don't mind of asking a second question. Do you believe if he does agree to cooperate, then what kind of a challenge do you find yourself in? How would you ever trust him? And if Ronald Reagan said trust but verify, what do you say to Vladimir Putin?
To answer the first question, I'm laughing too. They actually,
I hate this clip.
I mean, he has made clear that the answer is, I believe he has in the past essentially acknowledged that he was. There are certain things that he would do or did do. But look, when I was asked that question on air, I answered it honestly. But it's not much of I don't think it matters a whole lot in terms of this next meeting we're about to have.
Whew, if you could just draw all that together, I guess he's saying, yeah, he is a killer, but that doesn't matter now. Gee, it's more than awkward, isn't it? Biden's going to be representing the interests of the free world when he confronts the belligerent Russian president in their Geneva summit tomorrow. And it's hardly shaping up as Rocky Balboa versus Ivan Drago, is it? I said before the election that the Biden campaign had all the hallmarks of a weekend at Bernie's effort. Now he leads the free world. Biden has the opposite problem to Donald Trump. Trump refused to stay on script and was too blunt for many people, especially in diplomacy. Biden can only work by reading a script. Once he wanders off on his own, no one knows where he's going to end up. It's a worry for the US, for you and me, but not for Putin.
For you and me.
It was supposed to be a routine surgery for one St. Louis man, but it turns out it was anything but.
Imagine going under the knife and feeling it. Tonight, News 4 investigator Chris Nagus explains what a lawsuit claims went wrong.
It was like torture, you know?
For Matt Caswell, the memories of his surgery at St. Charles County Hospital remain fresh.
I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here.
Matt.
I need to get out of here.
His mother shot this video in July 2020.
I know.
Caswell says he was scared and in pain after undergoing surgery for a hernia.
And I remember him, you know, strapping me down.
Caswell says the surgery was anything but routine. He was expecting to drift off into unconsciousness under general anesthesia, but Caswell says that didn't happen.
I just remember the mask getting put on my face. I knew I was in trouble when I felt the cold iodine hit my belly, and they were scrubbing me off. So like at any second I was waiting to go out, I just all of a sudden got stabbed in my stomach. It was just like rusted razor blades. I mean, it was just so bad.
You're saying that's what it felt like?
Yes.
He says there was a towel over his face, and he was unable to speak because he had already received an initial paralyzing agent prior to surgery. His attorney, Ken Volstek, explains.
He was paralyzed, couldn't move, couldn't blink his eyes, nothing.
Couldn't speak.
Couldn't speak, can't do anything. Out, just awake, but unable to move. He then was supposed to be given a mask over his face, which was done, and that mask contains what we would probably call knockout gas. It puts you under. And that gas was not turned on by the anesthesiologist. They forgot.
Do you remember feeling the incision being made in your body?
Absolutely. That was at the very beginning. There was 3. They came in, one in the belly button, and one right here, and then one right here.
Caswell is now suing the anesthesiologist, the certified registered nurse anesthetist, and their employer, Washington University. According to the lawsuit, Caswell could feel pain and hear everything that was said in the operating room for at least 13 minutes.
I could hear him talking, you know, did you get your dog this weekend? My heart rate was just jacked.
And that's something Caswell's attorney notes in this demand letter to Washington University. He says the medical professional should have realized Caswell was awake based on his vital signs.
His heart rate went through the roof. His blood pressure went to what's called hypertensive crisis 3, which is what happens to you right before you have a heart attack. And it continued at that rate for 13 minutes without anyone in the operating room noticing it.
Volstek provided these medical notes to News 4. The anesthesiologist in Caswell's case noted, a review of the anesthetic record demonstrates a delay in initiating inhalational anesthetic after induction of anesthesia.
When it was over, they put in the medical records. We made a mistake. We did not turn the gas on until partway through the procedure. So not only does his physical records, that is the way his heart rate and his blood pressure skyrocketed, prove the case, but they admit it.
The medical record goes on to say, the patient and his mother were immediately informed regarding the delay initiating the inhaled anesthetic agent until after the start of the surgical procedure. And we provided emotional support, along with a recommendation for a psychology consult.
My sleeping has been terrible.
So you're having flashbacks to this?
Absolutely.
How common is this?
Not very common, but it does occur.
Dr. Dan Forrest is a North Carolina anesthesiologist. He's been retained by Caswell's attorney as an expert witness in the case. He says Caswell experienced what's known as intraoperative awareness, and that most cases are due to equipment failure, not the medical professional forgetting to turn on the equipment. So I asked how to prevent it. Is it going too far for the patient to say to the
You're supposed to turn the gas on before you put the mask on?
Well, I think what's important is that patients should speak with their anesthesiologist prior to surgery.
Dr. Forrest says it's important for the patient to understand what to expect. During some procedures, patients might hear conversation or be aware of what's happening depending on the level of sedation. But under general anesthesia, Forrest says the goal is to keep the patient unconscious and unable to remember.
It was so scary, I thought I was having a heart attack.
For Caswell, it's a nightmare he wishes he could forget.
I would have actually rather died on that table, and I think that says something.
A lawyer representing Washington University, the doctor, and the CRNA told me via email Washington University's policy is not to comment on pending litigation matters and is also prevented from commenting due to HIPAA protections afforded Mr. Caswell. If you want to see the entire lawsuit, we have a link on our website, KMOV.com. Chris Nagus, News 4 investigates.
Oh, I commented on one of those.
Alright everyone, we start off today talking about the cluelessness of Joe Biden at the G7 summit. It was worse than I expected, and I expected it to be mediocre anyway. Like, mostly I expected him, oddly enough, to be sort of in the background and not really doing it.
It's not abnormal because it's small and deflated. It's abnormal for another reason. Now, this fissure here, or this crack, separates the lobes here. And for those of you who've maybe taken an anatomy class,
That's... It's not even educational, that's just gross. What's up, Aloe?
And that sort of happened because it's clear that Boris Johnson is not particularly friendly with Biden, and because
it was nasty.
in England, jolly old England, sort
I
of
don't
want
want to know
shove
what's
him
inside
Biden
anybody's
kept
body.
trying to interject and do the big man thing.
Our
He's
hearts
so
are
used to doing
evil.
throughout his life that he went completely off script multiple times doing this, and he flopped every single time. It is hilarious to see the damage control right now of Democrats, because they're like, well, it's nice to finally have a mature adult representing the United States. But no, he's more than mature. He's elderly, to the point where he has dementia.
Good idea.
3 links in the description. 3 separate times that he failed, and this is on top of other things that I'll mention now. First and foremost, if you're watching this video on YouTube, there will down below be a pinned comment with links to 4 other video hosting sites that I use. Keep in mind, I make 4, sometimes 5 videos a day. Only 2 of them actually end up on YouTube. That's because if you make more than that, the algorithms punish you, and no matter what you make, the algorithms punish you some anyway. I have seen that firsthand, as well as many of you. Now, again, links in the description.
How you doing?
Different post to what Biden got wrong. First, though, something that I'm not going to post there. It's not really a gaffe so much. It's not really a mistake so much as it is an optics fail, which is, you remember at the very outset when they're all on that little stage together, all of the people for the G7 summit.
Why do you have
and
a
at first, when they
dinosaur?
were meeting each other, they were doing that ridiculous, the COVID greeting thing. So instead of shaking hands like is normal, they were bumping elbows and stuff. But then as soon as the photo op was over, when they were walking away, they were putting their arms around each other, hugging and stuff. None of these people masked up, which is, oh my God, we're all going to die mode. This is a super spreader event. Look, world leaders are going to be dropping like flies. Okay, maybe that's not a bad thing. But anyway, violating ostensibly their own rules. I realize all these people are vaccinated, but it doesn't matter. According to Joe Biden, you're still at grave risk regardless, and you have to wear a hazmat suit. But look at these links and see the gap. First,
Don't understand the question.
he manages to forget, apparently, that Boris Johnson had already announced the delegate from South Africa who was there. And Biden was like, oh, you got to introduce him. And Boris Johnson was like, he silenced Biden. The interaction between those two is very telling. Look at their body language in that first clip there, again, between Boris Johnson and Joe Biden. Biden tries to interject to do the funny and big man thing. He's almost echoing LBJ. LBJ used to do things like this. Basically, I'm the president. I'm going to act a little bit awkward, and you're going to eat it up because you're lesser than me. He used to literally whip his cock out and show it to staffers and tell them it was why he was in charge. Biden may not go to that length, unless it's in private with someone who's of dubiously legal age, presumably, but he does the same basic shtick. Trump would occasionally do this, by the way, with his body language. He would nudge in on people, and generally speaking, there was no attempt by them to match him. They didn't want to deal with it. They felt awkward, and most people just don't perform well in those situations. Most people don't have that mentality. So they're not as confrontational openly. But Biden can't make it work. Number one, because Boris Johnson doesn't take him seriously, and look at that clip, and you can fucking tell that he doesn't. Apparently, he gave him Biden. This is another slap in the face by the British, by the way. And you know, I'm not a huge fan of Boris Johnson. He's got his own quirks, but this was masterful. Biden apparently decided to give him a gift, which was like this really high-end racing bike and shit with U.S. colors on it or something. And guess what? Johnson apparently gave Biden. I don't know if this anecdote is actually confirmed, but I think it is. It was a framed photo of Frederick Douglass, and it was supposedly printed out from Wikipedia. So basically, I came to the party and I got a gift. I forgot to get a gift for someone, so I got it at the gas station on the way there. But the Frederick Douglass thing, in the context of Biden with his past, again, nothing happens by coincidence in diplomacy. It is all very, very much, very carefully thought out beforehand. Boris Johnson knew what he was doing. Biden knew what he was doing here when he tried to interject, tried to upstage Boris Johnson, and failed completely. Anyway, people ended up just joking about him having dementia, not remembering that the dude from South Africa was already introduced. Second one, this is funny too. He was asked with regards to U.S. diplomacy, because of course the straw man is that Trump was bad at diplomacy. The mythology is that Trump alienated our allies in Europe. So when Biden shows up, he's asked by reporters, well, you know, here's your first visit and stuff. You know, what do you have to say about the fact that there's still, you know, clashing problems supposedly going on? And he's like, 120 days, man. Come on, man. Like, the idea is, well, I've only been here for a little while. It takes a while to undo all the damage that Trump did. You know, actually being America first has somehow damaged America. The problem is this. When he does this with reporters, I don't think he understands the optics. And don't talk about the Democrats, the liberals and stuff. They're on board with Biden. It's mostly soft support, but they tend to support him because he's got a D after his name and because he's not Orange Man. Think about how this looks to independent voters who are looking at this through a less biased lens. This looks like you're getting a question. It's not a hardball. It's an honest question. They're not trying to be antagonistic. They're not asking it in an antagonistic manner. And you're leaning forward. The body language, again, is very telling. Leaning forward, scowling a little bit, and acting incredulous. You can't even answer a basic question with regards to what you're literally at the summit for, which is U.S. foreign diplomacy. Well, it just doesn't look good. It's sort of like when Kamala does her psycho laugh. I think Biden gets off with a little bit less problems from such things, as he just seems old and befuddled. But then it takes us to clip number 3 here, where he repeatedly mistook Syria and Libya for one another.
Garbage.
Got them mixed up, appeared not to know what the hell he was talking about. And you'll notice, most of the time when he makes gaffes, when he's making a speech, normally he's looking down at notes or looking out at a teleprompter. But when he leans forward, especially when he puts one arm down, you may have noticed this. This is, again, senatorial body language, I suppose. He's a body language and linguistics 101 video for today for the clankers. He goes off script, usually only for like a few sentences or a paragraph. He almost always fumbles, almost every time. He starts telling some story, and he gets lost in his thoughts. It only takes him 10, 15 seconds for that to happen. So unless it's a very, very short quip, and then he usually butchers it anyway, Bush style, it becomes a big problem. Biden's visit here at the G7 summit has been an unmitigated disaster. Again, worse than I expected. I expected it to be, well,
Are you fucking kidding
all right,
me?
everyone. He shows up, he mumbles about climate change for a while, they mumble about climate change for a while, but the idea is that most other world leaders, they're not like massively well-spoken. Like Boris Johnson isn't known for his great soaring speeches. He's not Winston Churchill or something. But he completely upstages Biden. The only other real true loser is Trudeau. Trudeau melted into the background. You see, because he's the weakest of the G7 representatives that's there, he was like basically a non-entity. And he looked all scruffy and shit like that, and it was really, really funny. I'm thinking about the situation where Angela Merkel looks like the adult on stage. You know, the writing's on the wall, I guess, for the Western world at some point. But Joe Biden really was, his performance was a D- at best. It'd be like a Mercy D or something like that. When you're continuously making these kind of mistakes, both in optics and in literally telling people what the hell you're trying to tell them, it becomes problematic. If it's like one mistake, okay, that happens. But when it's like 4 or 5 times every single time you speak, it begins to mount. And the problem is, again, and this is something liberals and Dem partisans won't notice this. Republicans will notice it and be hyperbolic about it, but you can tell. These people, when they look at Biden, they don't take him seriously. They don't dislike him the way they did Trump because Trump was breaking their toys, their globalistic toys, but they don't respect him. And they don't think he's all there. They expect Kamala Harris fundamentally to be president. I think they're goddamn terrified of that. Kamala Harris won't even fucking visit the border. It's been almost 3 months since she was appointed border czar, and she hasn't even seen the border. Just for optical purposes, as I explained the other day, because it's a no-win. If you show up, the situation's terrible, you're in charge, and well, try explaining that to all the reporters there without doing your hee-hee psycho laugh and ignoring questions. It's better just to not show up to it's better for Kamala to appear to not be doing her job than to actually do her job for optics purposes right now. With Joe Biden, he keeps doing this crazy shit, like, just keep him at home. Someone else should have gone to G7. Kamala arguably should have gone to G7. He should have said, well, yeah, I've got the coof. I feel funny. I had another aneurysm. It'd probably be better optics than this. This is crazy. To have a person who, suppose the asterisk administration, the president in name, be completely out to lunch. It's like shades of George W., only if George W. were actually demented and weren't just pretending. It should terrify a lot more people, but a lot of people, they've got cognitive dissonance. They think Orange Man bad. They were told for 4 years he was a fascist, so they breathe a sigh of relief that the dude's just demented. Just Alzheimer's ridden and a warmonger. That's crazy. That's about all. Peace out.
Why did that turn blue instead of that? What? Duh. It's gonna clear my queue.
Alright, everyone, we start off today talking
Apparently.
about the cluelessness.
Watch
the
the
dude's
last
just demented. Just
10
Alzheimer's
seconds
ridden
again.
and a warmonger. That's crazy. That's about all. Peace out.
Make sure that's paused so that doesn't autoplay.
Alright, everyone, we start off today with the obvious, which is more Biden foibles, specifically his Trump derangement syndrome flashcards and his non-answer on Putin. Both of which, first and foremost, link in the description. I won't archive it. It's to the initial video of his non-answer on Putin. with a very, very, very long, drawn-out pause. Like, if I did this on a YouTube video, people would think I had a mini-stroke, like Ron Paul or something. First and foremost, though, if you're watching this video on YouTube, links down below in a pinned comment to 4 other video hosting sites that I use. Keep in mind, I make 4 videos a day, only 2 of them end up on YouTube
a couple Trump videos.
Joe Biden,
I felt like
in the link in the description,
putting it on.
Was asked whether he still thought that Vladimir Putin was a killer. This is something that he pointed out during the primaries. It was basically, you know, he was trying to juxtapose himself with Trump, because the straw man, the lie, is that Donald Trump was soft on Putin, he was a friend of Putin. Now, this was never true. He simply knew how to deal with Putin. Same with Kim Jong-un and some of these others, Assad. It was Trump, let us not forget, that passed the most stinging sanctions on Russia that have been passed in modernity, which was on Nord Stream 2, delaying their gas pipeline for several years, forcing the Germans and others not to accept it. That's a lot of money. That's like the biggest energy project other than the Chinese pipeline that Putin's been invested in his entire career, and Trump effectively stopped it. Biden has undone those sanctions. Well, the proof is in the pudding. Actions speak louder than words. But if you've got Trump derangement syndrome, you're not willing to acknowledge this because you think that Trump was like Putin's lapdog. And Biden comes out and says all the right things. He said, well, man, I'm going to take him out behind the woodshed. I'm going to call him a killer to his face. Then, at this latest summit, he's asked, does he still believe that Putin is a killer? Link in the description. Where's the actual answer? There is none. He basically, he says, well, you know, Putin has, and then he pauses for like 10 fucking seconds, and then he completely ignores the question and starts talking about other things. He's not going to be hard on Putin. He's Putin's friend. Joe Biden is the pro-Putin because he's a globalist. Putin's a globalist too. I love it when people do the us versus them thing, and they're like, well, the U.S. government's imperialistic and bad, and they've got global homo and all this stuff. Oh, well, Vladimir Putin must be great. No, he's just another globalist. He just happens to have a different moral strategy in mind. But here's the thing. Globalism is mainly about money and power. All the moral stuff, it doesn't matter. Nobody gives a goddamn shit. They don't care if you run an ethno-state as long as you're sucking the globalists off. They don't care. That's the whole point. Essentially world fascism when you think about it. Vladimir Putin is just another tin horn, just like Beijing Biden and all these others. Trump was a populist. He knew how to deal with things. He got propagandized about and shafted. He was literally the one going hard all in on Putin, and he got called his puppet by the legacy media. Biden rescinds those sanctions, because Nord Stream will trickle down to the U.S. as well, because the Europeans will save money on energy, and so they'll buy other consumer goods from the United States. It's elementary, my dear Watson. When you draw multiple countries together in energy and trade deals, while it gives a country potentially leverage, it also draws people closer together. Now, the initial globalist goal was to prevent war. That very quickly got warped into, hey, we can prevent competition, and we can have an empire. It'll be a world of nations, but it'll be our world. It'll be the world of the elite. That's the whole fucking point. They want to take over the world without even fighting a war. It's basically, it's imperialism. It's soft imperialism. So Beijing Biden, literally demented at this point. I think fewer and fewer people actually think he's coherent. The only problem is the legacy media won't air clips like this. You're not going to see this on CNN. They're not even going to ask the question about Biden's cognitive decline. They did this about Trump every weekend. They never have said so about Biden. They say, well, he's got a stutter. He could be 100 years old and he could literally wander out naked, and they would say that it was just him being quirky at this point. Second, you had a picture somebody took of a flashcard that Biden was holding, and it was basically like Trump, Orange Man bad. And this was when he was giving his speech there to the Economic Forum, Gesundheit, basically like talking about Trump's DOJ and how, well, we got a lot of work to do because we were left a mess, and basically like Trump derangement syndrome, the flashcard, literally. And I'm thinking to myself, it's not abnormal for a politician giving a speech with or without a teleprompter.
That's a lot shorter.
That's not abnormal. What's abnormal is that everything on that flashcard didn't involve Biden having some great idea, Biden putting forth some great economic reform, we're going to work together, talking points about what he wants to do. That's not what was there. The talking points were all about how everything that went wrong is the result of the last guy in office. No, it's not my fault that we've got stagflation. It's not my fault we got poor relations in Korea, freezing of the Cold War there. It's not my fault that Putin is sour grapes. It's not my fault X, Y, and Z, Orange Man bad. It's literally, he's been in there for months, and he's still blaming the last guy for literally every problem that happens. The border crisis, which never existed under Trump, somehow is Trump's fault. The man who tried to close the border, the man who actually deported illegals, the man who actually went after sanctuary states and cities, mostly unsuccessfully, but he did try several times, stymied by Republicans, by the way, at multiple ventures. That guy's responsible for the border crisis. Just to be clear, he's the one, it's not the dude who during the primaries basically said, come all ye unfaithful. He's not the one to blame. The one that pulled back the ICE forces, the one that overwhelmed the southern border. No, it's Orange Man's fault. Orange Man is somehow responsible for the inflation that's the result of Biden's initial stimulus injection back at the very dawn of his presidency. But somehow Trump is responsible for that, despite the fact that a year passed since the initial bill. Somehow, there's one hell of a delay, by the way. Trump is responsible.
Well, they're like
Orange Man is responsible for Putin acting up,
episode,
despite the fact that Orange Man passed the Nord Stream sanctions, literally hardballing Putin, kicking him in the balls. Russia Energy is the big sector over there that they're trying to grow. They get gas and oil and shit like that. So do we. If we want to compete, it makes sense to sanction Nord Stream so we can sell to Western Europe. But Biden decided to withdraw. He decided, fuck it. It's okay if Russia makes hundreds of billions of extra dollars a year. Yeah, by the way, I'm going to challenge him to a push-up contest. Yay. It's going to be really funny to see all the results of his joint conference with Putin that you're not allowed to see publicly, by the way, because it's going to be a wash. It's not going to hardball him at all. He's going to say, oh, ha, 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 yeah, that campaign bluster was really funny now, wasn't it? Now let's strike some deals behind closed doors. For globalism's sake. He'll be, goose-stepping around the hallway in private. It's not abnormal for him to have a flashcard. There's nothing wrong with that. It's abnormal that nothing there pertained to what he wanted to do himself. That's very, very telling. It is an extension of the Trump derangement syndrome we've seen now for years from the legacy media and from the Democrats. There's no good ideas that they have to offer. There's no nobility or progress or anything good for the middle and working classes there. All they can do is blame the problems that exist, that they helped to create structurally over decades of a globalist neoliberal economy, on one man who, by and large, other than deregulating things with executive orders at the bureaucratic level and getting some of his wall accomplished, was stymied and constantly had to fight an uphill battle to do goddamn anything. Trump had to fight an uphill battle to be able to even meet with Putin because the optics were so skewed, so queered, by the fact that the legacy media propagandized 24/7. He was scrutinized about how he shook Putin's hand. If Biden shakes Putin's hand in exactly the same fashion, you're going to see analysis about how, well, this is a powerful handshake, really projecting America's strength. Meanwhile, Biden, after he meets with Putin, will do the same thing he did here. He'll be demented, he'll break down gibbering and go off the script when he takes a few softball questions, and he won't even be able to answer them. You've got more and more people around the world goddamn chuckling and laughing and nodding and shaking their heads at why the United States could possibly tolerate the fact that we've got a so-called leader incapable of leadership. We have a vice president who's tasked with the border crisis, the most important domestic crisis, other than inflation we currently suffer with. She hasn't even, after 3 months, hasn't even visited the border once. This is a dysfunctional administration. It's an asterisk administration. These people don't know what they're doing. They're all over the place. They're worse than Carter. They're less competent. At least Jimmy Carter, at the end of the day, meant well. At least he wasn't a complete neoliberal globalist. He was more of a domestic liberal. He actually gave a shit. He just had weird ideas. He tried, though. He still failed, and by and large was then kicked out because of conditions roughly the same as what we have now. Inflation, high unemployment, lots of diplomatic crises, and the president that seems a little bit out of touch. Only now it's not a little bit out of touch. It's goddamn out of his mind. I would be so surprised if he manages to go his full term without getting 25th, getting kicked out by his own cabinet, or having to resign. I would be extremely surprised if that's the case. By the way, that means the first female president won't even be an elected official. She'll have ascended to that office despite coming in, 6th place in her own party primaries. And if she's crazy enough to run, she'll get slamma-jammed by any Republican that runs against her. The Democrats have walked into the trap that I told them they would walk into, where Biden is clearly progressing in his dementia. This is not a stutter. A stutter doesn't cause you to pause for 10 seconds, lose track of what you were saying, and pivot to an entirely different subject. A stutter does not require you to base your entire first major diplomatic meeting with G7 summit, first major meeting with multiple world leaders, and yeah, the Japanese prime minister and stuff, and Taka Trudeau. This is the first really major meeting. You don't need a note card to tell you why you don't like the last dude that was in your position. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. And there are so many people that aren't even aware that these things are going on. They don't know about the no card. They don't know about Biden forgetting what he was talking about, mixing up Libya and Syria, forgetting that the South African minister was already announced by Boris Johnson. None of these things have aired on CNN. If they do, it's in the context of right-wing conspiracy theorists talking about how Joe Biden's got cognitive decline as a form of whataboutism because Trump's actually the one with dementia. And it's formulaic. If these people would only, get with the times, live in the 21st century and use the internet as opposed to using, or the internet insofar as independent content creation goes, as opposed to CNN or CNN.com, they'd know what's going on. They'd be frightened, honestly. The normies would be scared if they knew how demented Biden truly was. That's why you should always show things like this to them, and when they do the orangutan whataboutism thing and say, well, Trump, this, that, and the other thing, you're comparing Biden to Trump. Oh, that says great things about him now, doesn't it? That's about all. Peace out.
No.
All right, everyone, it's time for a history refresher because a lot of people seem to have misunderstood the history of the United States insofar as where its wealth came from. They seem to think the United States was built by slaves, like skyscrapers are made out of cotton, and this simply is not the case. First and foremost, I'll just point this out. Plantation agriculture, this is pretty much objectively understood, held back the South. When you have an agrarian economy that's run at very low efficiency because you're essentially just using manpower, slaves, in that essence, to do everything, and holding back initially on bothering to industrialize at all because, you can just make more slaves by letting people do what they do, which is have sex. When you refuse to use the cotton gin, that tends to hold back the development. The northern states, by and large, never had this problem. By the way, you can actually look at areas in the north that had slavery prior to the Missouri Compromise, and they suffer from similar crises in the more agricultural areas that elements of the Deep South do outside of the coast. Of course, having a coast for trade purposes, especially post late 19th century, tends to be an advantage, and then you get the Rust Belt development stuff because of central planning, and economics can be a little bit interesting. Look at the Gilded Age, the Progressive Era. But slavery did not build the United States. Leftists are trying to claim that basically the reason why I have reasonable wealth is because slaves suffered and were whipped back in the 1800s. The problem is, by and large, the North never had slavery, and economically is, by the way, better off for it because it industrialized earlier. With exceptions. There were a few states in the North, again, prior to the Missouri Compromise, that did have slavery, and in fact, the North didn't abolish slavery in those states until after the Civil War. Emancipation only dealt with slaves in the South, mainly to get them to flee north to fight for the Union because they wanted more manpower, and they said, hey, northern white people are starting to get tired of this fucking war. Well, we need to do something. Oh, well, we'll draft black people. See, the average white northerner didn't care if they went off to die. They said, oh, how patriotic. They're fighting for their brethren to be freed. Because they framed it as a slave debate, even though it had more to do with, in the minds of the Southerners at least, it had more to do with state sovereignty. The 10th Amendment, hating Lincoln. But skyscrapers are not made out of cotton. To be clear, the industrial advantage that the United States gained largely left the South behind because of agrarian plantation agriculture. And Southern slave owners essentially were quasi-socialistic in some ways. Think about it this way.
Southern plantation owners actively endeavored to prevent the development of key industries down there in order to maintain their livelihood. They drove wages down among free white workers as well as other groups of people through the use of slavery. Ironically, the South's problems are more rooted in leftism than anything else. There's a reason why the Southern Dems were the Jim Crow party. By the way, gun control comes from the Jim Crow era with the Cruikshank decision. It's interesting how all of these things hook together, again, among people who initially pretended that they were fighting for states' rights. And it was, by the way, pretense. The plantation owners that organized things, they cared a little bit less about that than their own personal fortunes. The average small-time white person in the South didn't own any slaves anyway. But the North was the seat of that industry. Really, and then electrification and then the big rail and all of these things sort of originate there. They bypassed the South initially. Now, later on, of course, that's not the case. So the South now is more developed. But there are still a lot of agrarian areas down there that have lingering problems, including among white communities, which is why we can say it's had nothing to do with slavery. The reason why there was perpetual poverty generation after generation wasn't even fully due to Jim Crow. It was due to infrastructure issues. If you've got an area of farmland, you're probably not going to have the same developments in there as cities. And there weren't as many cities down there. There was a lot of tobacco fields and cotton and so forth. It's funny. Under Jim Crow, after slavery ends, you get only a semi-decentralization of that same labor. Again, for several more generations, the economic problems remain. Really, the United States, fundamentally, before the Civil War, before federalization was a big thing, it was built mainly by just people exploring, finding resources, and extracting them. A lot of those happened to be in the North. Coal, especially, initially, but Pennsylvania, Ohio, and so forth. That was a big one, because it was powering the whole world at the time. And you get industry and stuff, and naturally, that industry tended to concentrate in big cities, which were simply more profuse in the North. That has nothing to do with slavery or the absence, but it has. But again, the development there wasn't due to people being enslaved. If anything, Irish indentured servants played a bigger role. You see the same kind of labor prior to the Progressive era, in the early, skyscraper Gilded Age. You see this, but again, it's big cities. There weren't that many in the South. You have Atlanta, a big city, huge now. And you have Tampa and Houston and a few of these others, but the North really, at the time, Philadelphia, Boston, New York, D.C., some of these areas was big. Baltimore certainly was bigger. It's funny, because Vermont was an industrial powerhouse at the turn of the 20th century. Hell, it was 90% deforested. Most people don't realize you go to Vermont, you see all the trees, you think it's like old growth and stuff, like some ancient forest. It's actually all from within the last 100 years for the most part, below the snow line on the peaks of the mountains. That's because they were farming animals. They had beef production and milk. They had initially wool, actually, textiles. And that's why you have all those old woolen mill towers everywhere that the tourists like to gawk at, because they tend to tower over everything else Vermonters have ever built, other than the Bennington Battle Monument. The South was held back by this, and then post-Civil War, the prosperity comes from the Homestead Act and from the uniting of the coasts and industrial projects. Again, the Transcontinental Railroad and the homesteading that happened in what is now the Midwest and parts of the Old West, the Dakotas, Montana and stuff, that has nothing to do with slavery. Had nothing to do with Jim Crow in many cases. A lot of these places didn't really have segregation either. And Cruikshank broadly applied, but in the South was mainly where that was enforced. If I look at areas of the United States that have more systemic poverty, there's a significant correlation with states that for 100 years held themselves back by having this wage-adjusted population that was automatically going to be better for menial labor, thus forcing potentially poor white people out of a job entirely. We see this today with illegal immigration, that held itself back prior with plantation agriculture. And part of that is not even necessarily, other than the centralization aspect, the plantation owner having basically a handful of serf white people and then a bunch of slaves, really, there are large areas of the South that aren't good for anything other than agriculture. There are some parts of the North that are the same, although the climate in the South is better if you're growing tobacco or something. There were no other resources to extract. But the fact is, slavery still held it back. The development that happens thereafter is largely post-slavery in some of these cities and outlying areas. And of course, transportation is a problem too, and things change economically once you get the automobile and the modern road system. That certainly, it's a far cry from the horse and buggy. But slavery did not build skyscrapers. In fact, slavery kept them from being built in many areas because it was simply inefficient. And it was guaranteed to end too. When people say, well, the South would have held on to slavery forever if they'd won, I doubt it. I honestly doubt that they wouldn't have abolished it within a couple of decades because of the Industrial Revolution. That's what would have ended up happening because there's no purpose to it. It boiled down to economics in the minds of many. There was an open abolitionist debate in the South, actually, including among some of the gentry down south that didn't involve themselves with slavery, some of the old money families, landed gentry. There was an open debate over it. Many people were members of the same, in the South, I'm talking about, were members of, or at least sympathizers of the same ideology Lincoln was part of, that established Liberia and encouraged freed slaves to go back to what they imagined was their homeland. Of course, the funny part is many of them were not from anywhere near Liberia. But again, they were trying to be reformist, but they didn't really understand, I guess, geography. And the Europeans had begun to carve Africa up, so they're like, where are we? We'll just establish this one little colony here. This is fundamentally U.S. territorial for a while. U.S. annex. By the way, Liberia, one of the more dysfunctional nations within the region. I wonder why, and there's plenty of slavery there still, I'm sure, to this day, as there are in many parts of the world. And where it's found, if you look at slavery today, why is it that it overlaps with impoverished areas? If slavery builds up so much wealth for people, then why aren't we seeing that today? There's like 1 billion slaves in the world. There's more slaves in the world now than there were in the 1860s. The world, these countries like Burma, a lot of slavery to China. Now, China has a lot of slavery, and it has massive amounts of poverty in the outlying areas. There's lots of slavery in North Africa. Libya, half the population are slaves. Why is Libya not flush with gold? A lot of slaves. There's plenty of slaves in Colombia. In Honduras, why do people from those countries keep trying to come here where there's no slavery? I thought that it built wealth and shit. That's because it doesn't. It actually holds things back. It's a relic. It's a Stone Age relic. That's about all. Peace out. Alright, everyone, Trump hasn't been in office for quite some time, but leftists are still fucking completely goddamn terrified by the dude. Like, it's funny, they keep trying to do the victory lap thing where they're like, well, we managed to reduce the number of shares on social media of Drumfler's misinformation. So literally, like, you are bragging about billionaires censoring and influencing the political process. Well, they're not sending their best and brightest. These aren't the liberals that I knew from the 2000s that were anti-war and had problems with it. These aren't the Occupy liberals, that's for sure. And they still have nightmares about this dude. Link in the description, archived, of course, like the Salon article. Biden is so boring, number one, and Trump has them so goddamn rankled, number two, that months and months later, despite him supposedly disappearing, they're still talking about him on a constant basis. It's funny because while they're trying to starve Trump of oxygen by not letting him speak, they can't stop speaking about him. And even if they're covering him negatively, he's still in the news. It's 2-1 Trump Biden anyway with news coverage. If you look at the front page of news sites, half the time it's Trump. It's not the sitting Hong Kong, the asterisk administration's commander-in-chief. It's Trump, the former president, again, Hong Kong. It's hilarious to watch this. The Trump derangement syndrome, it's like heroin. The thing is that Trump actually, inadvertently, I think, in part, did this to them. This was inflicted by Trump himself. By doing the bravado, huge, mimetic sort of thing, he got these people addicted to tabloid heroin, which is the term that I gave to, like, the propaganda that they were forced to spew out about Trump, because they wanted to defeat him. And they got more and more hyperbolic. And what happened is the purity spiral. They kept trying to one-up one another because they want clickbait. They want those clicks because it's money. They want more attention. And so they had to keep one-upping each other about Trump. You saw this with political cartoons. At first, Trump was generally, he was just cast off as sort of a bore, a tubby bore. And by the end there, you have cartoons depicting him as basically a big round baby shitting and pissing everywhere, like the most infantile sort of humor you could call it. The devolution of everything humorous and political commentary, at least from the lamestream, was palpable. And now they're trying to dig themselves back up, but they just can't do it. They just can't stop talking about Trump. Can you imagine when Trump keels over? It'll be the most covered funeral in U.S. presidential history. They won't be able to stop talking about it. A national debate will rage on that day. Well, can we forgive Trump for all of his indiscretions and sins? And people, Geraldo will be there probably. Oh, no, I don't want to speak badly about Donald Trump, but... And then he'll go off on a spiel about how bad he is. Geraldo's a snake. He's the ultimate fence sitter. He's got that fence post right up his fucking ass, by the way. And watch it. He's a total locale. Watch the cringe of this Geraldo Rivera. Anytime that he's on TV, or on a live stream, or anytime that he tweets, you'll have fun. Trust me. These people are nuts. They have literal nightmares. They have night terrors about Donald Trump, and they're terrified that he's going to come back. They're terrified he's going to run again. It's going to be real difficult to justify keeping banned the former president when he's also a candidate for the presidency. It would begin to look a little bit obvious what was happening. It would begin to look a little bit strange to people if Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey and Sundar Pichai and so forth said, well, no, but Trump did a thing years ago. We're not going to let him speak even though he's the Republican nominee for the presidency. Oh, we're not going to do that. Meanwhile, by then the Democrats will probably have started a war and killed 1 million people, so it's going to be difficult. Also, they don't want him speaking out right now because he's been vindicated with regards to the COVID response. He was Operation Warp Speed. The more successful, more used vaccines were the result of that. They were fast-tracked because of that research, as opposed to us needing to use the Moscow variant. Can you imagine that? If Trump had said, oh, well, fuck you, we'll just buy it from Russia, and that people would have lost their collective minds, rightfully so. He was right. He gets to frame, I did the Afghanistan withdrawal. Keep in mind, by September, supposedly, we'll finally be leaving Afghanistan. Better late than never. The Taliban keeps bombing things because we didn't stick to the original schedule, which means Afghanistan will crumble afterwards, but while they'll try to blame Orange Man for that, he has a few counters for it. It's interesting we've gotten to the point in society where so-called liberal individuals are fine with the idea of a person being able to be wall-to-wall criticized by billionaires and then not be able to launch a response. Why do you think they're so worried about him going on a speaking tour with Bill O'Reilly right now? They're terrified. He's going back into the limelight. His short-lived blog, it was funny because they were all basically
Bill O'Reilly's not that great.
because the blog only lasted a couple weeks. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, do you think that was meant to be a long-term proposal? Trump should buy into alt tech, by the way. He should get on Gap. He should get on Parler. He should be using Rumble and shit like this. That would lend a huge amount of power to the new tech sites to do this. He's capable of getting his message out. Instead, he's sort of slow-walking it at the moment. It actually is slightly frustrating because you've got this bombastic, high-energy dude, and he's slow-walking it. It's slightly uncharacteristic. I think he knows what happened during the fortifying of the last election, and it peeves him. Then now's the time to fight back. Yeah, by the way, if a Democrat uses that term, it's okay. It seems that anytime someone else uses it, it's like a call to violence or something. You're not allowed to use Maxine Waters' language unless you have a D after your name. I love watching them shit and piss at the same time, though. It's funny because they try to ridicule him as being basically a less intelligent version of like Goebbels or something. So he's unintelligent, infantile, poops and peas and stuff that's common in political cartoons these days as a substitute for actual satire, by the way. And on the other end, he's a real career criminal, cutthroat, a cunning man who's trying to become a dictator. It's very, very funny because I believe that one of the main arguments of fascists listed by, I can't remember the name of that weird socialist dude, actually is that you would have that sort of irreconcilable two-pronged attack where your opponent is both inept, dumb, stupid, and weak, but at the same time very cunning and dangerous. Pretty sure that was one of the signs of fascism. Interesting. I think all of them are there when you look at legacy media coverage these days. That's about all. Peace out. All right, everyone, we start off today talking about how some people lack self-awareness, and some corporations do too, specifically Twitter. Their policy page responding to Twitter being banned in Nigeria. And I'll get deeper into my thoughts on the whole case here in a moment. Responding by saying that access to the free and open internet is basically a human right. I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if the tens of millions of people banned off of Twitter are aware of that human rights are being violated by Twitter. How is it any different for Twitter to kick someone off the platform if it's a human right versus a state blocking that platform from being used by its citizens? Of course, the answer is one is a private company and technically is legally capable of doing that and there's no problem, but the nation of Nigeria's government legalized its own blocking of Twitter. And by the way, this has happened a million times before. Why is it that all of a sudden Jack and Twitter and all the liberals in the United States have a problem with it when it's Nigeria? If it's Turkey or Tunisia or some Eastern European country, they never even talk about it. First and foremost, though, if you're watching this video on YouTube, keep in mind there will be a pinned comment down below with links to 4 other video hosting sites that I use. Keep in mind I make 4 videos a day, today possibly 5. Only 2 end up on YouTube, partially because I cover verboten topics that you're not allowed to talk about on the platform anymore. So if you want the really cool stuff, if you're a cool kid and not a chicken, you should be on those other platforms. I digress slightly. Anyway. Link in the description archived, of course. You can read Twitter's lack of self-awareness for yourself. I was floored when I saw it. Honestly, I never expect people to be quite as stupid as they really are. Normally, if you're a corporation, it's worth billions of dollars, the people running it are at least reasonably competent. Like, you think of like the Google leadership team, you can think that they're wrong, you can think that they're being malevolent or sleazy, but they're not stupid people. Twitter
should get watch Rumble instead of YouTube.
Jack Dorsey and Twitter policy and people like lawyers and shit that represent keep making dumb mistakes. Like when Jack Dorsey was there getting grilled by
Rumble looks like it got taken over by a bunch of
sort of like
boomer
you
women.
probably met people like this, like the juvenile delinquent thing, where they look down and they just nod and pretend to be listening to you, and they're like, oh yeah, I get it, yeah, my life's on the wrong path, whatever, I need to do better, and then they go right back out and smoke some more crack. I actually dated somebody that was like that. I know it's like, it reminds me of Jack Dorsey explicitly, but the lack of self-awareness here is that Twitter is basically saying the nation of Nigeria. Now, what happened is they blocked Twitter nationwide. I don't know if it's been unblocked yet, but the keep it on hashtag on Twitter, that's what it relates to. Twitter removed an official post by the Nigerian government. Nigeria responded by saying this is unacceptable, you're interfering in our political system, so we're blocking you. I support this. I do not support any government blocking access to a tech firm. I do support those governments retaliating against these sites when there's interference. Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and all these others have begun to explicitly, deliberately, remember, these are run by billionaires, so I don't know why leftists are supporting this. Liberals are cheering this on, like Zuckerberg banning Trump till 2023. They're cheering this. It is explicitly an influence over the political system by the rich elite. It's interesting because every election they rant about Citizens United being bad. No, billionaires shouldn't be putting so much money into our elections. But it's okay if they silence people that are challenging the people they've already paid for. That's okay. See, it's just like it's total hypocrisy. It doesn't make sense. So Nigeria blocked them, and I applaud them for doing that. Although I hope that Twitter will see the light, roll its eyes a little bit, restore the post, and then it'll get unblocked. Because at the same time, as a libertarian, people should be able to speak freely. But when Twitter declares that Nigeria is effectively robbing people of their human rights, they literally in their posts are like, well, access to the free and open internet is a fundamental human right in the modern age. I agree with Twitter for once. So then why is Twitter constantly robbing people of that experience, literally violating their human rights according to Twitter policy? Hey, where's Ted Cruz and Rand Paul, by the way, to rant about this one on Fox? Why are you violating people's human rights? You violate my human rights. I've had posts removed before. You violate my human rights and the human rights of others when you block them. You prevent them from making content in the free and open internet, which apparently is the same thing as Twitter, according to their policy page. Well, I mean, being blocked from Twitter, if you don't like it, make your own Twitter, right? Now, the people of Nigeria, I think, probably would love to use Gab or Parler or something anyway. And they should. If I have any Nigerian fans, if you're still blocked on Twitter, just fuck it. Fuck Twitter. Twitter's dying anyway. Of all of the big tech sites, Twitter's the most vestigial. It can be the most interesting if you're a troll. Like, if you're into flame wars and antagonism, Twitter's number one. Oh, it's way better.
Twitter's dying because they keep getting rid of
so you can go to WilfredBrimley.com channel or something like that and make videos, and it's very funny. But Twitter's more real time than YouTube is for that purpose. Facebook used to be fun for that, not anymore. But Twitter's also dying. Every time Jack Dorsey does something, the stock falls. I don't even know how they're solving it. Why do you think they're rolling out this Twitter Blue feature? Well, for what is it, like $4.99 a month or some stupid total, you can have an undo tweet button, which makes no sense. You know, it's fucking delete the tweet. Who cares? It's basically, it just slows you down further. Nobody's gonna fucking do that. I guess basically, it just makes your content basically priority content. See, on YouTube, they handpick the priority creators because they want to carefully curate and control what you see. On Twitter, just give us money. Yeah, you can be one of the big boys. We'll declare you a de facto celebrity for Twitter search algorithm purposes as long as you're paying us blood money. Well, that's a pretty cheap buy-in, and it shows the discrepancy between the relative powers, by the way, of these two sites. Just saying. But to declare access to the free and open internet a human right, I mean, it's true. I don't disagree with what Twitter's posting there, and I don't think that the people of Nigeria should be blocked from using the platform, but that's just the thing. The hypocrisy. Millions of people are blocked from using Twitter all over the world simply by having verboten political views, or the wrong, they got into a dust-up with the wrong person, a troll flagging raid came along, and they got held to a different standard than the average person on the platform. Or the lamestream complained about them. Look at Alex Jones and InfoWars. Jack Dorsey himself came out initially and said, well, they haven't broken any rules, so we're not banning them from the platform. Then went to some, I can't remember the bullshit excuse that he pulled out of his fucking ass when there was pressure on, and a few days later banned them anyway. Oh, well, you think things have changed, says Jack Dorsey. Yeah, we carefully changed our TOS to be able to ban a single user off of the platform. This has been done before by other sites as well. So yeah, I mean, the lack of self-awareness here is almost the self-satire of Twitter when you really think about it. So I think we should hold Twitter to the standards that they themselves, on an official channel, by the way, Twitter policy, are expressing. So access to Twitter is now a human right. Well, then, I guess that you can't ban people from Twitter for non-criminal behavior under U.S. law. Of course, it's a U.S. company. So you're violating people's human rights. Well, that's terrible. That makes you like Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein or something. Human rights violators. Oh no, we must do something about this. So Congress needs to act. They need to restore people's human rights and make sure that all world citizens are able to use all internet sites. And if they're not doing anything totally despicable, they should be able to speak their mind freely without fear of any form of repercussions. I think that this should be entered in as evidence before Congress about why Twitter should be not protected under 230 under its current guidelines, the way that it currently operates. But again, someone get to Ted Cruz real quick because, he's not as tech literate, so he probably doesn't know that this happened yet. That's about all. Peace out. All right, everyone, now we have to talk about globalism. Really, globalism masquerades as, well, we want everyone to be together, we want everyone to share in the wealth and stuff, and meanwhile they're exploiting half the third world, who still live on a bowl of rice and some cicadas each day, and those cicadas are not even artisanal, they're not even biological and organic and farm-raised. Oh my god, they're not given antibacterial substances injected with them to make them safe. Globalists, basically, what they want is worldwide serfdom, and that's the inevitable end result of the kind of neoliberal globalist policies we've got. So really, globalism is this, and you look at trade deals and you can see exactly how they're working. Look at the TPP. All the liberals thought it was the gold standard of trade deals, and then silently edited their opinions during the 2016 election, initially. What's the TPP? And this is the gold standard of neoliberal trade deals. Just to be clear, this is what they want for the world. The TPP is basically a U.S. billionaire can go into Vietnam, shove out smaller competitors, carve out a niche, and then put up a box store. A Vietnamese billionaire can do the same thing in California. That's basically the TPP. The TPP is basically the elite of a country selling out literally everybody else out in the country in order to acquire more wealth, to acquire more commercial rights, industrial rights, mining rights, land, and so on. And also now housing. This is a big one. This event with BlackRock that we're talking about now, with they're buying up homes, paying like 120% value to force everyone else out, buying up entire communities. The whole goal is to buy up large swaths of land and then price fix them. And do so with taxpayer money. They are essentially getting guaranteed 0% interest loans. Imagine this. if I were to try to seek a loan from a bank, and I said, well, I want $10 million at 0% interest, and I'll pay it back eventually, all I'm going to do is I'm going to buy up properties at more than their actual value, and I'm going to sit on them. And then as the price of goods, because of hyperinflation, which will continue, I think, for years, as the price of goods and so forth skyrockets and demand for those kinds of structures increases, we're just going to price the lower and middle classes out. Doctors will soon be living in 2-bedroom homes, and so I'll be able to sell them at a much higher amount. I get the money back, I get another loan, reinvest, pay it off, and rinse and repeat. Maybe I invest in crypto at some point. Why do you think they're attacking crypto? They don't want decentralized currencies. I love it when they attack it saying that it's used for cybercrime. And by the way, it's not actually fully anonymous. But in some stories, they say that it is, so that you can, make the excuse that the mafia uses. The mafia is now using computers to hire hitmen because they're really, really smart. Then they want you to live in a pod, basically. We see this. Basically, they want the whole world to be California. You'll have a small number of haves who still, they live in conditions that right now the average middle classer can afford in small town America. You have the haves there. Then you have the kind of haves, and they live in a pod. Then you have the have-nots, and they're basically serfs, living 5 to a micro apartment, eating bugs. They want steak. They're not going to give it up, but you'll eat bugs. They'll continue to fly. They have private jets, so there's no problem. But they're going to cram you in more people to the plane because then it's more environmentally friendly. To basically make your life as uncomfortable as possible in the hopes of squeezing every last penny out of you. That's essentially what globalism means. It's not about stopping war at this point. It's not about drawing nations together for benevolent purposes. No, it's drawing them together through trade, but it's not going to be useful for you. I love that. I think it was The Economist a couple of years ago. They said, well, the world economy would expand by $15 trillion if we just eliminated all borders. Yeah, but who makes that $15 trillion? A bunch of corporations do, and governments. It's not. How much of that share do you think I get? How much of that share do you think you get? Unless you've got like $100 million in the bank, you're not sharing in that wealth. If anything, even your $100 million, unless it's heavily invested in all sorts of infrastructure and shit, unless you got the ear of a senator to make sure that you can get bailouts and stuff, it's not going to mean anything. It's not going to mean diddly squat. We see this again with BlackRock. If BlackRock makes an oopsie and goes belly up and has to sell out at a low price, that's okay. They get bailed out. They'll still exist. They just restructure and then they go about their business and keep doing the same shady shit that they're doing now in order to try to crush capitalism by creating enormous zones where there's zero competition for housing. That's basically the point. They're using your own taxpayer money to seize property to create, essentially, expanded housing authority style bullshit. To add another layer of misery to people who would otherwise own their own homes. By the way, if you exist under an HOA, you don't own your home. You have a million rules that you gotta live under. In fact, in a state with property taxes, technically, you don't own your own home. By the way, there are certain states that don't have it. It's bullshit is what it is. They get the filet mignon, and you get the cicada burger. And they'll convince you, by the way, that you're happy in so eating that burger. Oh, well, it's free-range and organic cicadas, only $10 a pound. You could just go out and grab a handful of them every other year behind your house on some trees and then smash them together and marinate them in some soy sauce and saute them, and you'd have the same thing. But this one's artisanal. It's the Starbucks cicada burger. And by the way, it's going to be funny 15, 20 years from now, as more people eat bugs. And, it's kind of a fad thing. Eventually, they'll say, well, it's bad for the environment. Oops. Actually, eating bugs was not good in the first place of creating more carbon, or there's some emission, there's some environmental, ecological reason why it's actually not a good idea. Man, you should actually be eating more beef because reasons. We're feeding them lemongrass now so that there's 40% less cow farts, says Burger King. By the way, true story. Globalism is moronic. It's an attempt to enslave you. It's a form of soft slavery. What's the difference between slavery 200 years ago and slavery now? Well, you don't have manacles on. Everything else is the same. You can't leave the reservation. How are you supposed to leave it? Most people don't have the economic latitude to move. They can't even move locally. They just can't do it. They rent or something. They want a permanent rental class, too, that has to pay a middleman that can impose more rules. And here's the other point. The government, especially the U.S., is constrained in what it can do to you. Is a private business constrained in the same way? No. Sadly, we haven't woken up and smelled the coffee and realized that the government is essentially now using private entities, supposedly private entities, despite the fact that it grants them money, gives them loans, gives them differential treatment under tax code, bails them out, influences them, is platformed by them, in case of Silicon Valley, TV stations, stuff. We haven't woken up to the fact that the government has effectively found a reach around for the Constitution, which is private businesses that you can be compelled to do business with, that are enacting rules that the government, by the way, behind closed doors fully endorses and in some cases even sponsors, that rob you of your rights. So for instance, BlackRock could say, well, in our properties you can't have a gun. Then there'd have to be a Supreme Court battle. Well, they're a private business. If you don't like it, if you don't like the fact that BlackRock literally bought every house in the town that you live in, if you don't like it, then you can move. Well, I don't have the money to move. Well, then just print more money. See? It's a step towards tyranny. That's exactly what they're trying to do. To be clear, I'm not going to live in a pod. The average millennial doesn't have as much mobility as I do. I'm at leisure because of the nature of my work to sort of move around and see what I can see. And, if I live in the middle of the boonies where taxes are cheap and I don't have to compete with BlackRock or something, if I buy a couple acres and put up a cabin, as long as I can get a Wi-Fi signal, which you can get basically anywhere at this point, at least reasonable and decent, I can still work. Most people have to commute to a 9 to 5. Well, you can't move out to the boonies. And you're going to do a 2-hour commute every day? Most people aren't at leisure to do that. What they're trying to do is take all the boomer properties and prevent them from going to the millennials. By the way, you've got a huge problem right now leering up. You've got the boomers that own most of the single-family homes, condos and stuff. They're the ones that own these things because they existed back when you could buy something like that with a summer salary for a couple of years. Do you think the millennials that would normally inherit those properties are going to be able to support them? No. They're still literally living at home. A lot of these dudes are jobless. They're not going to be able to afford the homes. They're going to have to sell it. Who's going to buy it? Oh, BlackRock. Oh, yeah. Or some comparable company. Not some other millennial that happens to have more money. Like, I might be able to buy in, but I'm certainly not going to be buying like a 5-bedroom home because it'd be ridiculous. People are downsizing. The American dream has effectively been downsized by globalism, by socialistic world policies. And by the way, the centrality with which these economic systems operate is not capitalistic. It is the exact opposite. When the government, the empowered taxpayer-funded institution, has the power to empower third parties to screw the population, it can't be capitalism. It can't be a free market. In a free market, I can compete with BlackRock. In the non-free market, the government throws free money their way. I can't outbid them because they can afford to bid whatever they want because the whole goal is to crush the capitalistic local economy and take over literally every property. To take over the food manufacturers and stop manufacturing certain kinds of food because they only want the rich to be able to afford it.
Give a shit
it's
about
a dysgenic sort of economic policy. It's designed to price you and me out entirely and make us into slaves. The only way you'd own a home, you'd have to have like 3 families living in the same, home. And okay, well, you got a house, you got your acre, but you're all crammed in like sardines. China style. Oh, it's interesting. everything that we're doing right now, from censorship, aka social credit score 2.0, masking up, living in the pod, or cramming yourself into the apartment. Isn't that a lot like how the Chinese live? It's amazing. Oh, and the central investment into supposedly private companies that nonetheless are leaned on by government at all times, including Silicon Valley, that, according to Shiva Ayurdarai's lawsuit there, allegedly now literally influences the tech firms to try to ban or censor content creators. It's interesting. That's exactly what happens in China. The domestic surveillance, which even continued under Donald Trump, by the way, definitely a blot on his career. It's just like what happens in China. Wow, we're becoming China. Oh, China, but with the facade that we're still free. That's basically the only difference. That's about all. Peace out. All right, everyone, we start off today talking about the defeat of fascism. Yes, there are fascists, not just masturbators and branch Covidians. These are all very funny, by the way. Linguistic kill shots, as a wise person once said. First and foremost, before we get into this, though, keep in mind there will be a pinned comment down below this video if you're watching on YouTube with links to 4 other video hosting sites that I use. I make 4 videos a day, 2 of them end up on YouTube. Sometimes we cover things that are too spicy for a Google subservice. Anyway, here's the thing. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a complete 180, and now you see massive damage control coming from the legacy political establishment, the legacy media, I'd say the legacy media most, and the world's health systems. Because remember, for a year, people like me, who very early last year, I think it was in March that I first mentioned it, and it was early May when I made a video specifically about it in reference to Kamala Harris at the time. I said that if you looked at the initial epicenter of the China virus of COVID, it was fairly clear there was at least a likelihood that it had something to do with the biolab that was right there. This at the time was flat out denied. Fauci said it was impossible. The Democrats said it was impossible. Most of the Republicans too. China certainly denied it, although their initial insinuation was, yeah, I'm sorry, it was an accident. But then I think they killed some officials that spoke out of turn because they very quickly abandoned that line and said, no, it didn't even come from China. It came from the U.S. It came from eating pangolins in a wet market. Yes, of course, this is how this human vector became established. It never made sense to begin with. It was denied by the WHO, the CDC, NHS, all these other groups that it's impossible that coronavirus came from the Wuhan lab. Flat out impossible. There's no possibility. We had PolitiFact. We had Snopes. We had every so-called expert in the world come out for over a year and be wrong. If not in some cases, if you look at Fauci's FOIA emails, which he's now desperately hiding by having a private server set up for the rest of them, there's an insinuation that he was aware of the possibility of weapons research going on in this lab. And the problem is, too many coincidences, I think, have to line up in order for it to have a natural explanation, that is COVID. And now they're saying, well, there's some reason to believe some of the genetic markers in here didn't come from nature. Oh, so it was altered. Oh, that's wonderful. Here I was thinking that that was...
That's a bunch of lies anyway.
All right, everyone, we start off today talking about critical race theory. Of course, it's one of the more insidious plots that we've seen against the U.S. educational system, and that's what really, I'm going to focus on the way to frame fighting it, because I see people making a lot of mistakes with regards to their debate strategy with regards to critical race theory, where they fixate solely on the, and this is something that the left is very happy about, on the racial component of it, because it masquerades as racial justice or anti-racism. They've taken the bait, and they're sort of playing the enemy's game and expecting to win while playing by the same rules, and that doesn't work. You have to know maneuverability and strategy. So I'm going to give tips on this.
That would be a good thing.
Help to educate and promulgate this to others, and all will be peachy. Now, first and foremost, if you're watching this video on YouTube, keep in mind there's a pinned comment down below with links to 4 other video host sites that I use. Keep in mind I make 4 videos a day, only 2 of them end up on YouTube, because otherwise you get abused even more by the algorithms than usual. Trust me, I'm no stranger to algorithmic abuse on the platform. Now, here's the problem. When you are debating someone, and most people don't realize this, your job is not to beat the opponent, convince the opponent that you're right. It's never going to happen. Their fans, their acolytes, their ideological friends, and so forth, they will consider them to be the winner of the debate, even if they just sit there pooping on themselves. The people that already agree with you, 99% of the time, they leave the debate, they agree that you won. The only way that you win a debate is by talking to the people that are watching on the offsides that don't have a bias. Not talking to your fans, not trying to convince their fans, not trying to convince your debate opponent or who you're arguing with, but other non-biased observers. The fact is that there are a lot of people who know little about critical race theory and what it pertains to. The problem is that people trying to educate them on what it pertains to, they oppose it. By and large, are fixating on the racial component. Again, this is by default. It masquerades as anti-racism, racial justice, basically academic reparations, you could call it. The problem is if you point out the reality, and it is a reality, I don't deny this. If I point out, well, critical race theory basically means anti-white. See, the problem is that a lot of those non-biased observers have already been force-fed a bunch of bullshit propaganda from the left that you can't be racist against white people. White people are privileged. White people are different from the proud people of color or AAPI, BIPOC, and all of these other acronyms. Very interestingly, the left's overall strategy is to crack people apart if they are white or part of a perceived majority group, and to conglomerate them together totally artificially if they are not. This is mainly for voting purposes. This is for the purpose of elections mainly. This is basically a throwaway that they're using to try to solidify their hold over groups they're losing control of. They're wandering off the plantation, and the leftists are afraid. Talking about race, though, won't be meaningful. It's a losing engagement if that's the strategy that's used. The better strategy is to ignore that proponent of it. And by the way, if you debate leftists on this token, and you bring up the fact that it's simply revisionism, they will re-inject race into the conversation almost invariably. There's a reason that they do that. But as long as it's about race, the left technically can win. Because a lot of those non-biased observers think that you can't be an anti-white racist. You can't be bigoted against someone like me because of privilege. Even if you're dirt-floored living in Appalachia, pregnant in the kitchen with 20 whelplings around you, you're still privileged because your skin happens to be the majority color. Some mythology like that. Rather, shift the debate. Focus on the fact that it's bunk. It's pseudoscience. It's simply wrong. Then dovetail it in with the fact that the educational rate in the United States is steadily falling. The left is usually amenable to the idea that, well, education, it's getting so stupid, people don't know what's going on. Yes, teaching them bunk history won't help. If anything, getting away from civics and towards modern history courses the way they even are before critical race theory was already a loss. We no longer teach people about civics. We teach them social studies. And then you get a little bit of civics in your senior year if you take senior law like I did. And that's basically it. Or if you take an AP course in U.S. history, there's some civics involved kind of in it. Praise Mr. Latin.
I had 7th grade
civics. Really the history of warfare. But it's bunk. It's just not historical. If you're going to teach a history course, it should be objective history, something that's observable. Like, this is the year that the war began. This figure gave this speech here. This was the date that cannons were invented. Something like something tangible, something that anyone can agree upon. The problem with the analytical side of history is that it's written by the victors, right? We already have this problem. Fuck critical race theory. We already have this issue. If you read a U.S. textbook and a Korean textbook, like from the DPRK, about the Korean War, you're getting two entirely different interpretations of what happened.
What's up?
Different things are given different importance. The losers and the winners are judged as noble or ignoble on the basis of which culture you're in. So the U.S. is, we were the brave liberators, they were the evil barbarians tyrannizing.
What's up?
They would say, it was our glorious leader deposed by those evil imperialists.
Right now.
An Iraqi textbook or something. I'm sure that it covers the Iraq War differently.
I don't
the US
know what that
textbook.
means.
We already have that issue. It's already a problem. The leftists, by the way, champion the concept. They are attempting to take that
On
basic problem
DY?
and make it 10 times worse with this. The fact is,
Always.
the United States was not built by slavery. Many of the states never had it to begin with, or abolished it very, very early. Where slavery was present, you had
Apparently
plantation,
DY was
agriculture. It was inefficient already by the
cracking down
1860s
on
and
that,
held things
but
back. Slaves were owned by a small proportion of the
you just
southern
have to say
population. The
where it
average person
came
didn't
from
have
or
one.
whatever.
It depressed wages, ironically enough, for southern white workers.
If you have
Skyscrapers weren't built from cotton. The United States is
titling
not a
your
genocidal
stream,
nation that has killed more
safe,
people than
so I
everyone else,
heard.
and you should pay reparations and be very, very sorry about it. So-called indigenous people were already being killed by Europeans several centuries before the United States even existed. The U.S. was built primarily in the 1800s, post-Civil War, by the Homestead Act, by a bunch of Europeans pouring in and then building farms and shit. That's the truth. That's the reality. And that's what you get from any competent textbook. What you're getting from so-called critical race theory is, well, actually, it was the exploitation of other people by the European diaspora that built the United States. Now, they should all feel guilty. You know, even if your ancestors never owned slaves at all, you know, you're still kind of guilty of it by proxy because you've benefited from that system. It's essentially teaching a large swath of the population
I'm
self-hate,
not
guilt, to teach them that they are lesser,
planning
based on
on-
the color of their skin, and that there's something wrong with them for what
I'm
other
not
people,
planning
sometimes
on
totally
taking
dissociated from them in their
suggested
own lineage,
videos.
did 100, 200, 300 years ago. But the racial component is not the winning issue if you're an opponent of this bunk, and it is bunk. The ahistorical nature of it is your ally. The fact that it is easily disproven nonsense that's being peddled, the fact that these are all opinions, subjective, based on a retrospective, postmodern analysis of actual events, and often leave out the actual events themselves in favor of hyperbolic, soaring, bloviating language, that's what to target. Because it's the truth. It's a reality. You can omit the racial component. There's a reason why this is being... There's a reason why you would frame non-historical history as being racial justice. It's so that people will actually take it up. If you were to tell people, hey, we're just going to revise all of history from a completely incorrect bent that makes no sense and isn't even real. We're going to create essentially a mythological history in which one group of people that happen to largely build large swaths of the country is wrong all the time. People say, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. First, it sounds hateful. Secondly, it's, what are you talking about? I'm not even using real history. You're like insinuating cotton skyscrapers and shit, which should be, by the way, a meme.
It is now. I'm going to make it a meme.
Well, it's just hey, 9/10 of the time, those unbiased
Cotton
people
didn't
can be
build
hateful against white
skyscrapers.
person, including if they themselves are white. Some of these people, by the way, they're like conservatives and shit. It's gone well beyond just, you know, the cringe fringe. It's become accepted, not by the majority of people, at least in private. Trust me, the majority of people realize it's bullshit. But they don't speak about it publicly. They don't have strong
That's what I'll
feelings. They
name
don't want to
my
get
next
hateful.
stream.
They don't want to get dogpiled on Twitter and stuff like that. Another thing people can do strategically is you need to pierce echo chambers. A lot of times it's like being a voice in the wilderness. If you go anywhere, like if you go to MSNBC, for example, on YouTube, a lot of their videos actually have a fairly decent like to dislike ratio, despite the fact that it's complete tripe. That's because nobody on the right bothers to follow along with the material for critical purposes. The left doesn't have that problem.
Is that
They
right?
use Discord to dogpile right-wing content all the time. There's a discrepancy here. Now, people need to play a little bit of catch-up. And yeah, CRT, I mean, another thing you gotta realize is that this is a minority. A shrieking, very loud minority that puffs itself up and looks like a majority. It's sort of like watching a cat make itself all puffy to try to look big and scary by doubling its perceived size. It's doing that because it's not actually big. It's soft and fluffy, like this one over here. She's little. But if she puffs herself up and starts growling, she looks a lot bigger. Very intimidating to other small animals. Not to me, but to other animals of comparable size. All of a sudden looks like a giant. No, that's what people who believe in critical race theory are
That's
doing.
the problem.
They just shriek
That
loud and
gets in the
long,
way.
and they call anyone who disagrees with them bigoted or problematic, and they hope that you'll shut up and stop fighting back against them. But don't focus on the anti-white hate that's intrinsic in it. Focus on the fact that it's just historical nonsense, and brush up on your U.S. history. You know, there's still a million resources out there, not just online, although now, you know, they're probably going to be Stalinized at some point, so, you know, archive everything, of course. Get a good textbook from, like, the 80s or something like that, from back before, you know, postmodernism, and you'll find reality. Make sure to cross-check your sources
Check
as well.
it out
Even good textbooks and encyclopedias
near
and
the
shit
end
from
of the
50, 60 years ago
stream.
that are more accurate than today in many ways, even they have a lot of flaws in them. Now, cross-check them all the time. It's amazing what you'll find. That's about all. Peace out. Alright everyone, I actually did an article the other day about this on Substack. Link in the description. You should follow me there. I'm doing some journalistic content.
Oh,
Nearly
I need
4,000
to-
people now following, by the way, the Substack, so it's pretty hit. It's medium without censorship. This is about student
Oh,
loan debt,
wait.
because what you see from people like Elizabeth
Copy
Warren,
it
they're always putting forth these
there.
sort of very flawed and grandiose claims about what was
Say I
happening.
need to open up my Restream chat, but
One of the
no.
big things, Elizabeth Warren is a big pioneer of this basic premise. She's tweeted about it multiple times. One of the basic premises that they put forth, the loan canceling crowd, is that millennials have been locked out of the housing market and things like that because of student loan debt. Now, in some cases, this is true. But here's the problem. Here's my problem with this basic logic. You're effectively saying that a person who has, you know, a loan, usually like 3 or 4% interest, who's having trouble paying it off, they get $20,000, $30,000 of debt, they're paying some hundreds of dollars a month as a result of this, you're saying that that's keeping them from entering the housing market. They're struggling. They're having trouble paying the loan. So instead of having 20 or 30,000 in debt at that rate, you want them to have 100, 150, 200,000 at that rate. That's basically what you're saying. We did things like this before, making it easier for people to get into housing. We caused a housing bubble and subsequently the Great Recession. To be clear, this sort of mentality is bullshit. The idea of taking people that are basically unqualified to be homeowners because they're clearly not capable of it. In some cases, it's because of poor decision making. In some cases, it's just due to the financial situation. It's no fault of their own. I have student debt myself. I don't want it canceled, by the way. I'll fucking take care of it. Government, please leave the debt alone. It is ultimately the only form of low-ish interest loan, by the way, that a lot of people can qualify for. You got some poor person, someone who's got nothing other than the fact that they have a reasonably good mind. They take out that loan. Yeah, they're paying it off long term, but at least they're able to credit it if it's within reasonable bounds. They might not have the ability to qualify for anything that wouldn't be a high interest loan, like fucking 6-7% under any other circumstances. It's like the only way they can potentially enter the arena. Now you're saying that people who made a poor fiscal decision, which is to take out 5 and sometimes 6 figures of loans without thinking about. All right, everyone, now we need to talk about propaganda. The really syrupy fluff pieces. Like, you know the fluff piece you got like mid last year about Whitmer and her COVID response, or some of the Cuomo coverage as well. And you know, just generally throughout time, occasionally you'll get a story. A lot of them come from MSNBC or Salon. This one link in the description, actually, archived, of course, from CNN, about Biden's G7 summit performance. Now, the reality is it was a disaster. He was basically talked down to by Boris Johnson and initially snubbed as well. He forgot the difference between Libya and Syria. He violated COVID protocol, although all of them were actually doing this, including the Queen of England, which is hilarious, and just kept making mistake after mistake, being fiery with reporters for no reason, not being asked to hardball, not being cajoled or anything like that, just literally being asked about healing diplomatic relations in the wake of Trump, and his answer is 120 days, come on, man, give me some time. Biden did everything he could do wrong. He refused to condemn China, pretty much. They talk about China being a problem, a critical interest of the G7 summit nations. Wow, what a stunning condemnation. Instead of saying, well, you know, China is responsible for a virus leaking from the Wuhan lab and killing several million people. Oh, it's a security concern. We're going to have to look into this and talk about it. See, this is the problem with these globalistic, bureaucratic, craptivist groups is that they never get anything accomplished. This is why the UN is vestigial. It's pointless at this point. It's basically just a rubber stamp for strongly worded letters. But look at this link in the description. CNN's like, well, in comparison to Trump, he was so friendly, he was joking around and laughing with Boris Johnson, and it was a love fest, and he was being friendly with our allies, and now he's going to go off and clobber Vladimir Putin. Not one mention, by the way, of him rescinding the sanctions that Trump himself put on Russia, pertinent to probably the biggest, most stinging thing he can, which is the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. No mention of that whatsoever. No mention of him constantly making mistakes. No mention of the fact that he got laughed at. Not laughed with, but laughed at for forgetting that Boris Johnson had already announced the South African minister that was there. None of these things are magically mentioned in the article. If you read the article and you didn't actually see snippets of Biden at G7, you think he did a great idea. Now, is CNN's average viewer going to assume that Biden didn't do a good job? No, they get Trump derangement syndrome. Less than the MSNBC or Vox or Salon viewers, or maybe a Huffington Post reader, but by and large they have Trump derangement syndrome. But that being said, it's just a complete false reality. Again, time and time again, we have archives and video clips and even full-on testimony and shit that shows a reality. And we have a legacy media that by and large does not report that reality, but spins it out of context either by omitting things that someone they like did wrong, or omitting things that someone they dislike did right, like, you know, with Trump, with the economy, or 1,000 other things, or you know, just completely screws around. Selective editing. We had this with the Very Fine People quote, of course. We've had this with some of Biden's words. The gaffes that he makes, by and large, aren't reported on. Every time that George, and I don't like Bush, I'm not defending him, but every time George W. had a Bushism, it was spoken of. At the very least in the digital context. You may not have seen it on the CNN news ticker, but CNN.com would potentially have it. You don't see that with Joe Biden. They don't do the COVID death total ticker anymore, by the way. As of a few days ago, I wonder why they're doing that. Oh, we're not going to bother tracking the cases anymore because the right guy's in office, of course. It's bullshit. It's propaganda. Lies by omission, lies by structure. But the syrupiness of the fluff piece is like gushing over Joe Biden. Look, okay, he's out of the sweetheart period. You can stop pretending that he's you know, immortal now. You can stop pretending that he's anything other than a bumbling old coot with Alzheimer's disease that's flushing the nation's economy down the toilet. I love it when they try to relabel the inflation that's going on. Well, it's just transitory. A little inflation is actually good for things. Yeah, it's good for 5% inflation month over month is a good thing.
That's a good
thing. 100K below expectations in the jobs report. That's a good thing. No, sometimes having a little bit of unemployment is a good idea, says CNN, I'm sure, in a couple of months. Everything's fine, put on a happy face. Yeah. And it's a literal clown world. It's fucked up beyond belief, and there are people that actually believe it. There are people that believe the Hill's push polls, though. He's at 60% approval. With stagflation and high unemployment. Yeah, but he's doing a good job on COVID. Oh, I love it. When CNN or even some of the Fox anchors try to grill people and say, well, Trump did nothing for months because of COVID. You point out the initial response was literally lambasted by the entire DNC, including Biden calling travel restrictions xenophobic. But somehow people have ignored this fact. There are people out there that believe this false reality. The problem is that propaganda goes more quickly than counter-propaganda. So if the legacy media, which now coordinates with themselves and with big tech and with Fortune 500 companies, it's basically fascism. All the big corporations, by and large, are now working together in one nexus to try to prevent populism from rising up because it has them running scared. They're pooping their pants at the moment like little bitch babies. These people will concoct a story, flash it out across all sectors, and within 10 minutes, basically, half the population is believing a lie. It's very, very difficult to counter-propagandize. It's become more difficult. I mean, a lot of people, I don't think, ever believe that they would go to such drastic and transparent means to spell out this info. Really, the real misinformation is coming from big tech and from the big legacy media firms right now that are openly working together to try to snuff out people like me. They even brag about it. That's the funny part. But yeah, this is a fluff piece. Biden failed at G7. Any reasonable reading of the situation would show it to be an abysmal failure. He's fucking, obviously, with the body language, obviously doesn't even get along with Boris Johnson, gets talked down to by him, is making all sorts of mistakes, is doing crazy shit, forgetting where he is, getting led around by his wife half the time. The dude's out to lunch. And then, yeah, when, I can't remember the group that was posting this, some inside White House source, take this with a grain of salt because it's an unnamed source. We've learned much about them, saying they expect to be Kamala to be president by 2022. Yeah, I mean, that's believable. He'll be 80 years older, or 81 or something. He's got Alzheimer's. It progresses, in some cases, relatively quickly. Especially, apparently there's a correlation between having a higher education, and I think he's got a master's or PhD, so it's up there, and Alzheimer's progressing more quickly when it actually comes around. I think there's also a correlation between being multilingual. Like if you're a polyglot and then Alzheimer's kicks in, it's like really drastic. Whereas if you're like some redneck swilling Budweiser, it might kick in earlier but takes longer to progress or something. Rather strange. That's about all. Peace out.
This G7 stuff continues. It's supposed to be comprised of the 7 biggest countries or economies in what used to be called the West: America, Japan, Germany, UK, France, Italy, and Canada. It's a feather in Australia's cap that we got a Guernsey called an extension member. But I might add, we've had these meetings every year since 1975, and they have achieved diddly squat. And if you think of the mob sitting around the table and compare that to the first of these meetings, the G2, back in the early 40s, Winston Churchill and FDR, the comparison doesn't bear contemplating, especially with an American president whose wife now seems to be the person running the show. Biden reportedly told a group of US military personnel when he first arrived in the UK, and I quote, "I keep forgetting I'm president." And that was just before he referred to the RAF as the RFA. At one point, Boris Johnson was apparently introducing the newcomers because, like Scott Morrison, South Africa's President Ramaphosa and South Korea's President Moon were also special guests. Boris Johnson introduced Ramaphosa and Moon. Sleepy Joe interrupted, and the President of South Africa, when Boris Johnson had just said his name. Disarmingly, Johnson paused, apparently looked pained, and said, "And the President of South Africa, as I said earlier on." Said Biden, "Oh, yeah, you did." Replied Johnson, "I certainly did." Donald Trump was right when he said, "If I were the leader of these countries, I too would like Biden far better than Trump." And then, not missing a beat, Biden's meeting with Putin, Trump said,
Who said that?
"Would like Biden far better than Trump." And then, not missing a beat, Biden's meeting with Putin, Trump said, "Good luck to Biden in dealing with Putin. Don't fall asleep during the meeting." You've got to wonder, haven't you, whether these mediocre mob haven't all fallen asleep. It seems the only thing the G7 proved was that Western political leaders are totally consumed by woke gesture politics about climate change and other nonsense.
This clip is quiet.
While China's state TV station is targeting British university campuses and offering students the chance to win thousands of dollars by becoming pro-Beijing social media influencers. Now, CGNT is the Chinese global television network. It had its license revoked and was taken off air in Britain in February when the British media regulator found it was editorially controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And the same station is now recruiting students to become pro-Beijing social media influencers, and you can win $13,000, perhaps get a job at CTGN, so long as you promote China and counter the Western narrative. And British students have already signed up, right under the nose of the G7. In Australia, we're told that at long last, Foreign Minister Maurice Payne is scrutinising more than 6
Well, now I've run out of videos to watch.
entered into by our group of 8 universities, including China-linked Confucius universities. Yet the G7 leaders, led by Boris Johnson and Joe Biden, were all about pressuring the other nations into adopting so-called ambitious targets when it comes to net zero emissions. It's the most low-order issue facing the world. Next month, the Chinese Communist Party will celebrate its centenary. Do you think President Xi will be spending his days worrying about climate change, or would he be thinking about how to take over 80% of the South China Sea? When will the West, G7 or G20, wake up? President Xi's not mucking around. This is an expansionist China. So long, its tentacles are so long that soon enough it'll be too hard to rid the Chinese Communist Party from our institutions. As I just said, we've got Chinese Confucius centres in our universities. There's soft power in the Pacific region, spying, the ownership of strategic Australian resources, such as ports and farmland. They don't draw the line there. What about the push for the telecommunications company Huawei to build our 5G network? The same push occurred in the UK. If Huawei was approved to build our 5G network, which it nearly was, this would have given a company that is extremely close to China's military a permanent role in Australia's communications infrastructure. I mean, this is a frightening thought. There should have only been one issue on the agenda in Cornwall, and that should have been China, not climate change. The G7 summit should have been about creating an economic version of NATO. In Cornwall, all those Western countries should have formed a new trade alliance which acts as a collective response to Chinese attempts to economically intimidate Western nations. Would China have slapped tariffs on Australian wine if it knew it would have brought a reaction from other G7 nations? The economic bullying from China must end. And those international summits should be about Western
This guy's putting me to sleep.
The ScanMed corridor runs from Finland all the way down to Malta, and thanks to a bridge over the sea at Copenhagen, it's all pretty easy going, until you reach that rather large mountain range called the Alps. For decades, that's slowed travel down, creating a torturous bottleneck on what's
I don't
otherwise
even know the geography of that.
To solve the problem, the EU is now digging an $11 billion tunnel directly through the very heart of the mountains to effectively link Scandinavia with the Mediterranean. It's an astounding feat of construction that will better connect a continent.
Astounding.
Believe it or not, this picturesque valley is actually one of the most important links between northern and southern Europe. Sitting 1,371 metres above sea level, the Brenner Pass is the lowest passage through the Alps and can be used all year round.
How boring.
Straight
Have I watched that
white
before?
Christian.
No, Jesse, this is the subscribe thing.
Oh yeah, I need you all to subscribe, support us on Patreon, like us on Facebook, and follow me on Twitter.
Got it.
Isn't that the guy that's been in the
He's
news
back.
lately for something
Vincent
stupid?
James O'Connor.
I don't care about
He's
Vincent
a
James.
journalist and
Apparently I've already watched it.
/editor for the Red Elephant Media, a conservative group focused on free thought and the Constitution. And I wanted to talk to Vincent about men, father, politics, all the current events. Thank you for coming back, man.
Thanks for having me back.
2018 was a good time.
No.
Bye.
I have in studio with me, it's Manhood Hour, and I'm going to get to your calls too in a minute. I apologize, but I have with me a young man that we invited. My producer did here, and I'm glad they did. He is late. He is black, and he is real late. And normally we don't take guests when they're late, but my producer Nick said, "Justin, let's do it, please." He's a nice guy. Amazing Lucas is here, and Amazing Lucas is an artist and a YouTuber. He's also an athlete. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, good. Welcome, man.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Amazing Lucas. It's amazing that you're late.
Yeah, I mean, it's LA traffic with the rain, with a little bit. It's the perfect storm. We'll say that.
That's for sure. Black people always have excuses.
It's CPT, color people time. You already knew I was gonna be late.
Blame it on the rain.
I knew deep down inside you're like, he's gonna be late.
I did. When I found out you were black, I'm like, he'll be late. I mean, sure.
I wanted to make sure. I was like, no, what? I'm not gonna be late. I'm not gonna be late.
Amazing.
I think it's in the DNA.
And that's for sure.
Was he like 17 years old?
It's in the DNA something. Oh God. So
Youngin'.
I call you Amazing Lucas.
Amazing Lucas.
What does that mean?
It basically started from videos. People were like, "Oh, this is an amazing video. Oh, this is great," you know. And then eventually just gone, just like, "Oh, that was amazing, Lucas." I was like,
Black people always great and
How
amazing.
did you get started, and why did you just on YouTube?
I just figured I could do it.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Fitness, you know, progress to where I am now.
And so speaking of fitness, you are a bodybuilder or body?
I used to compete. Yeah.
You used to compete. And
I don't know if this is
You
accurate.
don't compete anymore?
Not anymore.
Why'd you stop?
There's no money in competing.
Oh, it's not? No. Oh. And I'm working with a guy now who is attend my church and stuff, and he's like, "Jesse, I can get you in shape." And he was he competed. I think he has one coming up next year. He's getting ready for it now.
Oh yeah, they interviewed him at his house once, talking about his kids.
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know. I just know he compete, and he has an amazing body.
All right.
He's really good shape, and he's really getting me in good shape too. He really knows how to cause you to lose weight and sculpture the body, and I like that.
As long as you're building muscle, right?
Yeah.
No
absolutely.
steroids. No steroids.
No
Just-
steroid.
okay.
No. I've heard too many horror stories about those things. Did you take any of those?
No steroids.
You have
All
never,
natural.
really? So how were you able to get your body without the steroid to go to that?
Just hard work and eating. So I'm naturally an ectomorph, so that means I'm just naturally skinny. So usually with like people who are just naturally skinny, you have to eat a lot and train heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's teaching me to eat right.
Right.
Steaks
No more
and
fried chicken.
right. No more fried chicken. I still love my chicken. And so, are you a Christian?
I am.
Oh, let me ask you, why did you stop competing?
Because there's
Oh, you said no money.
Yeah, it's nothing.
So did you make money while competing?
No.
When you were competing?
How that works out is that you either get with a supplement company, but thanks to social media, all that changed. You don't even really have to compete. You just have to have a good body and sell merch and stuff, or supplements, or whatever you're.
And where are you from?
From LA, born and raised.
Oh, you're born and raised in LA?
Thug life on the chest. What? Yes.
Really?
Of course.
That's odd. I don't see a lot of people. I don't run into a lot of
Why
people.
are you guys phone out?
A lot of transplants. We gotta kick them out.
So, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
You're a Christian.
Is he
And what does it
filming
mean
it?
to be a Christian?
Disciple of Christ, follower of Christ.
And so, do you sin?
Do I sin?
No. Do you sin?
Currently?
Do you sin?
Do I sin?
No. Do you sin?
Do I sin? That's the question, right?
No. Do you sin?
Do I sin? Do I? I'm just repeating the question to make sure I have it right. Do I sin?
Oh, you got it right.
Okay.
Oh, you got the question right.
Do I sin? Yes.
And what type of sins? So, as a Christian, you still sin?
Yeah, I do.
What type of sins do you commit?
Perfect. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I probably have lied.
You probably have? Or?
Probably lied. I don't know my last lie.
So you haven't lied lately?
I haven't lied lately.
Have you lied since being a Christian?
Have I lied since being a Christian? I have.
You have.
I have.
And so, do you believe that as a son of God, you can be perfect?
Do I believe as a son of God, you can be perfect? I believe that's the purpose of Christ dying on the cross, is that you aren't perfect. Because if you were perfect, there'd be no reason for him to die on the cross for your son.
And since he died on the cross and you become his brother,
born new,
can you be perfect?
Can you be perfect? I don't believe so.
You don't think you can become perfect?
I don't think so.
How about become perfect?
Become perfect. I guess become perfect in Christ.
What is the purpose of becoming a Christian if you're still going to be sinning? Why be saved by God from sin, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're still sinning, how you know you're saved?
Well, it's It's the fact that you believe that Christ died on the cross for your sins and you repent. Now, you may backslide, but the point of the backslide is the fact that you admit that you are sinning, as opposed to someone who may be sinning who doesn't feel, they don't care that they're sinning.
So does the Bible say you can backslide and admit you're sinning and hallelujah, go ahead?
And you can repent, yeah.
Amazing. So I got to ask you, what is your podcast primary? What do you deal with?
What do I deal with? I deal with a variety of things. Everything from politics to fitness to entertainment, video games.
And how old are you?
I'm an old man.
You're a millennial?
Yeah.
Oh, you are a millennial. So you got to be in your late 30s. When you say old man, you don't look late 30s, but you said that.
I'll take whatever you give. Whatever you throw, I'll take it.
How old are you?
I don't disclose my age.
Oh, you don't? Amazing.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
I still do animation, so I like to keep everything under the wraps. Because, in Hollywood, they're like, what's this? I know this guy. So that's the only reason why.
Okay, that makes sense. So you were banned on Twitter, I read.
That's correct. Did your due diligence.
I'm black. I'm slow, but I ain't that black and slow.
Yeah.
Why were you banned on Twitter?
I said something about trans women aren't real women, something like that.
You were banned because you said they're not real women?
Yeah.
Why would they ban you for that?
Well, because I believe that goes against their hate speech policy.
Oh, they thought that was hate speech to speak the truth?
Yeah.
Amazing. So, are you back on now?
Yeah, I am.
So how long did they ban you for?
No, it's not the same account. That account is gone.
Oh, it is?
I had to get a new one. This is like my third or fourth account, but I'm not really on. I just have it.
That's not legal.
You get into like these little Twitter battles.
Against their rule.
I'm just trying to explain to you why you're incorrect.
Why do you think Twitter is so willing to ban people of different opinions?
I want my old account.
To agree and disagree. That's what America is about. And if
Those
you hate, you have
retards that were Twitter.
Life, but how come they are doing those things, you think?
I think you can hate, you just can't hate on their platform. And the great thing about hate is who defines
right.
who it is. That's where the loophole is.
But the people who are disagreeing with you, are they hating too? Because they disagree
Not from their
with you.
perspective. It's just, what do you really expect? These are people who can't distinguish the difference between a man and a woman. You expect them to know what hate is? Come on now.
That's amazing. So I wanted, because of you being late, now I have to rush through my stuff.
It's okay.
Amazing. Black people screw you up every time.
It's sweet.
But you seem like a nice guy.
Short and sweet.
So I want to ask, you know who Nick
Fuentes
is, right?
Fuentes, yeah.
Nice young man, I think. What's your impression of Nick?
I think Nick is a very interesting individual.
In what way?
In the way of his beliefs.
He's boring.
He believes, and then how he goes about expressing.
Well, that's not the problem. This is
and what are his beliefs, in your opinion?
Generic.
My opinion. Well, I did an interview with him. I don't want to misquote him, but he believes that we should crack down on immigration.
Like baked Alaska.
We need, I believe, more white people. Import more, whether they're in the country or not.
We can turn the mic on.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay.
So he believes in more white people in America and get rid of
America's it's a white country.
Right. And what do you say about you agree with that?
I feel he's entitled to his opinion.
Or do you agree with it?
Do I agree that America is that it's a white country?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I do.
Why not?
Because I don't know what he means by that.
I'm not. I had him on my show too, but I'm not speaking for him. I believe that white people. Well, I know that white people founded and created the greatest country in the world, right? Mm-hmm. And now the people of color are taking over, and they're screwing everything up, and then they're blaming white people for their weakness. And so the whites are afraid, and then they stop having babies, and they're just kind of shutting down.
Yeah, I think that's one of his arguments where he wants to maintain a white majority.
Yeah, I believe that white people better start having some more white babies.
They can't have white babies if they think trans women are women.
I know.
Two negatives don't equal, a baby.
But if white people become the minorities in this country, it's over for America. It becomes
who's allowing that to happen?
The whites are.
Okay.
So do you agree with Nick that we need more white babies and white people need to try to keep America white?
Knock yourself out.
Do you agree though that if it become a ghetto, if white people become...
If it becomes a ghetto, here's how I see it's game over either way.
What do you mean?
I just see, because what has been happening under Trump, what they've gotten passed when it comes to trans, when it comes to the policies in schools and stuff like that, under a Republican administration, once they get in office, it's game over. It's not going to happen. And then when it comes to immigration, wall is great, but unless you change the rules within the country, it's like saying, yeah, if you can get past this wall, you're free. Then of course I'm going to try my hardest to get past the wall, regardless of how big or how long or how intimidating.
Are you for the wall?
Yeah.
Oh, the wall going up.
Wall's going up. We just need some new wall.
And so do you agree?
Israel's wall. That's what we need.
Yeah. Really do. Do you agree, though, that white people need to start having more white babies? We need to keep the country white as
Not
much
all
as
of them,
possible.
Jesse. Not all. Not
What
all.
website is that?
The whites that believe, that a man is a woman, they don't need to have babies. They need to stop.
What does that
How
mean?
about for normal white people? Don't they need to continue to run their own country? Otherwise, it's going to end up as an
They
S-hole
don't
country.
believe that, though.
But do you believe it?
Do I believe that they need it?
Yeah.
Wikitubia. The fuck?
Which is that? They want it.
What the?
They want you to run the country.
But do you believe that white people should maintain control?
Do I believe that white people should maintain control? I mean, they have control right now.
I thought it was gonna have a Wikipedia
I
page
mean that they should maintain control.
with all his information he didn't want put out.
I don't know if I can go that far.
So you don't agree that they should maintain
I think
control?
we need to switch. If the white people are running the country right now, well, we need to switch them out for a different group of white people then.
But the whites who are running it now are really not running it. Some are there, but they're being controlled by the people.
This isn't gonna tell me anything. Oh, that's where that came from.
Blacks and foreigners and everybody else
They
that come
can't
here.
be controlled by black people.
But just because of time, do you believe that white people should maintain control?
Amazing.
I feel like they should do whatever is best in their interest.
And should they maintain control of the country?
I don't know. Based off of where it is, I don't think that's a very strong argument.
And do you agree that if they lose control, that we're going to end up in South Africa? What's happening in South Africa? What happened in America?
It's going to be, Jesse. I already got my what's it called? My passport. I'm ready. I'm ready to go back to Africa. I'm ready. It's going to be game over here.
But the same thing is happening in Africa. The blacks have taken over. It's all hell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's probably certain sects in Africa where I'd be safe.
You think so?
I think so.
I got to ask you, I have a YouTube question for you from Glock Shots. Ask, does Lucas support the push to free Rodney Reed, whoever that is?
Rodney Reed.
You know who that is?
Yeah, I know Rodney.
Who is Rodney
I got
Reed?
a lot of flack for that for some reason. So many people are conflating his past alleged crimes with the one that's being held in court right now,
Who is Rodney Reed?
Rodney Reed, a long story. Essentially, he was accused of raping a woman.
A black guy?
Yeah, black guy.
He black.
He black. Yeah. And the evidence that has come out is that the DNA, which was the main source of evidence to find him guilty, is now proven that it wasn't from rape. It was from consensual sex.
And so, you want him free?
I think the evidence, not necessarily free, but as far as a retrial.
Oh, but not free.
Yeah, there's no need. Why be free? I say we have a retrial based off the evidence that's been now presented to us, new evidence, and then you take it from there.
You have another question. Do you have an opinion on social media platforms being regulated by the government?
I think that may be a slippery slope, because, like I said, there's going to be eventually a Democratic president. So if they're the one that's controlling the social media, I mean, we can see with Obamacare. Once he got in, he put in a law that we're still being impacted from.
Yes.
So I think that's one of the benefits of Democrats. They don't play games.
What's your opinion of Turning Point USA?
Turning Point is a very interesting organization. I think when it comes to conservatism or republicanism or whatever is going on right now, I don't know what's happening. Okay, because I know back in the day,
Charlie Kirk's
we weren't
right.
for gay marriage. Right. We weren't for the alphabet community.
Yeah, that's the problem with him.
Dave Chappelle owes me money, but we weren't for any of that.
You?
We did take it from him.
Are you a conservative?
I don't know anymore. Because if that's what they're promoting, I can't be a part of that. Right. That's not as far as Christianity, and that's what kills me when you have people who are like, "Oh, this is a gay Christian." I'm like, "What?"
I know.
How does that work, pimpin'?
Yeah.
And then you have people within that community around these people who aren't saying anything.
Right.
So that's where I see the term of conservative ink and these individuals who just come out of the woodworks, who are pretty much salesmen. They're salespeople, right? They don't necessarily have to believe what they're selling. They just have to be good at selling it.
Why do you think Turning Point is pushing homosexuality upon the Republican Party, Conservative Party?
Because there's no pushback. I see what's happening here. Instead of being selective with who you let in, like in LA, right? There's certain places where you can't come to this restaurant looking like that, right? Well, instead of that practice and strategy, what they're doing is just opening the gate. So everyone come in. You know, we need the votes in order to win the election. But what they don't understand is they're going for the short term and completely, forgetting about the long term.
So is Nick Fuente, is he correct in fighting against that? He and the people who are doing it?
In that aspect, absolutely.
They're right
Absolutely,
in fighting
100%.
against that. There is a black guy that represents, I guess he's one of the speaker with Turning Point.
Rob Smith?
Yeah, Rob Smith. I saw him on, did you know he had a husband?
I did.
I saw him on Tucker Carlson saying that he had a husband. I spilled my coffee everywhere. I was like, ain't no black man got no husband.
Have you seen the amazing advertisement he did for the dating app?
I want to play it for you right now.
Please do.
I want you folks to see this with Rob Smith and his husband.
Hey you, are you still single? If so,
Oh, God.
obtain me the new dating app for the entire LGBTQIA+ community. Because winter is coming, and you want to have a cuddle buddy.
Jesse, did you download it?
Yeah, I don't know. Nick, my producer, got it.
Yeah, just-
No, he didn't get the ad, but I mean,
okay. We're
not
backtracking now.
Yeah, he didn't get the dating app. He got that commercial.
Oh, okay. I thought he got
That
the dating
promo.
app. Okay.
No way. But let me ask: are you surprised a black man talking about he got a husband and that he's that gay? I
Of
heard
course
a
not.
gay.
They've been going for the black community for a while. The white community is done. They've already injected the alphabet community and the propaganda in them. But the black community, we still like, we don't play that.
Yeah.
So what happened is you've seen a lot of people coming out, this black person, this black celebrity, this person. Oh yeah.
But why is it that Rob Smith is not embarrassed or? I don't care about him being gay, as long as he keep it private or to himself, right? Why do you think he's not embarrassed to be on TV being black? Because black people don't normally say that kind of stuff. They kind of keep it to themselves if they are, because they know it's wrong. Why do you think he's so bold out there with it like that?
I think it has to do with the conditioning of America for it, right? Because there's been not studies, but polls of how Americans feel about gay marriage currently, and many are okay with it, as opposed to 5 years or 6 years ago, and that's because it is ubiquitous right now. You see it in the television, you see it in games, you see it in movies, you see it in everywhere, right? So it's a conditioning process, just like the trans, and where that route is heading, and where they're going to take that.
That's amazing. Let's take we got to rush through a call because you're late.
I know.
I'm not going to let
Maybe
you
you will
live
invite me
down.
back on again.
You think?
I'll sleep in the back. That way I'll be on time.
And you still find a reason to be late. Let's go to Tony out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Tony, welcome to the show. You're on with Amazing Lucas.
Jesse, thank you so much for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for the Amazing Lucas. He made a claim that there was new evidence to suggest a consensual relationship between Rodney Reed and Stacey Stites. There is no new evidence. The supposed evidence is that somebody in jail overheard Jimmy Fennell, her ex-husband, confess. But he denies that. So the supposed new evidence is a testimony from a convicted white supremacist felon. That's not evidence. That's just somebody's claim. Number two, their other supposed evidence is family members saying that, oh, I saw Rodney with her. I saw Rodney here. But during the trial, the defense team's witness that said they claimed they saw Stacey, number one, admitted that she had no evidence of a consensual relationship, and number two, said Stacey's name wrong on the stand. She said Stephanie. So there's literally no proof of a consensual relationship, and the Amazing Lucas is going around making that claim, which is outlandish.
You say? Because of time.
Well, he's incorrect on both regards. When it comes to the evidence for him, when it comes to the evidence, well, we have the medical examiners who said that DNA evidence is now, they recant what they previously said, which was signs of rape. They're now saying that it's signs of consensual sex. In addition to that, you also had a deputy sheriff who, I believe it was, I forgot, but he also says that there was a relationship between... That is true. You can look it up. Actually, I did a video on it. Check it out.
The original medical examiner said there was dilation in the anus. Then when they came back, they said there was no dilation in the anus, and it could have been just from her body.
Well, if you look at the documentary...
In her vagina from Rodney Reed, there was saliva on her chest.
Well, if there's a sexual encounter, of course there's going to be saliva.
So Stacey Stites went home to her husband with Rodney Reed's saliva on her chest, went to bed with him, and then woke up with him the next day and went off to work. That's
well, if you look at the as far as the documentary, it covers all of that. When it talks about the anus,
like the Central Park 5 documentary. How about you read the actual evidence instead of propaganda film?
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that it's propaganda film. I just choose to be, to take information from the left, from the right, and the middle.
The Central Park 5 documentary, that was a real thing too.
I'm not sure what the Central Park 5 has to do with Rodney Reed, but you're entitled to your opinion, my guy.
Well, your position is that Stacey Stites had sex with Rodney Reed consensually, and then she went home to her ex-husband.
What the medical examiner said. They said that the semen, not the semen, I believe it was the semen, was 72 hours old. Was 72 hours old.
There was saliva on her chest.
Tony.
If there is sexual encounter, yes, there's going to be saliva on the chest.
Thank
Probably
you, man.
saliva all over the body if you're doing it right, Pimpin'.
Keep spreading those lies, buddy.
Thank you, Tony.
Propaganda movies.
There's nothing.
Racist and murderous free. Great job.
Okay, bro.
Lucas. You should be proud of yourself.
I am. Thank you. Thank you for the call, my guy.
You know what, folks? I'm so out of time.
Holy
I'm
moly.
sorry about this, but Lucas was late, so it's his fault that the conversation was short, all right? It's not my fault. He black.
Look up what I said, people.
How
Look
can
up what I
people
said. It's that simple.
Listen to your podcast and all that.
It's The Amazing Lucas on YouTube, The Amazing Lucas on Instagram, and Ask Amazing Lucas on Twitter.
Are you married?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for wifey.
He's looking for a wife.
All the ladies, hit me up in the DMs.
Take my advice. Don't look for a wife. add it on to you. Otherwise, you're going to get the
That's
wrong
true.
woman.
That's true. That's true.
You want to pick Satan's daughter.
I'm trying to have a little Lucas, so I have more black babies. If they can have more white babies, we need more black babies to balance that out.
Well, as long as they have noble parents.
Of course, of course.
Thank you all for tuning in. The Hate Report is coming up next. The Hate Report. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right. Amazing.
That was so
Like,
anticlimactic.
follow, tweet, subscribe, and share the Jesse Lee Peterson Radio Show, folks. We really appreciate it. We are at war. It is a spiritual battle for the soul of America. And it's going to take all of us to do it. Straight, white, Christian.
No, Jesse, this is the subscribe thing.
Oh, yeah. I need you all to subscribe, support us on Patreon, like us on Facebook, and follow me on Twitter.
Got it.
I have with me R.A., the Rugged Man. He is a rapper, filmmaker, and journalist, and I wanted to talk to him about manhood, racism, and current events. So do I call you Rugged Man or R.A.?
R.A.'s fine. That's what the family called me.
All right, R.A., welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
All right, can you guys see my picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, because I'm Skyping on my wife's phone all the way from Berlin, Germany.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, we see you well. Thank you for that.
Right.
Is that Sylvester Stallone?
I want to first ask, are you a beta man or an alpha male?
I'm not sure what that means. I'm a man's man. You know, I'm a fight a little bit, womanize a little bit. I'm that type of man. I don't know what if that's alpha or beta. I don't really know what the meanings are.
A beta man, according to what I've been told, a beta male is an emotional male. He can easily become a housewife. He identifies with feminist, godless women. He is weak in nature. And an alpha male is Donald Trump.
Well, I don't think I'm really either one. I'm not weak in nature, and I'm not Donald Trump, But I am at home, and I tour the world. I do a lot of work. But then when I'm home, I could be with my babies and put them in the tub and feed them and clean them, put them to sleep. I could do all that stuff too, So, but I'm a hunter. I'm a hunter. I go out and get the meat and kill the animal. So
what
is a hunter?
What is a man?
What is a man?
Yes.
I think a man is someone born with a penis and that's a man.
That's
somebody,
a male.
Oh, so it's a man? Like what's a rugged man? Is that what? I see. I'm unfamiliar with your show and what the theme is. So I'm just going with I don't really know where you're going with it, but a man is just a man. I think my definition of a man is a man should defend himself, stick up for himself. Have a little bit of a backbone. But some men aren't the same. They might let somebody pick on him a little bit or push him around or not provide as good as others. I mean, a word like man could be easily defined by so many different people, so many different interpretations, except for the fact that you're born with a certain sex organ.
It's interesting in that I
Sylvester Stallone's hurting my ears.
People do not know what a man is, and when I first started asking this question, I was surprised to get the responses I've gotten over the years. At one time, when men were men and boys were boys, men knew what a man was, and now men seem to have lost that real concept of what a man is, and it's mind blowing.
So what's your definition? Like you mean like a man's man, like somebody that goes, what's your definition so I could speak, see if I'm on the same page with you or not,
A man is a person, a male who loves.
I want to throw away my
with all his heart, soul, and might, along with nothing else.
Use my wife's
He's the light of the world. Through him, love comes, instruction comes, protection, both spiritually and physically come. That's a man.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but there's some women out there who love with all their heart.
Throw away everything feminine that I am.
I mean, that sounds like.
But that's a real woman. That's a woman who loves what's right. She is a woman who has the logic of a man.
Oh yeah, that confuses me. I'm a little confused. So to be a woman, you have to have the logic of a man.
If you're a real woman, yeah, because if you notice, men who have the illogic of a woman are not real men. They're beta males. Because they think like a woman and not like a man.
Oh, so that makes them a beta man, you're saying?
Yes, meaning that they're weak.
Okay. What do you mean by weak, though? Somebody that's more sensitive, you're saying?
Yes. An emotional male is a woman.
Well, I think that there's times in every man's life where certain emotions do come out. If you're at your son's funeral, you're going to be crying and emotional. If you lose your whole life savings. You know, there's going to be a time when you're, you know, emotional and you might get weak, even if you're a strong man. You know, so
well,
so
there is a time. There is a time for mourning. There's a time for everything. But real men, don't live by emotions. They have overcome that by overcoming their mothers.
Oh yeah, explain it. Go in more detail because I'm confused.
Were you raised by your father and mother?
Yes, I was raised. Well, I you know, they got divorced when I was 4. I lived with my mother till I was about 11, and I moved with my father from 11 to, you know, when I left home.
Good for you, man. You were close to your father?
Yeah, he was my best friend. He's my whole life, my best friend in the world.
That's the best thing that can happen to you, to be raised. If there has to be a divorce, I wish divorces did not happen. But if there has to be one, the children should go with the father.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that because sometimes, you know, like I said, my father growing up, you know, he was a Vietnam vet and he came home and he was going through his little troubles and, you know, he was drinking, gambling, fighting, you know, he was doing all the wild stuff. And, you know, my mother, you know, was working and dealing with, you know, my father being in and out of the bars. And, you know, there's two sides to everything. You know, but my father...
Your father seems to have issues that he didn't overcome, but it's still best that you be with him. Let me ask, have you noticed, are you familiar that most black men are raised by single mothers?
Yeah, I know that whole thing. And what was it, in the 50s or 60s, it was, you know, there was, the family stayed together 80% or 70%, something like that.
And have you noticed that most black men are just like women, like their mothers, in that they're angry, they're insecure, they blame, they're very emotional, they blame the white man, they blame so-called white supremacists, and they look to women and the government and they want reparations.
Well, I don't know if that is,
have you noticed that they're like that?
That's black men acting like their mothers.
They're not acting like men. How do you think they became that way?
Which way?
Acting like their mothers.
But I don't know if that's acting like their mothers. It could be acting like their fathers.
But
you know,
they're not around their father. They're being raised by mothers. Only.
Yeah, but I think there's men that were raised by their father that still would say, hey, you know what? You know, I want to get some help or you know, some help with things. You know, I think that.
But you do agree that most black men are raised by single mothers, right?
Well, you know, statistically, there's a high percentage. I don't know if it's most, but it's supposedly a very high percentage of single mothers in the black community. Right. Yeah, I know that.
And have you noticed that those guys they act just like women?
No, I haven't noticed that part of it. I read noticed it. I have a lot of black friends that wasn't raised by fathers that
and look how emotional they are.
They did good for themselves, though. A lot of them, you know.
They may have women do good too, but that doesn't make them, you know, unemotional.
Yeah, I mean, I'm emotional a lot at times too. You know,
amazing.
You know, a lot of people had you know, rough struggles, whether black or white, and sometimes the emotion gets, you know, a lot of men's emotions get the better, and that's when you end up fighting and going to war. And you say Trump is the man's man, but look at how emotional his tweets are. Everything's done on emotion, and his feelings are hurt. You know, so I don't know. You know, if it's the black community, white. What?
How's your Saturday going, man?
Here, but his tweets are.
Great way. I don't even know what the hell show this is. He hit me up on Twitter. You know what's funny? And my boy Killer Mike, he had done an interview with the NRA, and then everybody went in on him about what a terrible person he was. And now I'm seeing this. I'm like, is this the kind of show where they're going to be like, RA did that show? He's
awesome.
Now, you know? No, but I see, I don't believe in any of that stuff because I believe, like, whatever the platform is, if you're being yourself and you're speaking your mind and you're not selling out to somebody else's point of view just to be on that platform, it's fine to speak on any platform. I don't believe in, like, if you speak on MSNBC or Fox News or the Young Turks or you know, Sean Hannity, that makes you
life is beautiful.
Sell out. I think that, you know, these are platforms. These are platforms for our voices to be heard, no matter what the platform. You know. All
right, let me take a quick break. I'll come back, and we're going to take some calls as well. All right, I hear that you collaborated with Notorious B.I.G.
Yeah, I've collaborated with a lot of rappers. Yeah.
What was it like? Is he still alive?
No, he died. He died over 20 years ago. But if I'm not mistaken, he was raised by a single mother as well.
Right.
You know? A lot of great men were raised by single mothers. You know.
Did you notice how much anger and difficult he was?
Yeah, but I know a lot of people with anger and difficult. My father was an angry man. He was raised by you know, more with his father than his mother. You know, I don't know. You know, it's I think that's I don't know. It's a little strange.
Did you know that the anger of a man is that of a woman?
It's more noticeable on the fallen state.
Where are you learning that from? Where did you learn that from?
Because you become like whomever you're angry at, and boys and girls who are raised with mother who lacks patience or imposes her will. Or,
it's like when they're sitting on the in the auditorium or whatever,
or whatever.
Has
she
all
does,
the
or turn them
gestures,
against
too.
The father. The kids become angry. They're innocent up until the point they become angry, and they lose that identity and take on the identity of their mothers. And that's why, after a while, they start to become impatient. They become angry. They have no love. They are very selfish. They become just like their mothers.
True.
They can't get over it until they forgive their mothers.
I don't know. I don't know if I buy that.
What smoke on it?
What? Well, I because there's a lot of men in the world who aren't happy, who were raised by
I remember all this
two
stuff from
parents
3 years
that,
ago.
might have had every opportunity in the world given to them, and I know a lot of spoiled rich kids that would run around and break things in their house and curse out their father, curse out their mother, and
you know why, right? Because the fathers are weak and the mothers are angry, and the mothers and the parents recreate the children and their image. If you want to know what the parents are like, look at the children.
Well, sometimes there's I don't agree with that either. Look at take somebody like Joe Frazier, and then his son went in the ring and got knocked out in the round.
This guy's annoying, and you got a buzzing on his phone.
He must be like his dad. No, he wasn't like his dad. He wasn't meant to be a fighter,
Well, I'm not talking about in that sense. I'm talking about in the real sense of who they are. Their lack of ability to deal with life without overreacting to life. I'm not talking about a physical thing. You can train a monkey to go into a ring and fight, but it's the emotional or the inner person that I'm talking about. What was it like working with Notorious B.I.G.? What was that like for you?
It was a lot of years ago. I was friends with him before he blew up.
True
we used
enough.
to go around and play beats for each other and work in the studio. It was like working with anybody because he wasn't famous at the time, so it wasn't like
Milady.
one of the most iconic figures in hip hop, and so it's a different thing. People are like, wow, what was it like? But at the time, it was just like working with one of my peers that was on the come up, and then a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, he's working with Michael Jackson and getting every award in the world, and then 20-something years later, he's this iconic figure. So, it's and it's a question. Once you work with somebody with that magnitude and reputation, they'll ask you. That'll be a question forever. Hey, what was it like working with Biggie? So
it's amazing. I don't see him as an iconic figure. I see him as a.
How do I draw on my screen?
Well, why is that? Did you know him personally, or did you just hear a song that he made? That's ignorant.
Oh, I guess I have to.
No. Well, it's true that you see him like that, but what gives you? Why would you what can you even name a lyric from the guy? Can you even What does he do? Is it because he's a rapper? Is Chuck D from Public Enemy a thug, or just Biggie? Who's a thug? What makes Biggie Smalls a thug?
Picture already.
Men and women make thuggish music. They don't make good music. They don't make decent music.
Are Public Enemy thugs?
I don't know who that is.
Oh my God, what happened?
What makes him a
Why
thug?
did my screen flash?
B.I.G. got killed down the road from where we live, right?
Doesn't work very well.
B.I.G. was killed not
Oh,
far
zoom
away
in.
from Biggie.
Oh my God.
Was shot not far away from where I live.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know about his music and stuff. But I want to move on because of time, and I want to take some calls. I read that you were banned from, is it labor office?
I was banned from everywhere in the 90s for a minute. Yeah, venues, offices. I was a wild
That's
kid.
not what I'm trying to do.
17, 18, 19, I used to, maybe it was, it was the emotional side of me, but I had a bad temper. I used to, fly off the, I got to calm and cool and got my composure through a lot of decades of work. But when I was young, I was wild and crazy.
You're an Italian, is that right?
Well, my father's Sicilian Scottish. My mother's 100% German.
So why were you such a wild person?
I don't know what it was.
Why does my screen keep
my upbringing was a little
going
funky.
away?
I had a lot of loss in my life. My brothers and sisters were born.
What the hell? My
they
screen's
were
just
affected by
flashing.
Agent Orange. My sister couldn't walk or talk. My brother couldn't walk or talk, and he was blind. And my brother died. My sister died. My nephew died. Or there was a lot of death and loss in the house. And my father was a struggle. We all so there was a lot of tension. And then you release it through the music. So,
oh my God, that's hilarious.
Did you overcome all that?
Well, through the years, it took, now I have a family of my own, and I got a healthy daughter who's 2 years old. I got a healthy son that's 1 year old. I bought a beautiful home. So, through the years, I found success, and I do better. But I still have temper problems. I still got issues that I got to work out, but I'm much better than ever before.
I'm going to save this, but I want to hide my screen real quick.
Do you believe that racism exists?
Of course it does, of course.
Where's your proof of it?
Well, because I see what people say to each other, and what people think about each other, and what they talk about each other, and who they hate.
On desktop.
Yeah. Give me an example of something that someone said or did that made you believe that racism
Okay, I'll tell you a good example. I was just in the studio.
How is
My
Zoom
producer,
in?
since I'm a kid, he's a black man, and the piano player is a black man, and the owner of the studio, is a big guy, big white Greek guy, and he got a little drunk in him. And all of a sudden, he keeps singing all this. He said, "Oh, I got a funny idea for the hook. Kill the N-word, kill the N-word, kill the N-word." And say, "Oh, one joke," and we were all looking at him. And then 2 minutes later, he's like, "Yeah, take it back to the plantation, old school, old school." And it was like he kept right in front of So that's just this weekend that happened. So we're all looking at him like, "Yo, like, what's this built up?" He gets a couple drinks in him, and all of a sudden, he's got all this hate and meanwhile, there's a dude who hung out with blacks his whole life and made music and this and that, and then you put some drinks in him and he's talking all this recklessness. So I mean, that's just the first example that I seen 2 days ago.
But why would you call that racist? I mean, if he hung out with blacks all his life,
well, because in his head he's talking about kill the N-word, kill the N-word.
But because that's his environment, that doesn't mean it's racist.
That wasn't his environment. They're not singing that song.
But that doesn't mean he grew. You say that he grew up around blacks and he grew all his life and stuff, and been around black people. Maybe he just picked up.
I'm gonna get banned for hate speech.
No, that was not. No, that's ridiculous. It was a racist, built up racism coming out of this man. That's not. I mean, so now we can't take a man's word as racist if he says something racist because you blame a black man for a white guy saying racist things.
Because there's no such thing as racism. That's why. That's a made up lie.
That's not true though. If somebody has hatred in their heart towards a race, that's racism.
No, it's hatred. It's hatred.
Okay, so what's your definition of racism?
Nobody hates somebody because of the color of their skin.
About racism.
Yeah, but the one thing you say racism doesn't exist, and
a race of people can't oppress you.
Of lynchings and murders, and what were those? Were those make believe? Is it like a Holocaust denial? Like there's been proven time and time.
Now
again,
there's two warriors.
Was the cause of many innocent lives being murdered. So.
First, let me say hi. That's your daughter?
Yeah, it's my daughter. Yeah.
How old is she?
She's 2 years old.
Hi, daughter. What's her name?
That's Ellen, and here's my little boogerhead. This is my son, right?
Hey, boogerhead. Hi,
That's
Ellen.
John. He's named after Staff Sergeant John Andrew Thorburn, my father.
Right on. Nice, man. Nice to have a family.
Yeah.
So let me. I grew up on a plantation down in Alabama.
They look scared to death.
In the Jim Crow laws, and I remember for colors only sign, but whites only, and there was no such thing as racism at that time.
Make sure my dollar store mic is still working.
Black people did not have so-called. We got.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
Hey, will you take her too? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, black people didn't have so-called black leaders. They had families, fathers and mothers, grandfathers and grandmothers. They worked for themselves. They didn't blame white people. They knew that the government that ran this Jim Crow law was just the government and not all white people. This whole idea of racism was made up by race hustlers, like the so-called civil rights leaders, the black preachers, the black politicians, and these liberal Democrats.
Was racist, and racism existed in the government and the people that followed it. Look at all the photos of the lynchings when you see these evil men in the background smiling and like like happy that there's a dead black man on a tree or with hooks in them, and it's like these are real photos. They're not fake, and that's racism. That's not
But you said what it is. You said it was evil. It was hatred. It wasn't racist. It was evil. And all angry people are evil people and subject to do evil things to themselves and their family members and other people. It has nothing to do with race.
Well, it does have to do with race when they're not doing it to their own kind.
But they are doing it to their own kind.
No, they weren't,
whatever you do to others, you're doing to yourself and other people within your quote-unquote own kind. That word racism was made up by the children of the lie to keep black people angry, brainwashed, and dumbed down so that they can maintain power and wealth, and then intimidate white people with that word so they can take white people's stuff.
No, see, you're taking it too extreme. You're taking it too extreme because I agree.
There's no point in saving that picture.
And Democrats use race to try to control people and separate. I agree with all of that type of stuff. And they'll take it and call things racism that's not racism. I believe that. But when you say, oh, there's no racism at all, and that's just all make-believe, and the people that killed these people, that's not racism, that's just evil, and they weren't going towards the race because they do it to everyone, that makes people not believe.
Why didn't we call it racism when I was growing up? When the laws were against black people, there was no such thing as racism then. Why did racism only come about when the civil rights movement started?
Well, because they were pointing out what was going on, and they were giving themselves power and strength.
No, they're evil.
They didn't even save the crop.
Evil. I got to ask you this because I know I'm running out of time with you.
Yeah.
You had an interview with Jared Taylor.
Yeah.
And you guys were talking about white supremacy.
Okay, yes.
Why
you
do you
can't
believe
just
that white
overwrite it.
supremacy
You have
exists?
to save it again.
Well, the same reason I think that
That's
racism
dumb.
exists, because it does, So we're not going to agree on that, because if you don't think racism exists, then white supremacy doesn't exist.
Right.
There's white
I thought I
men that
could just
believe
draw on
that
my
they're
screen.
part
I was
of
going to
superior
just
race,
Put it.
and a black man is
Put it
inferior.
there.
That is a fact that those people exist.
But that doesn't make it real because they believe it.
Oh, I know that, but that makes them a white supremacist in their mind. You know, they are white supremacists. You know,
So do you believe in black supremacy?
What do you mean, like a Farrakhan is a black supremacist, like Jared Taylor's a white supremacist type of theory? Is that,
Louis Farrakhan believe that the kids are making too much noise and they're very distracted.
Yeah, you know what? I got to head to the doctor too. I told him I had till 5:40. I'm sorry.
So let me just ask this real fast. Louis Farrakhan believed that black people were the first on the earth, and that some black men turned evil. They went into a laboratory and created the blue-eyed devil. And that black people are superior to white people. Is that black supremacy?
Well, yes, the story of Yaqub inventing white people in a laboratory is a black supremacist theory. That's not reality either. You know, the white man wasn't invented in a laboratory. That's you know. So yeah. But hey, my man, listen. When I'm in LA, we'll sit down and go deeper into it all. Okay? I'm going to be on tour, I think, in January, and we'll have a longer talk. Okay?
I really appreciate your time, RA, and I hope you do stop by when you're in LA.
All right, say bye-bye, Ella.
Bye, Ella.
See you later. All right.
All right, buddy. I was thinking this morning and last night this morning about
this one's
I
from
remember
2020.
how things were. I remember when there were no computers and when we had typewriters and we had to type the information on paper. I was in medical transcribing at one point, right? Worked my way up in this hospital, and I started out as a ward clerk. And what a ward clerk would do at this hospital, matter of fact, I went to school first to learn how to do it. And so I started out as a ward clerk, and what the ward clerk would do is put together the patient's information when they come in, put it all together into a jot, and then pass it on to the doctors and nurses. And so I did that for a while, and then I moved on to the X-ray department.
It didn't even let me save
I worked
that.
in the X-ray department.
Maybe it
for a while.
already gets
Very
saved.
interesting job there.
I don't know.
And then from there, and this is at the same hospital. From there, I moved into the radiation therapy department.
Go ahead.
I became the manager of a radiation therapy department, meaning that I would I would handle all the X-ray, the radiation technologies and other people. And then from there, I moved over to medical transcribing. And that's where you have to sit and put headsets on and listen to a tape, the dictation of a doctor. And you type it really fast, put it on paper, print it out, and send it down to the floor. And I remember those days when there were nothing but typewriters, right? I remember when they first introduced typewriting to us in school. It was my last year of high school. And the school was integrated the last year that I was there. And they brought in a typing teacher. And they said, you got to take typing. And the boys did not want us type. The last thing I wanted to do was learn typing. But I did because the teachers forced us to do it. And lo and behold, when I moved to California, I worked at different jobs and I finally went to a hospital. I ended up doing medical transcribing. And I was really fast because I knew how to do it. And I did it often. And then, but men and women and boys and girls, they always tried to do things to the best of their ability at all times. They didn't always get it right. Now, you sometimes make a fluke of thing, you mess up, not do it quite right. But it was in you to try to do it right, get your job done, not half-ass do a job, right? And I remember when I started dating, and when I was going to school, the girls would take homemaking classes and things like that. They would learn how to cook and sew and do whatever girls do. And so when you would date, you were dating, but also with the possibility of getting married one day to a woman and having a wife and children, and the woman, your wife would be home watching over your children, cooking, and all that good stuff. Being a wife at home, being of use to a husband and to the family. And it was just natural. It was not unnatural. You didn't hear women complaining that they felt second class or they felt like they were less than a man or the competition was not there. It was, for the most part, I'm sure you find some exception, but for the most part, the women were happy to be wives and mothers and stay home. And it just wasn't up for debate. And they didn't want to debate it. And the men, it just, something you just didn't think of. It just was the natural order of things. And so when I would date, because I thought one day I would get married, because that's the way of life. You know, you saw everybody else getting married, your parents and your grandparents and the fathers and the grandfather own homes and things like that. It was just natural. My mother had 9 children, and she never worked until all the kids were adults and pretty much gone. And she just did not want to stay home. Her husband died, my stepfather died after a while, and she still didn't have to work because he had taken care of, had a home, insurance, and all that stuff. And all the kids were adults. But she went to work because she just didn't want to stay home. And so this morning I was thinking, things have changed so much, and it's different for a person who knows what it was like and never imagined that it's to get to this. Really. It's so messed up now, it's hard to believe it. But I was thinking of the young people who were born after all the mess started. And they come into a world with cell phones and computers, and races hated one another, and being taught white people, white supremacists, and black people complaining in ghettos everywhere. And the black men have no insight as to how to fix up their homes, and they let the women run in and run over them. And it's just a mess, right? If you come into a world like that, you're born like that, that's all you know. But when you know a better way, and then that better way is turned to trash, it's something else to see it. It is really something else to see it. It's unbelievable. And you wonder what happened along the way. And then when you think about it, you know what happened, right? The family was destroyed. People stopped thinking for themselves. And it's just, the men became extremely weak. And the men are like little girls. They really are. The only difference between the average male today and the average woman is one has a penis and the other has a vagina. That's it. But the mentality, the emotions, the way they act, the softness, and the lack of determination, all that is the same. The men and women are alike. It is weird to see it, knowing how it was before. And I was thinking this morning, why would a man, what would, other than sex, and now I'm not even sure about that in some cases, because some of the drag queens out there. But I wonder, why would a man even need a woman today? Because women don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean. They're in competition with men. They don't want to be wives and mothers. Some want to get married, but they don't want to live in that proper position of life. So why would a man even, and I'm really thinking, because the only purpose of marriage is to have a family, get married, have children. And that's been known forever. And so if you don't want to have children, there is no need to get married. And so I was wondering, why would a man even get married today? Because to be with a woman today is like having a male roommate, or the woman having a female roommates. It's weird to see that. And again, it's because I know what it used to be, what was amazing, and what it is now. I never thought I'd see the day when men would be afraid to be straight up honest with women. When women would be fighting to be like a man. Come out of her natural role and be like a man. Even though she hate that role. When she's with a man that's weak, she hate him. But if you try to be strong, she'll stop it. I never imagined that. I never imagined seeing men become angry like women. In all honesty, when I was growing up, even as a child and a teenager, and when boys didn't agree with boys, or young men didn't agree with young men, they just tell you right away and be done with it. You know, it wasn't like an attitude, like a woman's attitude. I never imagined seeing men act that way. It's so weird to see it. And they act that way, and they'll have an attitude like a woman. And they'll hold on to it like a woman. I never imagined that. And so, because I come from a place when it wasn't like that. It wasn't like I was born into a world and it was already like that. You're seeing good destroyed, and abnormal is presented as normal. I never imagined that one day black people, not all, but most would turn America into a ghetto, a literally ghetto. I was looking at some pictures from Baltimore. I just happened to hit it on my phone. Some black woman was doing walking the streets and showing what the Democrats have done to the city of Baltimore and all the inner cities around the country. And I'm thinking, if men were men, I know that the Democrats are really supporting it by using the people and making sure they live in a ghetto lifestyle. But you really can't just blame the Democrats for it, because each individual, especially the men, are responsible for their own life. You're responsible to get up and clean your house or build your house or make your life work. No party is responsible for that. They are responsible to work for us to make sure our communities are safe, lock up the criminals, and do those things. But you're responsible to paint your own house. I got to take a quick break. Back in a moment. And so, to wind this up, coming from the old school when things were amazing to all messed up now is mind blowing. I really don't know why a man would bother marrying today. Well, maybe the millennial men, since they don't know the other way, this way may seem normal, so they don't mind having a wife as a roommate. Maybe because they're afraid to make her have a baby. They're afraid to even, like nowadays, when a man has sex with a woman, he got to be talking his way all the way through it. Is this all right? Are you happy with this? Am I taking too long? Do you want to rest? They got to talk all the way through it. Otherwise, she would have accused him of raping her. That didn't even cross my mind when I was growing up. The guy or the girl. And then 10 years down the road, she can accuse you of raping her because you got married to someone else, or you made a little money, or you became a
I don't know why I loaded these up with cayenne
She
pepper.
can sue you down the road. Who would have thought that this would have happened? I never imagined to see the day where black people just completely stop thinking for themselves. And now they can be literally lied to about everything, and they believe it. And they cannot believe the truth. You had I had this black guy named Tony from California calling a grown man, I think he's in his 50s, and talking about Donald Trump having the post office, the mailboxes removed. He heard that somewhere in the liberal media, and he believed it, just ate it up, and then he called the show and talked about it with no shame. None. Zero. I never thought I would see that. You know, you just never think that human beings could fall to such low standard. And we all have sinned, and you know, we have to repent and overcome. But at some point, you kind of catch yourself, you know, like, wait a minute, what am I doing? It doesn't feel right. I just never thought I'd see that. I never thought that I would see the day when black people would just live in and create a ghetto and sit there and wait for a politician to give them money and take care of them, and let the place completely turn into a rat hood, and then vote in the same politicians all the time because of their color, not because of anything else, their color and the lack of character. Because black people don't vote for good people. They don't support good people. Not all, but most. I never thought I would see the day when America would become South Africa, and the people who founded, the white people who founded America, and used to celebrate America with pride and 4th of July, and just did everything to make it good. Always tried to invent, make it better, make it better, make it better. I never thought I would see the day when white people would submit to violent people, just totally give in to them. I just never thought I would see that. When I see white men getting knocked out in the street by angry black people today, and I was asking my staff this morning, they know the cops are not coming. They know that the Democrats have set it up where white people are allowed to be raped. And I've been saying for a long time this was happening with the knockout game, but it wasn't being reported. But I never thought that I would see the day would it be all over the news, except Democrat, liberal news, all over the internet, and we're looking at it happen, and white people not even defending themselves. And that's why I was asking my staff this morning, don't you like carry a weapon with you? When did people stop carrying a weapon in their car or with them or in their home? Because the government has set it up where good people are turned into criminals, and criminals are allowed to destroy the decent. Don't you think to yourself, well, you know what, I got to protect myself. If you don't, what do you do when you, especially men, when you lose the reality of protecting yourself? One thing I'm going to do, ain't no law in the world that's going to convince me that I won't protect myself. If I'm paying you to do it, if you decide you don't want to work that job anymore, you're not going to do it. Oh, I'm just going to say, oh, okay, I'm helpless. And so I'm looking at these white people being pulled out of their cars, knocked out on streets, and they don't even bother to fight back. Self-defense. And so one of the guys said that if you carry a weapon in your car, or even if it's not a gun, but any kind of weapon in your car, that they'll use that against you. You to defend yourself, that you will still end up in jail. Well, hello, jail. I'd rather go to jail defending myself than to let some angry black person knock me out and I don't defend myself. The truck driver that was knocked out the other day, it looked like it was a security guard. I think the guy had a security shirt on or something. He jumped in the truck, and the woman that was with him, he left her behind, I think, because he didn't seem to have a weapon on him to protect himself. Do someone have to tell you, a grown adult person, that you got to protect yourself? Are you that afraid of going to jail that you won't protect your own self, your family? These people went to a white family home, and I think that was in somewhere, and the family was sitting out on the yard. Looked like mostly women in that case were sitting out, white folks enjoying the front of their yard, and black people showed up and were threatening them in their own yard, and they ran in the house, running away from them. They're gonna follow you. The one thing that was in Hugo, that was in Hugo, Minnesota. And one of the leaders of that was a Democrat that went to these people home, and a guy by the name of John Thompson. So I never thought I would see the day when white people, the men too, and mostly men, that they will let you come to their home and intimidate them, beat them up, kill them, rob them, whatever. They're not gonna do anything because you're black. I just never thought, coming from a normal society and then just being around and seeing an abnormal society develop, I just never thought I would see that. I don't know the mentality of that. I remember I had a fight once in high school. I only remember one time. Now, if another pop up, I'll let you know. But we were on the baseball field, and it was my time to bat. And this other black guy thought it was his time, and he and I went for the bat. I think I was like 9th or 10th grade, somewhere in there, maybe younger. I don't remember. But we both went for the bat, and we ended up fighting over the bat. And it never occurred to me to not defend myself, or to go home whining that some guy tried to take the bat from me and I had a fight. My grandmother would whoop me going and coming if I didn't defend myself. I just never thought I would see men who would not only not defend themselves, but wouldn't even defend their family. What the? The last place a person should be afraid to go to is your home. They don't know what you got up in there to defend yourself with. But now the blacks are not afraid of that anymore, because if a white man does try, well, he going to jail, and they know that. But still, that wouldn't stop me from defending myself. I understand when God said, love him with all your heart, soul, and might, along with nothing else. It means love what's right more than you do yourself, your family, anybody. Then they can't control you with that, because they can't take your relationship from God away from you. If you truly been born again of him, so you love what's right more than you do your own life. And in that, there is no fear. And so whatever the children of the world do, you're ready for it. Quietly, but you're ready. You don't brag about it, but you know. You know what I'm saying? I never thought I would see the day when white kids would be protesting with a radical, angry, white-hating, God-hating, family-hating group like Black Lives Matter. Far left, liberal, radical, agitative organization that was started by some fat, black, radical lesbians. And you have white people out there with them destroying America as though they think that these people love them. They don't love you. The moment you disagree with one thing, they'll turn on you. But you're so demoralized and angry, you don't see that. You think you're making friends, you're not. They'll rape you right there in the street and no one will help you. It's so many. I just never thought I would see things until it's mind blowing. And it's hard. Once you grow like that, you can't do it the other way. It's just not in your nature. And so white people, catering to these people is not going to help your situation at all. I've been saying it for 30 years. It's only going to get worse. Now they want your land. Call up somebody in South Africa. You don't have to know them. Just look in the book and call a white family and ask if this is true or not. They're going to take your land because you're giving it to them by giving over your government to them, your schools and everything, your children. There's nothing to stop them because you're not displaying power at all. It's only going to get worse because the battle is a warfare between good and evil. And the one thing I know about life, even when I was growing up, when a person show you who they are, you better believe them. Don't say in your mind, oh, they just playing. They're not really that way. That's that person. And you're blessed to see it. Otherwise, you'll be destroyed, or they will eventually try to destroy you. And right now, the blacks are showing the whites who they really are. And they are lying. They are lying when they blame it on slavery, Jim Crow, systemic racism, and all these isms. It's not true. And now they're making white people say that they're racist. They're making you say, what the?
These still work as headphones.
It's just insane. I interviewed a guy on my show, Father State, the other day. Episode coming up at some other point. And he held a Black Lives rally at USC, I believe. And at some point in the show, he asked me, do Black Lives Matter? I was like, all lives matter. Do Black Lives Matter? And then he got really fast with it. Do Black Lives Matter? And I'm thinking, wow. The phrase itself, Black Lives Matter, I can see now why people are afraid to say no. Because it looks like it makes sense to say Black Lives Matter, but you can't say that. Don't say that. You have to say all lives because they think they're controlling you. And they pressure you to make you say it. It's crazy. And if this doesn't prove to you that it's a battle between good and evil, then I don't know what will. It's not going to get better until the good folks say no more. And I can't believe that you're so afraid of going to jail as a decent person that you won't even physically defend yourself. Someone can drag you out of your car and you not even fight back. They will kill you. I just never thought I'd see it. The Nutritional Journal is reporting that the percentage of men cooking increased from 37% to 52%. So I don't know what the men think the women are on earth for, if not to be your helpmate, meaning to get married, to have children, to watch over your children, to clean your house, to cook your meals. What else would the woman be here for? Everything else you can do yourself. But the men are like, oh, you don't have to cook. We'll eat out. If I can eat out, I don't need to be married. I just order out. And so the percentage of men cooking increased from 37% to 52%. Amongst college-educated men from 2003 to 2016, that went up really fast. They're getting weaker. Amongst college-educated women, it increased from 64% to 69%. Women still cook, but barely. I remember that woman, Tommy Lyron, how she was complaining. She want men to nobody want a woman like that. It's like having a roommate. Amazing. I just never thought I'd see society like this. It's just mind-blowing. So I've been told that that guy that was knocked out the other day with a truck, they dragged him out of his truck, that he would be dead if he fought back. But wouldn't you rather die fighting in your boots than to die a coward? Men don't want to die as cowards. Well, they used to not, but men are like girls now. Like girls. But I remember growing up, a man would rather die trying than to die a coward.
Looks funny.
But men don't mind being beat up and dying cowards nowadays. And this is not just white men, this is all men. All
no
races.
man is good.
Some are overcoming. Now they learn how to return to the Father, but it's all men nowadays, especially millennials, disease, and things like that. It's mind-blowing. Amazing. And don't forget to like, follow, tweet, subscribe, and share the Jesse Lee Peterson Radio Show, folks. We really appreciate it. We are at war. It is a spiritual battle for the soul of America. And it's going to take all of us to do it. Straight, white, Christian.
No, Jesse, this is the subscribe thing.
Oh, yeah. I need you all to subscribe, support us on Patreon, like us on Facebook, and follow me on Twitter.
Got it.
I want to go to my guest. I have with me Mark Collette. He is a British political activist and the author of The Fall of Western Man. The Fall of Western Man. Mark, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
I hear that you raise a lot of hell over there in Great Britain. What are you doing?
Well, I try to talk about issues that a lot of people don't want to talk about. And it was quite interesting. In your intro, I've listened to a little bit of your stuff, but in your intro, you talked about rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. And something I talk about extensively in my book is the way that the family unit, which is the cornerstone of our society, the very bedrock of our civilization, is constantly under attack by liberals and Marxists and those who want to sow the seeds of division and create chaos in the Western world.
And you're right about that. Why are white men, white, straight, conservative, Christian men, why are they giving into it, and why have they given into it in the past?
Well, the problem we've got here in the West is we've got such a pervasive media, and the media it started with a drip feed, like drip, drip, drip on a stone, and then it became a flow, and now it's a complete torrent. And this is a torrent of degeneracy. It pushes all the wrong morals within our society. So instead of having a moral, traditional society that values the family, that values relationship, that values going and working for a living or being a great homemaker and mother, we value hedonism, we value materialism, and we think things like abortion are just normal, they're just acceptable. We've let feminism into our society, and all of these things have broken down the family unit. They've attacked the traditional family and they've tore it asunder. But this isn't something that's just happened overnight. It's taken decades to happen, and those who have pushed this have done it carefully and methodically by warping our minds.
Did men see this happening a long time ago? Did they see that this drip, drip, drip was happening and refuse to stop it?
I think it's, the way I would put this is it's a little bit like boiling a frog. If you throw a frog into a pan of boiling hot water, it'll jump out. Straight away it'll jump out. It'll know there's something wrong. It will panic. But with this media onslaught, straight away boiling a frog, if you throw a frog into a pan of boiling hot water, it'll jump out. Straight away it'll jump out. It'll know there's something wrong. It will panic. But with this media onslaught, because it's been such a carefully
if the frog didn't have a glass ass, it wouldn't have broken
society, it's like placing a frog in a pot of cool water and slowly turning up the heat so people don't notice. Now, let's just take a few examples here. In my book, I talked about the music and antics of artists, I say artists in inverted commas, like Lady Gaga. Now, the things they push today might be slightly controversial. It might turn a few heads. But if that had been introduced in, say, the 1950s or 1960s, it would have been completely outrageous and no one would have stood for it. And it's been a slow slide towards this degeneracy. And every time liberals, Marxists, the radical left get to a point where something that wasn't previously acceptable is now acceptable, they then seek to push the limits even further. And by slowly pushing the envelope of degeneracy, they have made things more and more acceptable. They have pushed our limits of tolerance, and they have managed to introduce poison into our society, which has really altered the way our brains work. And I don't just mean what we see on TV. I mean what's pushed by the music industry, the bad role models in the music industry, I mean the porn industry, and the way that's been normalized. This isn't just a backstreet industry anymore. This is something that attacks the family, it undermines the family unit, yet it's mainstream. These people are on TV, these people are seen now almost as role models in themselves, and really a woman that has hundreds and hundreds of partners over her lifetime and perform sex acts on camera, I don't see how she can be a role model.
Yeah.
That isn't something that's
No,
good
I'm
for
not
young
watching
girls.
those,
And it's the same for young boys. The kind of men that young boys look up to. They're not inventors, they're not
Lost
pioneers,
another
they're not
viewer.
explorers. They're usually people who are involved with negatives, whether that's drugs, whether that's alcohol, whether they're people who cheat on their partners, and all of these things are implanting the wrong moral seeds in our children's minds. And unfortunately, those children then grow up and they have no moral compass. And all of this is a carefully orchestrated attack on our once moral and traditional society.
How old are you, Mark?
I'm 37.
I've noticed that in this country, over in America here, and white men and women are not having children. They have a low birth rate. Why is that? Why is it that they're not having babies? Because if they don't have babies, after a while they will become the minority, and once they become the minority, it's over for white people.
Well, that's a complicated question. As I said earlier, materialism and hedonism play a major role in this. We're constantly told, don't have children, don't worry about the future, don't do anything for your future, enjoy the now, live for the moment. And all of these messages are very, very divisive and destructive, because if people just live for materialism and hedonism, they think children are too expensive, children are a burden. They want to spend money on holidays, fast cars, they live for the moment. And that often means they get in debt, they take out credit cards, they get embroiled with different loans, and then they can't afford children. And that's a really suicidal notion. But there's also been the rise of feminism. And feminism, again, is an attack on the family unit. Men and women form complementary pairs. We work well together, and the units we form are more than the sum of their respective parts. A man and woman together can achieve far more than they would achieve on their own.
But my thing, Mark, is that if men were strong, if men were men, they wouldn't allow this to happen. Just because the media, the liberals, are promoting it, if men were men, the men would have self-control, self-contained, and the women will follow, and these things would not be happening. Why are the men so weak?
The men are weak because they've been emasculated. They've been taught to be weak.
Is that being taught in the homes or outside the home?
In the schools, the media. I mean, when I went to school, we were taught to be strong. I mean, this would seem absurd by today's standard, but we would go to school and we would play sports outside all year in shorts. If we went onto the games field, we were told we had to wear shorts. You wore shorts whether it was sunny, whether it was raining, whether it was snowing, and if any of the little boys wimped out on this, the other little boys would mock them, the teachers would mock them, they'd tell them off, and you were made to be strong.
Let me take a quick break. Mark, you tweeted out you shared a photo on Twitter of a homemade daddy sticker chart. And in this chart, it bribed men to wash dishes, put the toilet seat down, change diapers, bathe the kids, pack the kids' lunches, and the women promises beer, no nagging for a week, naked dances, sex, get out of the doghouse free card. Is this real or is this made up?
Well, I was led to believe it's real, it looks real, and the thing that bothered me about it was the way it infantilizes the, I mispronounced that, it makes the man like an infant. It treats a man like a child. And that's my big issue with it. And it goes back to what we were saying before the break, how young boys used to be treated like little men. Yeah. And the idea of them being strong and courageous and masculine was good. When we used to play out, it was something of pride. Which child would climb the tree first? Which child would jump over the river first? Who would try the rope swing or, go down the hill on their bike the fastest? And it was all about taking risks, being a man. But now, these little boys are wrapped in cotton wool. They're emasculated. No one's a winner either. Have you noticed that? That everyone has to get a medal for participation. When we were at school, it was a constant battle. A battle to be picked for the football team, a battle to ensure you were in one of the teams for sports day, that you won your race. We even battled in the classroom. You would win awards or prizes for doing well in academic studies. And it was all a competition. It fed into the idea that men should be competitive and strong and masculine and seek to be the best. But we've lost all that.
Yeah.
Children are wrapped in cotton wool. They don't play outside like they used to. They're scared of everything. And one of the worst things is, with the rise of the single-parent family, when there's no father figure in the home, young men don't have that masculine influence. Their primary role model is, in fact, their mother. So they grow up with feminine attributes rather than with male attributes, and that's really worrying.
And so the reason that a man would give into this chart, daddy stickers chart, it would be because he was raised by a single mother, and so he grew up a weak boy and became a weak man. And so when he does get married, because he just give into this because he's already weak. Is that right?
Well, yeah, that can be one reason. I mean, not all single mothers raise their sons to be weak, but it is a contributing factor. There might be many reasons why this man has been so weak. It might be schooling, it might be the media, it might be the people he hung around with, it might be because he comes from a single-parent family and had no decent masculine role model in his life. But for whatever reason, he is a beta male. He is someone who is not the head of his own house. And that presents a problem, because how are his children going to look up to him for discipline and order when he's being bossed around like he's one of the children? And that to me is just absurd, because I look up to my father and he was the breadwinner. He was the head of the house. He came home. My mum was a homemaker. She had the tea on the table. He came in from work and we sat around the table as a family. And that's something that will always live with me. And it was one of the ways that helped to impart morality and discipline into me as a child. And I grew up, I wanted to get a job. I wanted to be part of a productive society. But most importantly, I wanted to be a strong man. To this day, I'm involved in masculine pursuits. And I think all men should be.
Yeah. Even in, at one point in my life, I was a weak, liberal, democratic kind of a person. But I wasn't that weak where I would follow a chart like that. It was just so much I would allow to happen. And it seems as though men have gone beyond even that, because I can't even imagine a man submitting to that degree to a woman.
Well, neither can I, but you see this sort of craven desperation from men, and some men actually believe that women are sort of turned on or attracted to a doormat, but they're not. Women are quite interesting creatures, and you'll tend to find that they'll always say that they want to tame a man, but they actually don't. They want a man to tame them. They want a man who's strong. They don't want a rude man or a crude man or a man that mistreats them, but they want a man that's strong. They want a man who's a protector, who's a provider, but most crucially, women look for men who can look after their children and protect their children and be someone that essentially provides for the entire family unit and gives discipline and order to their children and helps to bring them up and nurture them. That's what women are looking for. And when men present themselves as doormats like that, men might think that the women will like it, and some women might even initially think they will like it, but eventually they don't. And that's why so many women are cheating on these weak males and running off with other men, because ultimately they're not satisfied by craven doormats. Deep inside their very being, and it's an evolutionary thing. These people, we've evolved for tens and tens of thousands of years, and women have learned on a deep genetic level to look for the fittest male, a man who is a leader, a provider. And if a man isn't living up to those standards, eventually his woman will leave him.
I'm a Christian, and I understand the order of God, and that order is God in Christ, Christ in man, man over woman, and woman over children. And it's a spiritual order. When you have that order, life works well for everybody, the entire family. But when the man is not there, or that order is reversed, where the woman is over the man, you're just going to catch hell. And so we've been fighting to bring that order back. In your, so are you a Christian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In your book, you talk about the ID, the ego, and I'm sorry, the id, the ego, the super ego. What are those things?
Well, they're basically how the mind functions. It's an understanding of the mind. The id is your animal instincts. That's what you're born with. You're born with these basic innate drives. The drive for food, the drive to procreate, the drive to survive. And those drives were called pleasure principles because they're usually quite pleasurable, like reproducing, eating, all of those things bring you pleasure. Then there's the ego. Now, the ego is your reality principle. It's what allows you to escape physical harm. So it reasons with the id. If the id is saying, I need food, I need food, I need food.
Let me take a quick break, Mark. Mark, how can people get your book?
Well, you can go to www.thefallofwesternman.com. It's available there in hardback and paperback, but also as a free download. So if people just want to go and check out the book, they want to just read it and see if they like it first, you're welcome to download it for free. And if you like it, you can email it out to whoever you want, because that's what it's there for.
Just before the break, we were talking about the id, the ego. Explain that a little more and tell us how you can overcome that, if that's possible.
Yeah, well, we've done the id. The id is like your natural drives.
Right.
The ego is your reality. It's what keeps you, it interacts with the id, but it moderates the id for survival. So if the id is telling the psyche that it's hungry, it wants food, and you will go out looking for food. Well, if you see a tasty steak, it'll be eat it, eat it, eat it. But the ego will look around and make sure it's safe to eat it. And say there's a large dog guarding the steak, the id will be take the steak, take the steak. But the ego will say, no, no, no. If you take the steak, you're risking severe injury. So it will forgo pleasure to ensure that the individual doesn't come to harm. And then finally, there's the superego. Now, the superego is the learned part of the psyche. It's imparted to the individual, mainly by strong role models. And the superego is essentially morality, and it reasons with the id on a moral level. So if the id is saying, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, and it sees a steak and says, right, go and get the steak, but the steak is belonging to a child. If a child's about to sit there and eat the steak, it will first consult the ego, and the ego will say, well, it's safe to take the steak, the child can't harm you, you can physically go and do that. But then the superego, the morality, will reason with the id and say, no, even though you want the steak, and even though you can take the steak, it is morally the wrong thing to do. Right. It is morally wrong to steal from another, to dominate another, to physically dominate somebody and take their possessions, regardless of the fact that you want or need those possessions. So that's the important thing. The superego is your morality. And the superego, importantly, is imparted to individuals by role models. Role models in the family unit, which, as we discussed earlier, is primarily for young men a strong disciplinarian in the form of a father figure, and also role models in society and on a national level, which are, again, meant to be people who are upstanding individuals who have good moral compasses. Now, what I state in my book is that the superego has been damaged, and also the id has been fed. So people are being told, enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself, but they have no morals anymore. There is no off button, because all of their heroes, all of their role models, people like Lady Gaga, these celebrities, all of the pop stars and rock stars and rap stars are telling them, do what makes you feel good, do what makes you feel good, just go out and enjoy yourself. And because of that, people have defective superegos, and their ids are reigning supreme. And when you live purely for pleasure and nothing else, essentially you just become like a debased animal who just seeks out pleasure without any moral thought of how that will impact you or others around you. And then you no longer have a society. You no longer have a community, and that's what's damaged us. And what we need is we need to regain our community consciousness. We need to regain our superego, our morality, and we need to put pleasure secondary. Pleasure shouldn't be the thing that we live for. We should live for morality. We should live for the good of our community. And when we form those communities with good moral bonds and moral rules, those communities function extremely well, and society and civilization moves forward.
I've noticed that with a lot of Christians, they don't know how to demonstrate morality, in a strong way, with strength. And so what they have gone to is to be nice. You know, you have a lot of men who are nice men, and I say to them that niceness is weakness, but they don't see it as being weak, and it is weak, because morality doesn't mean that you have to be nice. It means that you have to be right, but not nice.
I completely agree with that, and that's another thing that
you have a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, sorry, somebody just walked through my office. When we were talking earlier about the emasculation of the male, that's another problem. Everyone today is told to be nice, not polite. You see, being polite and being nice are two completely different things. Right. You can be firm, you can be critical in a polite way, but you don't have to be nice with your criticism. Once you tell everyone that they constantly have to be nice, there is no discipline, there is no shame. And shame's a very important thing. You see, again, when we were young, men were shamed for being obese, for being unfit, for being not being manly, and women were shamed for behaving in a sluttish way.
Yes. Another break. Mark, let me take a quick one. Mark, what is a man?
Well, a man is obviously a male human being, but there's something deeper there, as we were saying. A man is someone who rises to a challenge. A man is someone who is moral. A man is someone who defends his community. A man is someone who is a strong father, a protector. A man is someone who doesn't let people down. A man is someone who always ensures that they act in a moral, polite, but firm way. They are things that defined the Western man. They are things that defined Western civilization, and sadly, I believe we have lost those virtues now due to a sustained attack by the media on our psyche.
Are you an alpha male or a beta male?
Oh, I think I'm an alpha male.
And what is love?
Well, I think love is something, again, love is something that's very, very important. And in my book, I talk about love. I talk about the fact that we as humans developed something that most other animals in the animal kingdom didn't. And that's these lasting life partnerships between man and woman that are based more on just sexual attraction. They are based on love, and they hold us together, they bind us, they ensure that the family unit survives, and they should ensure that you put both your family and your partner and your extended family, your community first. But unfortunately, love is something that has been twisted. It's something that's been co-opted. It's something that has been utterly taken over by the left. And now, instead of loving our families, instead of loving our partners, instead of loving our children or our community, we are told to love everything that actually seeks to harm us, everything that seeks to attack us.
Yeah.
So we are meant to show love towards those who actually seek to destroy the very things that we should love and that we should wish to protect.
I got to move a little faster now because of time. I read that you were arrested. First, let me ask this. So the way you are, the things you believe, is that due to being raised by a good father and mother?
I would say so, definitely. I mean, I'm a very moral person. I believe in working hard for a living. I believe in supporting your friends and your family. And I believe in a moral and traditional society. And a lot of that is down to my parents.
You were close to your father?
Yes, I still am.
I read that you were arrested for hate speech. Is that true?
Yes, I was arrested on 8 counts of incitement to racial hatred. I was tried over a 2-year period, and I was found unanimously not guilty on every single one of those 8 counts. Now, the people who brought me to court were the British state, the police, left-wing groups, the BBC, and trade unions. Those 5 groups collaborated to try and bring me to court for speaking out against Muslim grooming gangs who were drugging and raping underage girls in towns in West Yorkshire.
And that's what they call hate speech because you were speaking out against that?
At political meetings, and the message of my meeting wasn't a message of hatred, it wasn't a message of violence, it was a message that highlighted the problems that had been created by these aggressive Muslim communities, and I called for people to vote in local elections for a political alternative. And what upset the local establishment is people were beginning to vote for parties outside of the mainstream parties because of the problems that were being created by aggressive Islamic communities that have settled in Britain but have imported their culture to the exclusion of our culture.
Amazing. Are you married, Mark?
No, I'm not married.
Are you date?
Well, I'll have to keep that one. That's have to be a big secret, that is.
So let me ask, on your website, David Duke is at the top of your, as an endorsement of your book.
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, I've been friends with David. I've known David for over a decade now. I actually came to one of the American Renaissance conferences in the US. I met him then, and I've been friends with him ever since. I appear on his radio show. David is someone who speaks about many of the things we're talking about today. He's a best-selling author. He's had 3 best-selling books, and obviously he was elected to the House of Representatives in Louisiana. He's a man who's not only a very good friend.
I've had him on the show before.
He's a tireless political activist.
In 2002, you were in a BBC documentary, Young, Nazi, and Proud. And it was in 2005, you were charged with inciting racial hatred when you compared refugees to cockroaches. Yes. And I had a different impression of you before the show because I had the impression, you know, white young men are being called Nazi and all that. Why do you think that title has been attached to you?
Well, the title of Nazi is a very easy title to attach to anyone. And what you tend to find is that the left use these terms to justify violence and to strip people of their rights of freedom of speech and freedom of association. So at the moment, the left have been running a campaign of punch a Nazi, but they don't define what a Nazi is. To them, a Nazi is anyone who has conservative viewpoints. So this essentially gives them, as they see it, a moral right to attack people like myself, even to attack people of colour who agree with the things that I'm saying, and to strip people of their rights. And here in the UK, we are constantly battling for rights just to say what we think. I have never called for violence. I have never called for anything like that. I believe in political change.
One more final segment. When I come back, I want to ask you about the Great White Hope. You know who that is? Back in a moment. So, Mark, I have been called, black conservatives are called Uncle Tom, sellout, all kinds of names under attack. And it sounds like that's what's happening to you as a result of standing up for values.
Exactly. this is what the left do. The left never like to actually debate. They don't like to talk about issues, and they certainly don't like to talk about facts. It's far easier for the left to attack us, to call us names, and to try and make our arguments look as if they lack legitimacy, not through defeating our arguments, but by throwing mud at us and hoping that some of it sticks.
Do you know who the Great White Hope is?
I believe you're referring to Donald Trump.
That's right. What's your? I think that Donald Trump is not only the Great White Hope of America, but of the world, because he's having such a positive impact around the world. What's your impression of the President Trump?
I supported Donald Trump. I still support Donald Trump. I think he's done many, many great things, but the greatest things he's done aren't actually political changes. Getting elected was fantastic, and some of the things he's brought in are also fantastic. Yeah. But he's done two things which I will forever be thankful to him for doing. Firstly, is he has shown that the media are not all powerful. He has put two fingers up to the media, and he has broken their grasp on the American people. For the first time in American history, Americans are voting outside of the choices that the media lay out for them. Yeah. That's phenomenal. And the second thing he's done, and for years, people like myself, you mentioned David Duke earlier, he's spoken about this for years. We've talked about the deep state and this conspiracy against the voting public. And we were called mad for it, we were ridiculed, but Donald Trump has finally exposed to the public that the deep state exists, and that when you elect a politician, that politician doesn't necessarily have power. That politician is still hamstrung and controlled by these shadowy forces who have embedded themselves within the political system and use their manipulative powers to actually control everything that goes on in government. And for those two things, I think Donald Trump has done more to spread the truth than anyone else.
I agree. Mark Collette, thank you so much. I enjoyed talking to you. Be safe, and I wish you well, man.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. Uniting the races with truth instead of dividing them with lies. We're also rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. Welcome to the third hour of the show today. It is Wednesday, Manhood Hour. Last hour of the show, rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. Are you gonna be around? Rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. Lots of talk about manhood today. Manhood is under attack. Taking your phone calls at 888-7753-773, 888-77-JESSE. I am Skyping this morning with Chris Hemmons, and Chris is a producer at LBC Radio. LBC is short for Leading Britain's Conversation. He is a former sales rep at Coca-Cola and currently writing a book, Be a Man, about the perils of masculinity. He wrote a very interesting article in the International Business Time, White Ribbon Day. Violence is a male problem. Violence is a male problem. Let's start teaching boys. It's never the answer. He says from the moment they are born, we brainwash our sons that strength is important and crying is weak. Chris, good morning, sir. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Jesse. How are you?
All is well. Do you have children?
No, I don't.
You don't have children. And when you were born, did your parents brainwash you that crying is weak?
I remember from almost the moment that I could that my dad always seemed to look down on me a little when I showed that moment of weakness and got upset. And I always remember questioning why. Why wasn't I allowed to cry when girls were allowed to cry? And it's something that stuck with me for a long time. And as part of my research now, I'm starting to realize that the way that we teach men in that way, that crying is a weakness and that men shouldn't cry, is very damaging in so many ways,
That's interesting. How were you damaged as a boy growing up when you were not allowed to cry? You were damaged in what way?
Damaged, I mean, I'm a fairly rounded person. I would say that I was damaged in a way that I suppressed my emotions. And I think a lot of men do that. A lot of men suppress their emotions. We don't allow ourselves to truly feel the world that's going on around us. We're trained to be the Hercules. We're trained to be strong and tough. And actually, the world doesn't need us to always be strong and tough. And actually, our own mental capacities don't need us to be strong and tough. And I don't know if you know this, I don't know what the statistics are in the US, but in Britain, the biggest killer of men under 45 is suicide. Because men aren't trained to talk about their feelings and their emotions. You know, we're not allowed to show that we might be hurting or sad. And I think that's where it stems from, that very early age. I genuinely believe that.
When you say
They
that
shouldn't
your
be
father
weaker
would
set.
look down on you if you cried,
Yeah.
did he say something or just look at you in a weird way or something?
Yeah, both. It would depend on the situation. I specifically remember going to the swimming baths once and being moved into something that was new and scary for me. And as a 9-year-old, I didn't know how to react, so I cried. And I remember my dad looking at me like I'd broken some cardinal sin. And you know, all I was doing was showing some emotion. And I repressed it for a long time. In fact, up until even as he lay dying 3 years ago, I started to cry. And even then, knowing he was going to die, he still told me to stop crying. It was inbuilt into him, and the kind of post-war generation where the stiff upper lip. And I'm trying to explain to my generation and future generations that that's not healthy. It's just not.
How do you know that showing emotions is the solution to suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Showing emotions. Well, because if you look at the statistics, again, I can only speak from a British perspective, but if you look at the statistics, in the UK, 3 times as many men kill themselves as women, and yet there are 3 times as many women as men in talking therapy within our health service. So there is a direct correlation between people who talk about their problems and people who are killing themselves.
But
people who talk about their problems aren't killing themselves in anywhere near the same amount.
But you don't know for sure that it's due to suicide, it's due to not being able to express emotions, because most women express their emotions and they're committed suicide. And
But they're not committing suicide at anywhere near the rate that men are. That's the point.
I know, but they're still,
that's the point.
They're still committed them, and even though they express their emotions, they take out their aggressions on their children, on their husbands, on their boyfriends, on
well, they do, but
around
if we're going to talk about aggressions, Jesse, then we have to look at the fact that, again, I can only talk in Britain, but 90% of violent crime that's carried out in Britain is carried out by men. And that is, again, because we don't train men. And I'm not talking about, oddly enough, you know, I was listening earlier and you were talking about an advert with a nurse on, and you were talking about effeminate, soft men. And I used to be a hard, tough guy, and I was violent. And then I became what you would describe as effeminate and soft, and now I'm not violent. And I talk about my feelings with people and my emotions. And actually, yes, there is a balance to be struck, but I'm not violent anymore.
What caused you to become
I've learned to talk through my emotions when I have them. And that is the healthiest way to do them, because people who get confused about how they feel, men in particular, lash out through violence, whether it be at themselves via suicide or directly on somebody else, be it domestic violence, be it child abuse, be it some other way. And that is why I'm trying to convince men to talk about their feelings, because I think it's very important.
What caused you to become violent?
Peer pressure, male peer pressure, being in an environment where men need to show that they are bigger and stronger than their peers or their rivals somehow. You know, the inability to see a situation and not be able to walk away from it or to talk my way out of it. For a man to show aggression towards me, and for my base reaction to show aggression back, rather than to say, hey, why are we going to fight? This is not the best idea. This is not the best solution to our problems. Let's talk about it.
And so your father did not teach you how to deal with the issues of life when you're outside the home?
He did. He did teach me many things like that. But you have to understand that men only spend a certain portion of their time with their fathers. Their fathers are mostly, because of the gender pay gap and whatnot, men are mostly out of work. So there's not very many male role models at schools. Most teachers in the UK are female. So men don't have role models. So men find their own way in the world. And men's base desire is to be dominant. And the way that a lot of men pursue dominance is a physical dominance rather than an emotional or intelligent dominance.
When you were a violent male, did you beat women?
No, never. No.
And why not?
I guess I was brought up with at least a modicum of respect in me. I would only ever actually be violent if violence was put onto me by somebody else. I would never go and actively pursue it. I wouldn't describe myself as a violent person, but I engaged in violence. The difference being that, as I say, I would only really be violent if a violent situation was put upon me. So if somebody else would kind of front up to me, then I wouldn't back down or talk out of it, which is what I do now.
Were there ever a time, did you ever become violent with a woman who was violent with you at the time that you were a violent person?
No, I honestly, hand on heart, never raised a hand to a woman. I would say that I was very infrequently violent with other men. But now, for the past 5 years or more than that, I haven't even, violence has been, I don't even see it in my day-to-day life because I've shunned it altogether. You are an emotional man now, right? Yes, correct.
And as an emotional man, do you feel more like a woman or like a man?
I don't feel like any less of a man, if that's what you're asking. I don't feel like, what I'm trying to do with my book is say that we need to redefine what the man is, because the man is not the caveman anymore. We don't have to be out there hunting for meat. We need to be part of a cohesive world where we all work together and not try and better each other all the time.
So do you feel like a woman or a man being emotional?
No, I feel like a man. I am a man. I don't feel like a woman.
Do you feel like a woman?
No, not at all.
What does a woman feel like?
Well, I have no idea. You'd have to ask a woman what it feels like to be a woman.
What does a man? What is the feeling of a man? What does a man feel like?
Well, I can only say from my experience what it feels like to be my version of a man. And I'm hoping that my version of a man is a kind of modern version where we don't resort to violence as an answer. We don't resort to expecting our young boys to grow up as muscular and strong. You know, if they do, that's fine. But there are, you know, I was an athlete. I was a very good athlete. And that was how I defined myself. But there's so much more to somebody than their athletic and physical capabilities. And that's what men don't do enough of. We don't encourage each other to be academic. We don't encourage each other to, you know, I went and spoke to a group of 12-year-old schoolboys very recently and asked them how many of them have ever asked each other how they feel, like genuinely how they feel about the world. And not a single one. And most of them said they couldn't speak to their own fathers if they were feeling sad. And that, for me, is really unfortunate.
How did you deal with women when you were a violent man? Is that for us? Oh, let me take a break. I'll take a break. I'll come back with that question.
Okay.
All right. 888-77 Jesse. Back in a moment. I am Skyping with Chris Hemmons, producer of LBC Radio. LBC is short for Leading Britain Conversation. He has a brand new book, Be a Man, and it's coming out soon. Be a Man, and it's about the violence in men, according to Chris. Chris, when women were, first of all, how can people get your book when it comes out?
It's not out until August,
okay.
And I'm sure it will be on Amazon. It's called Be a Man. It's not specifically about violence. It's more, but violence is part of it, but I'm exploring how men need to reinvent what masculinity means for me. That's what I did with my life, and that's what I'm explaining in the book.
Do you consider yourself to be a masculine man now?
No. I used to pursue masculinity, and I realised that the pursuit of traditional masculinity, as far as I see it, is not beneficial.
Are you a feminine man now?
You know what? I as I said, I was listening earlier to you talk about effeminate men, and we're talking here about violence. And you said that we shouldn't try and promote young boys to be effeminate, but you also used the word soft. And if we're talking about violence, who is more likely to be violent, a hard man or a soft man? And I think the answer is fairly obvious, that soft men, whether they're effeminate, which is the word that you use, I would never use that word, soft men, as I now consider myself to be, are not violent men. And if more men can be soft, I can only see that as a positive.
I can move my
Chris, you say
computer over there so I have room for my keyboard.
Victims. Oh, let me ask. When women would attack you, how did you deal with it?
When women would attack me,
then I can put
women have never attacked me.
my other computer and use that as the camera.
Never in my life, never once.
Do you date women?
Have I what? Sorry.
Do you date women?
Did I date women? Yeah, of course.
And you were never attacked?
No, never once. Even when I was a violent man, as I said before, I was violent in a very loose sense. I had violence in me. I wasn't a violent person.
You say that 90% of rape victims are female, and
Yes.
men are far more likely to be violent in relationship. In a relationship, that's not true.
Men are statistically far more likely to be violent towards women.
No, that's
in the
not
UK,
true.
In the UK, two women die every week through domestic violence. The average is about one a month for men, not even.
Men are
can't spell.
Are less likely to
Sleepy.
report domestic violence or violence
Also
by
true.
their women
Also true.
toward them. So we don't really know the true numbers of men who have been attacked by women.
Okay.
But you're writing this as though it's true.
If you extrapolate general violence, 90% of violent crimes in the UK are committed by men.
I don't want to finish that. Good night, boys.